Mindera. So they are with us since our very first edition. But we have, and Louder Roots as well. But we have a few more like JFrog, Deconium, TBLX, XGeeks, Tamana, Talkdesk, Liva, and Volkswagen. So some of them are new, some of them are returning from last year. So thank you so much for all the support. Thank you so much for making this a reality. Because without your support, we will not be able to do this as a free event for everyone to watch and see.
Roberto, não estás a fazer screen share, man?
Não?
Não.
Opa, então
não fizeste screen share.
Eu pensava que isso estava feito. Ok, sorry.
Não fizeste. Espera, dá-me um segundo, dá-me um segundo que é para a gente recuperar aqui, espera. Ok, vai estar live em... Já está? Tu não mudaste tudo.
Ok. Yeah, so apparently like these technical difficulties, so this is not starting very well. Anyway, so I was saying that you can join us on Slack. So this is the slide, jnationpeaks.slack. So these are sponsors for today. I hope that you can appreciate what they are doing for us today. And one of the most important thing is Jnation is actually organized by a nonprofit organization. So we took the decision this year to try to help some other organizations that are having a lot of difficulties due to the pandemic and due to COVID, as you know. So we are going to do a donation based on the amount that we got from our sponsors to one association here in Coimbra. That's where Jnation usually happens. It's called the Niño Missão Sorriso, and they want to, or their main purpose is actually to help small children that for some reason they are unprotected, they don't have families, or they need some kind of help. So we are going to help them with some of the donations based on the amount we got from our sponsors. So for us, it's also very important because we want to help the community moving forward. And this is like a way not only to help our local communities, but also to allow other children and to allow like these small kids to have better lives. So thank you again, all of our sponsors. You also made this possible, and hopefully we're going to be able to do this to a few more organizations and institutions with over the years. And I mean that was it. So please enjoy the conference. So we're gonna go like, this was like super quick introduction. We're gonna go for a quick break, and then we're gonna have here our first speaker in a couple of seconds. So thank you so much for joining us, and hope to enjoy the day. Bye bye.
C'est qui Manon?
la liberté.
Raph, tu vas rater ton train là.
Il y a des histoires vraies
On est à la bourre là.
quand la vie prend la place.
captar valor e criar valor a partir dos dados iniciais que coletamos, sempre respeitando toda a parte de privacidade e de gestão de cookies dos dados, que é algo crescente e que nos está a facilitar o trabalho a nível do IT e da tech.
Tickets for us, Eugenia. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Jnation 2021. Thank you for being here. My name is Samuel Santos, and I will be your host for this track. I just want to, before we start, to give you a couple of notes. You can ask questions on the YouTube channel directly, or you can ask them in the Mondego Slack channel. If you don't have the Slack channel, you can go to our website and click the button for our Slack and join the conversation. At the end of the talk, I will pass your questions to Eugenia. So I think we are ready to start. Eugenia, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Hi, everyone.
So I will mute myself. If you can, please introduce yourself and start the session.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
I'm happy to speak about bootstrapping web performance culture today. And my talk is based on my personal experience of how I was trying to introduce web performance culture at the company I worked for. But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Eugenia. Originally, I'm from Latvia, but I moved to Berlin 3 years ago. And I work as a web developer at Gorillas. Gorillas is a grocery delivery startup based in Berlin, but it's expanding very fast across different cities around the globe. And in the past, I was very involved in Google developer group community, organizing different conferences and smaller events. But now I am more dedicated to sharing knowledge by doing public speaking. So how my story began, how I became interested in web performance topic. Around 1 year ago, I started to monitor web performance at the company I worked for. I created web performance dashboards, which looked similar to this one, and regularly tested our website using different tools like Lighthouse. And at that time, around 60% of our users experienced page load time within 2.5 seconds. And 2.5 seconds is considered as the best practice, according to the user research conducted by Google. Although it looks like a good result, it wasn't the ideal one, because it meant that 40% of our users experienced a much slower page. But anyways, it was satisfactory for us at that moment. So we carried on as usual. We kept adding new features and third-party services, and without any thought about how it is impacting web performance. And I also forgot about it in my work routine. And a few months later, I checked the web performance again. And it turned out that the percentage of users who have page loading time within the 2.5 seconds dropped to 40%. And that was the cost of just shipping the features and ignoring their impact on the web performance. And it also was a signal for us that we need to change our attitude to the problem. But then I thought, okay, what can we do? How can we approach it? In general, when you have a problem, you can approach it in two different ways. One is reactive and another is proactive. If you are reactive when solving web performance issues, then your plan would look like this. You would dedicate some time, maybe a sprint or two, and some people to firefight bad web performance. There are many quick wins you can do. For example, you can split your JavaScript bundle or remove unused CSS. And all these things are not very complicated to do. And you will see the boost of web performance straight away. So you will feel like you can return to your normal work routine, back to your normal work routine. And such an approach would be effective and fast, although it might mean some sleepless nights for you. But the thing is that it will work only in short term, because if you keep working in the same way you did before, then in future you will face a similar situation, similar performance issues. And why can I say also that, for example, I approached creating this presentation in a reactive way. In my last week, I had a boost of creativity, but it was really a hard week. So I don't recommend to go with reactive problem solving at all, and instead choose a proactive one, where we use more sustainable approach and where we think about web performance on a day-to-day basis. It's reducing web performance into the development process and developing web performance culture. It would prevent many performance issues before they actually arise. And there won't be any panic and rush, although it means that it will slow down your development process. But this approach is more sustainable and it will work in long term. When I just started to think about how we can implement such a proactive approach into problem solving, I had a picture of ideal development process in my mind. And it included something about web performance on every step of this life cycle, on requirement analysis, planning, design, development, testing, deployment, and monitoring. For example, I imagined that web performance goals would be set and be part of every feature requirement. And when we will estimate the time and complexity of the task, then we would take into account web performance. Also, when we start a new project, we would think about which front-end architecture to choose, so it would be the most performant. We would have performance tests on the CI/CD pipeline, and we also would constantly inform our stakeholders about how our web performance is doing. And speaking about monitoring, there would be a real user monitoring set up, and we'll have some alerts in order to react to the problem straight away. And there are really a lot of things to be done. And usually it's very hard to change the way people work and integrate such things into development process, especially if you are the only one, or at least you think you're the only one who wants to drive the initiative. Well, it's hard, but it's not impossible. At my work, we have a mindset which guides us on the way of changing the game. It says that we should challenge things, we should get frustrated, but we shouldn't be silent about what disappoints us. And instead, we should be vocal and inform people about the problem, especially those who own a particular topic we are frustrated about, stakeholders. So as we are the first people who are getting frustrated about it, then we should also suggest action, suggest solution, and be the first one, be the role model in taking the first action. So we can follow the same steps if we try to solve web performance issue in our organization. The first thing to do is to get frustrated, which is very easy in general. It's easy to complain about things, but we need to wait here and think about, is it the real problem? Is it a problem for the users? Because it might be a problem just for you as a developer who is striving for technical excellence. And just to give you an example, for instance, you have a website which is used only internally by your company's customer support agents. And you checked the mobile version of this website and discovered that it works really bad on the low-end device and with slow 3G network, let's say. And you think like, oh, we have performance problem. But customer support agents, they all are provided with powerful laptops and they all are using good Wi-Fi connection in your company's office. So they don't have such an issue at all. And if you will try to optimize web performance for the mobile device, then it would be just waste of time. It doesn't make sense to do it. That's why the reason why we should care about web performance is not our technical excellence. The reason should be that we want to make a positive impact on our business and showing empathy with our users by providing good user experience. And it is proved by many researchers that, and individual cases as well, that the websites with higher performance engage and retain users better than low performance websites. To give you some examples, for instance, Pinterest increased their sign-up rate by 15% by improving page load time, and Vodafone improved sales by 8% after improving time to contentful paint. And Yahoo in Japan, they increased page views by 15% after improving page loading experience. And there are plenty of studies about web performance impact on business metrics. For example, one of such metrics is the bounce rate. I personally tried to correlate bounce rate with page loading time. It was just a slight positive correlation between loading time and bounce rate. So I thought maybe web performance doesn't impact bounce rate on our website. But the thing is that there are so many factors that influence it. For example, it could be irrelevant content, bad user experience, misleading metadata, or technical errors, or the page is not mobile friendly. So if you will see that web performance is not really very much affecting the bounce rate, it doesn't mean that it doesn't affect the business of your company, it doesn't improve the amount of people who will be visiting your website. It's just because these metrics are also impacted by other factors as well. One more reason why to care about web performance is that Google recently announced that starting from the mid-June, it means now, our websites will be ranked based on web performance score, of course, amongst other factors as well. So if you want your website appear in top search results, then you must have good web performance. And once we discover that web performance is a real problem for our business, then we should speak about it as much as possible to our teammates and across the company. We need to make problem visible and tangible, not only for us, but also for the rest of the people who are somehow involved in the web product. But first, we need to collect data. And you might ask what kind of data we can collect here. And this is a question I would also like to ask you. Which performance metrics you would track? You can see this QR code or join at slido.com to answer this question. I have added one example, which is time to interactive. So join me in adding more ideas. It's anonymous. I'll give you maybe 1 minute on that because I'm actually not sure if anyone is there. And I will see like how many people are actively watching. Oh, nice. One reply. Rendering. It's more, I guess. All right, I'll go to the next slide, but before going to the one which will be after, latency. Okay, cool. So there are really lots of metrics. And here you can see the strip of a page loading screenshots on a mobile device. And you also can see different performance metrics which are captured at a particular screenshot. And this is not the whole list of different timing events you can get from the page loading. And some of them are purely technical, like start rendering or time to download it. Some of them are more oriented to the real user experience, like first contentful paint or time to interactive. But as primarily we focus on the user and business, user-oriented metrics would reflect the problem best of all. Oh, nice. The time in the responses, balance load time and weeks, load time, help. Okay. So anyways, I don't want to overwhelm you with so many metrics. To keep it simple but still effective, we can use only largest contentful paint and first input delay. Sometimes you will meet this first input delay as total blocking time. And additionally, we can check another user experience aspect called cumulative layout shift that informs us about visual web page layout stability. So why exactly these three metrics? Because they were basically, it's not because of that, but yeah, they were introduced by Google and they are called Core Web Vitals, and these are these three metrics that are included in search ranking. And also one of the biggest reasons why we should pay attention to these particular metrics is that in the most popular performance development or monitoring tools, they already are using this kind of metrics. So if you will be testing your applications, then you will see them a lot. Let's go to each one in details. Largest contentful paint indicates how fast the page is loaded, how fast the content of the page is loaded, but not just the content, but the largest content on the page. It could be the biggest picture or the biggest paragraph or a big title. And to give you an example, here is Gorilla's landing page. And in order to find what is the largest contentful paint element on this page, I have run performance recording. So in the DevTools, we have performance tab. And during the recording, it also captures all the timings, including largest contentful paint. And when you when you find this largest contentful paint in timings, then it will also select this largest element on your page. First input delay. It indicates how fast the page becomes interactive. It is a time interval between first user interaction and browser response. And the lower this number is, the better. So the best of all would be if it would be under 100 milliseconds. And just to clarify, this first input delay is captured after the page content is loaded. After the page is, everything is visible, and then users are free to navigate somewhere or to click a button and so on. For example, first input delay would be calculated from the time when I clicked the menu button and the menu actually appeared and became interactive. Cumulative layout shift is a metric that is not really connected with page loading time. However, the page loading process from the visual point of view would define the score. The score, there is some kind of calculations how they calculate it, but basically it shows you how often the user will see unexpected layout shifts during the page loading. We can take a look on the example of my page. At some time ago, a cumulative layout shift of my website was really bad. As you see, the images arrive. The images are loaded first, and then the text content arrives. It was happening because I had my images in the code base, so they were requested straight away. But then I requested dynamically the text from the CMS, so it arrived a little bit later, and that's why it was causing these shifts. And for such a page, for such behavior, cumulative layout shift score was around 0.7, and to compare with the best practice of 0.1. So once again, there are lots of different metrics you can use, but to make it simple for yourself and for others, focus on just a few of them, in particular these web vitals. So also there are various tools you can use to collect these metrics, and they vary based on the type of data you want to collect. It could be real user data, synthetic data, or lab data. Real user data is self-descriptive. It gives you information about how your real users are experiencing the page. And I think it's, of course, this is the most effective kind of data because it gives you true understanding of how the page is behaving in the real world, taking into account what kind of devices your users are using, and what is the network connection they have access to. And but if you don't have such a possibility to collect real user data, then you can run synthetic tests. It is collected by simulating different devices, network connections, and the locations where the requests are made from. And for local development, or just to get an overview picture of how the performance is, you can use lab data that is collected when running performance tests on your machine. So if you're not sure that are you collecting this real user data or not, before setting up anything yourself, just check monitoring tools that are already available at your company. For example, in my case, we were using New Relic, and at that point of time, New Relic just introduced Web Vitals into their browser monitoring tool. So I didn't need to do anything in order to set up collection of this data. I just used maybe I create custom dashboards for better view and analysis. And here you can see an example of New Relic browser dashboard. So as you see, there is largest contentful paint, LCP, and first input delay, and cumulative layout shift. All these metrics are there. But there are much more, of course. You can see more detailed information, for instance, front-end time, vice versa, back-end time. So you can see where this performance bottleneck is. But it's not only New Relic. For example, I checked recently Datadog, and there is one more tool called Sentry. They both provide the same functionality. So there is a big chance that your current monitoring tool already have everything you need for tracking. The next opportunity you can use is Chrome User Experience Report visualized in Data Studio. Here you will be able to find the link on the tutorial how to set it up. I'm going to share slides at the end. This Chrome User Experience Report data is publicly available. This is something that is collected for almost every website, which has more or less big audience. The disadvantages are that the data there is updated only once per month, so it might be too rare for you. But it's great that you don't need to configure anything yourself. It's all, even such a visualization as you see on the slide, it's already provided to you as a template for such a report. And it looks really pretty, so it's nice to share with non-technical stakeholders, for example, so they would, maybe it is easier to process the information in such a way. The next tool is, of course, Google Analytics, and the main advantage of using it is that it can correlate your page loading times with such rates like bounce and conversion rates. However, by default, it doesn't provide you with user-oriented data like Web Vitals. It shows you page loading time, and page loading time is calculated as an interval between navigation start and load event end. So you would see it visually. At the beginning, there is navigation start, and then there is load event end, which is somewhere in the middle of real page loading experience in this particular case. So it means that in this case, this page load time doesn't really make sense. And one more thing about this page load time is that it is shown as average in Google Analytics. And I will explain why average is not really a good measure in the upcoming slide. But one thing, a good thing you can do in Google Analytics without setting up anything additional is to see distribution of page loading. For example, here on the picture, you can see for how many users the page is loading within 1 and 3 seconds, for instance, or within 3 and 7 seconds. It gives you more information on what users are experiencing. So, but you can enhance Google Analytics with more data. For example, you can send Web Vitals as a custom events to Google Analytics, and you can use a JavaScript library called Web Vitals that helps you to calculate these metrics, and it provides you with multiple functions like get cumulative layout shift, get first input delay, and as soon as this metric is captured in your application, then it fires a callback, which is responsible for sending a custom event to Google Analytics. So it's quite easy to set up. So here you can see largest contentful paint results for the same website, the same period of time, and the same devices. You see how different the numbers are, although they reflect completely the same situation. So you see there is an average, and average is not a good measure of tendency, because even one single user with extraordinary slow device and slow network connection can push your number up, and it will not reflect the common situation. Median is a little bit better metric because it shows you how fast the page is loading for 50% of our users, but having a fast page just for 50% of users isn't really a good result, because isn't really a good result, and that's why it's better to use percentiles. For instance, here for 75, what does it mean? That for 75% of people, the page is loading within 6.2 seconds. Or you can also choose a higher percentile, which will cover majority, like almost every user you have. However, Google suggests 75 percentile. So if you don't have opportunity to get real user data, you can run some synthetic tests using web page test, for example, and it provides you with variety of locations across the globe, different network connections, and device types. Or to get an overall idea of how the page performance is, you can run lighthouse tests. They are available in Chrome DevTools. You can run them locally, and the nice thing about it is that it is not just showing you web performance metrics, but also provides you some suggestions on what you can improve. So it's a good development tool as well. So once you have data to present, you need to raise awareness about it. You should present it at Lunch and Learn or similar events where you share knowledge with your colleagues, or during engineering alignment meetings. And in case you don't have any meetings, it could happen, just organize it yourself and invite everyone who might be interested. And it's fine if you speak about it multiple times. You should be noisy about it. I think I presented the topic 5 or 6 times in total. And of course, it wasn't like completely the same presentation. I was doing it during the process of my research on it. For example, when I discovered that there is such a thing like Chrome user experience reports, then I presented it. And then I also, after a while, I showed a New Relic dashboard. So I was speaking about how this tool could be useful for our developers. And there is a certain group of people who you should pay more attention to. These are direct stakeholders that in one way or another are connected with the user experience on the website. It's not only web developers, it's also product manager, designers, search engine optimization specialists, or other marketing specialists. It also makes sense to bring idea to your supervisor or manager, because they might give you necessary support. You would think, at least I think, there are so many people to talk to, so many talking. And it's really not easy to present your ideas in public, especially when what you ask for requires resources and changing the development process, and also slowing down the development process. And it's even more difficult when a company has other business priority and you need to prove that web performance should actually be one of the business priorities. And I am quite an introverted person in general. And for me, it's much easier to speak to people on one-on-one meetings instead of giving a talk to a group of people. And knowing that I have such a trait, at the beginning, I was talking to stakeholders separately. So to each of them, I presented the idea, and I had a chance to get their opinion about the topic, and also shows that that I'm proactive. I want to change the situation and bring the initiative. And in my case, everyone understood that, yeah, this is the problem of current importance, and we should take some action to solve it. So, but it turned out that something that I was using naturally has a name. It's called mimawashi, and it comes from the Japanese work culture. And if you translate it from Japanese, it would sound something like going around the roots. So it means that before proposing anything officially to a large amount of people, start quietly laying the foundation for the changes, and talk to people in more unofficial way, and gather support and feedback from them. So by doing that, you will have a chance to improve your proposal based on the feedback you received. And also you will see this problem not only from your own point of view, but also from others. And if not you, then nobody will do it, honestly. You must take the first action if you started to speak about it and raise awareness. You should start building this web performance culture, but you should be careful about proposing too much, because if you propose changing the whole development process, then most probably it will be rejected. So you can start from small things like make performance improvements, or add tests to the CI/CD pipeline, or invite a team to create web performance strategy together. What I did was I invited my teammates to collect improvement ideas, and I shared a table with them which looked similar to this one. It consisted of improvement idea, of description, and estimated impact and estimated effort. For example, the idea of lazy loading library X, and we estimated it as high impact because we think that it might improve the performance, largest contentful paint by 500 milliseconds, and the estimated effort is low. So when we had a list of such ideas, we gave a priority to each idea by looking at their impact, vice versa effort. And the ideas with the most priority were put into the work plan of the next quarter. Of course, not every idea went in our plan, but the most important thing is that we were doing it together with our project manager, and in the result, we added web performance into the plan without sacrificing other business priorities. And that was kind of compromise. One more fun thing we did a few months later is we organized a hackathon for web developers across different teams. And we worked together in pairs, analyzing different pages we have on our websites and web applications. We were using different tools like Lighthouse and DevTools, in particular performance and network tabs, and also web page test. And our goal was to find all major performance bottlenecks and estimate their impact on the performance, and also brainstorm how we could solve it. At the end of this hackathon, we presented our results so we could exchange experience and get some feedback. And it was a great event, not only in terms of raising awareness about performance across developers, but also good team building event. And we thought that it makes sense to run such events regularly. One more thing that you can do, it was quite an important milestone for us, is creating a web performance strategy or some guidelines which suggested that the web performance metrics should be used and the goals should be set, that also they provided information about monitoring, how to set up dashboards and alerts, and how to set up performance tests on the pipeline. And it also suggested some non-technical things like having regular web performance related meetings and also presenting web performance to the stakeholders on the sprint review. So to sum up and give you the main points I was trying to share in this presentation. So the first one is be equipped with data. You should collect as much data as possible because it will be a proof that real user experience suffers from the slow page. Speak about web performance as much as possible and make sure everyone heard about the issue at least once. You should raise awareness about this topic across the company, and it's completely fine that you present it multiple times. It's better more than less here. And if you are the first who speaks about it, then you need to drive the initiative further and propose a solution, propose improvements. And you will see that hopefully you will see that other people will join your forces. Get support from the main stakeholders. They are the people who can provide you with necessary resources in order to solve the problem. And use proactive approach. Don't just fix the current performance issues. Change development process so you have good performance in a long term. And of course, don't do it alone. Invite your teammates to collaborate because you can build a culture only if you work together, only if the performance is truly a shared goal. So that's it from me. I'm happy to answer your questions. And here you can see the link to the slides where you can find all these links I have told you about.
Thank you very much, Eugenia. Let's wait for people to jump in and ask some questions. For now, we don't have any question. There is a comment on YouTube from Tiago Souza where he says, the main metric for me is the feeling that you get opening the page more than numbers. So,
more than
yeah, it's more about the feeling you get when you open the page than the numbers that you can using the tools that says the site opens fast or not.
True. This is also about perceived performance because you can, with some tricks, let's say tricks, you can make it feel faster than it actually is.
Exactly. I think that was what he meant. Okay, so we have a small delay on YouTube, so it's normal that sometimes it takes some time to have a question. Let's wait a couple of seconds more. And if you are seeing this with delay or you started later, you can ask questions on Slack, and I'm sure Eugenie will stay around a bit more to answer your questions, or directly maybe on Twitter, right, Eugenie?
Yeah, write me everywhere.
Yeah. So we don't have any new questions. So thank you for your time, Eugenia. Thanks for being with us. Hope to see you again next year, maybe. So thanks, everyone. Bye.
Great.
Thanks, Eugenia. I think you have network issues now, so it's a good time to end. See you next time. Thank you very much.
So,
Bye.
okay, see you. Yeah. Bye.
So Portugal for us represents being close to people with great talent, coming from top universities and with very good expertise. It also represents having a good quality of life, right? So having sun, waves, great food, and at the end of the day, it's the merging of these two components: great talent and great quality of life that can be achieved in Portugal. Is a tech company from Daimler Trucks and Buses. We are developing e-mobility and connectivity services for our vehicles. We own our services from product definition, product ownership, all the way to the development and operations of the services. The services that we are building improve the vehicle efficiency and operation costs for our customers, which are the vehicle owners around the world. Vehicle owners can be fleet managers, drivers, logistic operations, and so on. We work on a very international setting. Within our company alone, there are 11 different nationalities, and our business partners are in 3 different regions of the world, in the USA, Europe, and Japan. And being in Lisbon puts us in the center of these 3 regions, helping us to be always in permanent contact with our business partners. One of the main factors and in 2022, we do expect to be further developing and operating services that will bring more efficiency, safety, and predictability to our customers' business, thus contributing to a more sustainable world. So efficiency on optimizing, for instance, the amount of energy that is spent consumed by our vehicles. Safety on supporting the drivers and fleet managers with data about the vehicle status and the surrounding environment. And predictability for fleet managers with services like charge management or calculating routes. Everything connected into a single ecosystem that can be reliably used by our customers. All this with an amazing tech stack in the cloud, using open source, always challenging the status quo to a more sustainable world. Our tech stack is pretty much based on the cloud and open source in general. So we are based on the Azure cloud system. We build our backend system on the front end, of course, JavaScript, React, and these kind of technologies. And then we use NoSQL databases for big data storage as well. And we use Terraform and infrastructure as code in general to describe our infrastructure and make our deployments.
Mondego, it's first and foremost a tech company, but I would say it's not a very traditional company.
We don't have this pyramid of job descriptions versus one manager that manages another guy and yet so and so and so. To make a quote from the movie Fury, Mondego is to me the best job I ever had.
At Iconium, I was pretty experienced in HTML and CSS, but I would call myself more templater than a front-end engineer.
Hello everyone, sorry about this small delay. We had some technical issues. Hopefully everything is fine now. I guess, Mikhail, thank you very much for being with us. I want to let you know that attendees can ask questions on YouTube channel or on the Slack channel for this track. You will not see them live. I will relay them for you at the end of the session. And since we are running a bit late now, I will pass it to you. If you can introduce yourself, please, and start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thanks for the intro, Samuel. I'm really happy to be speaking at Jnation today. It's my first time I'm doing this talk at this conference, and let's kick it in. Today we're going to be speaking about Svelte, and talk is titled Svelte for Practical Developers because it's focusing on basics of Svelte, how you can quickly pick it up, whether you are a beginner JavaScript developer or you are proficient with the front end and want to learn some new cool stuff, or you may be coming from other background in IT or not even IT. I will show you that Svelte can be really quick to start. Couple of words about myself. I'm Mikhail. I'm originally from Russia. I'm working for fintech in Amsterdam, ING Bank. I've been also running a Svelte meetup for last 2 years. From the first moment I saw how cool is actually Svelte for all kinds of small tasks, I was really fascinated and happy to share this knowledge with you guys today. What we're going to do today, we're going to look at, let's say, theory part about what is the motivation behind Svelte, how it works under the hood, what it brings to you as a developer. Then we'll go through the typical code patterns, how to do certain typical activities in Svelte code. And then we'll look into more advanced concepts like switching pages in a single page application, routing, or working with application data like stores, and also some advanced features in the end. And if we have time, we'll do a quick demo with live coding. We'll see how it goes. And just one last word of self-promotion. That's the event we're doing together with developers from ING. It's basically focused on modern, simple tools to build efficient web applications in 2021. It's going to be online and it's absolutely free. You can join on Eventbrite to this event, or you can just type simplewebconf.com and find the schedule. We have speakers from Microsoft, Ubisoft, ING, and many more exciting talks. It's going to be 2 days event plus workshops. Okay, then let's dive into Svelte. So the basics. Before explaining what Svelte is, let me give you a quick overview of how the frontend was evolving and why Svelte come into play and is really interesting and efficient choice in today's world. So from starting in early 2000, the web has become more and more important platform for e-commerce and social networking and all that. And that gave rise to first backend centered frameworks like Django and Rails. They're still on stage and they're still great tools for some cases, but the more the pressure was on time to market and quick product growth, the more we had complexity shifting to the front end. And if you've been long enough, you recognize the next logo like jQuery, which was a greatest tool of all ages, I would say, to help front-enders to build code efficiently. And that library is still available and still serves a lot of projects. And what it was great about it was that it provided a common baseline to solve certain tasks. That was great for its time. However, the complexity continued to grow, and code bases of a typical successful front-end project and the team size was increasing. And that gave rise to another generation of front-end tools, well known like AngularJS, then React, and then even Vue. They all had different, partially different concepts under the hood, but they were all serving the same purpose, that you just learn the API, you learn how this framework does certain stuff, and then you can just keep building. And then other developers who join into the project, they already know how typical tasks are solved. And the framework kind of isolates the complexity of a browser interaction for you, and you're just writing framework code, and the framework does the rest for you with efficient rewrites, efficient event communication, and all that. Those are great tools. You probably worked with some of them before. However, what was happening further is that there is more. Sorry, my wash machine just stopped. I will switch it off. That happens. What was happening further? Again, more attention in the front end area, and a lot of newcomers with other IT backgrounds. And at some point, there was a situation when you have to learn so much stuff. You can just name maybe a dozen terms from top of your head, which you need to master before you can actually run your front-end project. Just a simple hello world line will take you npm, JavaScript, TypeScript, CSS, everything like click events, preloading, and all that. So what that really shows that the complexity increased enormously, and there was a space for some rethinking of the approach, and that's what Svelte basically did with its first version in 2017. It introduced a new conception, which was let's remove the complexity from the developer code and do the work in the background during the build time. So Svelte basically is a compiler, the same way other industrial programming languages do this, like C++ or Java in some way, right? When you write a high-level code and then the compiler processes it, applying the same approaches like in other languages with parsing your syntax tree into a low-level code. In this case, both the low-level code is still a JavaScript, but that gives enormous power in applying new concepts to your already written code by adding new compiler features. There is a great talk by Tan-Li Huao about internals of a Svelte compiler. Check this out if you want to know more how Svelte compiler works. So Svelte compiler is written in TypeScript, and it's, again, takes the complexity from you. You will see how the Svelte syntax looks like. It's even simpler than JavaScript, so you'll be amazed. That gives opportunity to reduce the runtime bundle size to negligible 2-3 kilobytes. So all the Svelte app code is just your business logic, nothing else. Compared to other popular tools like Vue or React, you still have to bring some runtime with you. Svelte in that sense is much more rigid and almost not bringing any extra bundle size, which again is very important in today's world where we have diversity in terms of network communication and different browsers on different low-end and high-end devices, and that's where the bundle size and actually the overhead that the framework brings becomes important. So if you try to run let's say complex Vue or React or Angular app on a low-end phone, and low-end phone is not something that is just exists in this presentation. There's like a good 1/3 of humanity is using the phones that are not iPhone 12 or stuff like this. And even you yourself, if you just drive outside the agglomeration and be somewhere in the countryside, you will be on this not very stable connection, and you will clearly feel that pressure of large bundle sizes just are not efficient in those settings. So Svelte tries to eliminate that by removing all the overhead. A couple of words, of course, about the team who created it. Rich Harris on this slide, the guy behind Svelte and several other successful front-end and JavaScript-related projects. So Svelte started years ago, and by now it's very quickly growing in popularity amongst senior front-enders and also the newcomers in the area. So today's version is major version is 3.0, 30 something. However, even the second generation, which was released about a year and a half ago, was already a big step forward with a nice developer experience. We will see today, if you are just starting with Svelte, it will be even better developer experience with developer tools, plugins for your IDE, starter projects, and all that. We'll see that in a bit. So let's finally dive into how to write Svelte code. So again, you are as efficient as you know your tools, and for your IDE of choice, there are plugins for either it's a Visual Studio Code or JetBrains products. Make sure you install them if you want to play with Svelte locally and run the project. However, Svelte provides a really nice online sandbox where you can run multi-file project and explore its capabilities. Svelte also has a dev tools that you can use in Chrome, which helps you to debug your code. So be sure to check those tools. And now let's finally dive into how to start the Svelte project. So as you can see, we can just either download the Hello World app from a repository called Svelte JS/template, or you can run the command that is first line in this slide. And this one is basically cloning the repository and removing the Git folder out of it so that you can start playing with the actual file. That's also a nice option if you don't wanna install too much on your machine. Then of course you need to go to that folder and install dependencies, and then there you go, you have a Hello World app. We will look into this quickly, and then finally look at the syntax. So give me a moment. So here we have freshly installed starter project. Let's quickly explore what it has. So it has by default a rollup bundler config. However, Svelte also comes with a Webpack starter. So if you want to use Webpack, you can easily find a template on official GitHub repo. In a starter package, it doesn't have much options. It's just a production build command and a dev build where you can get the hot reloading while you're coding. So you can run npm run dev to get your dev setup running. In the source folder, you will have only one Svelte component. That's how it looks like. It's basically a file with a Svelte extension. And since I have already installed the extension for Svelte, that's why I have also the syntax highlighting. So make sure you have it on your Visual Studio Code or IntelliJ to have all the auto completion and syntax highlighting. So this component is really, really simple. It just has some HTML, some styles, like almost nothing. And the app is initialized in the main.js file. This one may look a bit familiar to users of React or Vue 2 users, where you creating an instance and just saying where to mount the application. And here it is done via the object which has a target property, where you need to pass the DOM node where the project will be mounted. So that's that. The props object, props property is not required. So we can skip it if we want. And of course, the index.html file is placed in the index in the public folder, and here you can see, the pretty typical setup if you've been using rollup before. Okay, now let's go back to the syntax and quickly overview what are the building blocks of Svelte components. So Svelte also uses the pretty standard approach today with single file components that combine together HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. The difference is that you do not limit HTML into a separate template tag or something like this. You can just write it anywhere, above, below, in the middle. It will all work because it's a compiler that will parse your component and will extract the script part, the style part, and will make them scoped by default. The styles are scoped by default in Svelte. So here we can see a simple component with one property, and this property is declared in the script part, and it is then displayed in the HTML template part. You can see here Svelte is using a single bracket notation for templating, and if we go further to, if we want to display something more complex, here we can see the first Svelte directives. Directives look like, again, a single bracket expressions that start with a hash. So hash tells the compiler that there are going to be some instruction that is needs to be processed as one of the built-in directives. So for simple conditional rendering, you can use hash if, or if you have multiple items, you can have if else to display different statements. And there is a iteration directive called each, which I think looks pretty familiar if you've been doing any programming recently, then you will find it pretty straightforward. So we just take an array or an object, basically something that is iterable, and then get the single instance, and you can access its internal properties inside of this expression. So this is for iteration. When we go further and we want to combine several components, we do it following way. We import the child component. Here we have a simple setup of a page component and several blog post components in it. We create those two files. We indicate properties by adding export keyword to them. So if you just want to indicate a property that is local to the component, you skip the export word. However, if you want this property to be this variable to be a property in sense of how component-oriented frameworks treat that, you add an export, and that will be taken by a compiler as a statement that you can actually set the title in the parent. So here we've also added a default value. Again, remember how you do the default values in other frameworks. Here is, I think, as simple as Breeze. You just set the value and it will be set up. And if it will be overwritten by the parent, you will get a new value in your HTML. So, and in the parent component, which is here on the left, you can see we are setting up the title property and assigning it to some other constant that is present in the parent component. You can also, for multiple properties, you can do destruction like it would be with some object. So the plain simple, and again, just don't forget to import your component in your parent. Moving on, and this is really cool stuff. This, if people see something like this, they say, yeah, it's like jQuery or PHP or what is that? It's actually a valid JavaScript notation. You can Google for label statements, and this is the way you can mark certain statement with kind of a name. It's didn't have much attention in the JavaScript community, so Rich took it as an opportunity to reuse it as a special syntax in Svelte. So what it does, it actually creates a truly reactive variable that will be automatically recalculated when the source value is changing. So in this example, we are declaring one variable and creating two more variables that are reactively connected to the first one. So as you can imagine, if you run the handle click function, you will have a increase of the count here, and then automatically this expression will run and this expression will run, and you will get double and quadrupled values. So these reactive declarations make just regular work with strings or arithmetics or even validation, things like this, really a breeze in Svelte, and it's really straightforward what is happening there. There can be more than one dependency in such expression, so you can concatenate parts and do things like this. Events, we are all living in an events-based world in the front end, so let's look how the events are handled. For the events, we have a syntax with a on and then double dot and then event name, and after that goes the declaration of the handler. If you forget to declare the handler in the script block, you will get a compiler error that will tell you about it before you actually try to build the code and ship it. So Svelte HTML elements within Svelte components support all the standard HTML events. So all the stuff with a mouse over or drag or scroll, all that stuff works. So I'm just using a simplest one here to give you an idea. And for really simple callbacks, you can have them inline. So again, if you're from a React, know things like this or like anonymous functions. You don't need all that because compiler will do that for you. So the syntax, as you can see, is the simplest possible to invent. And so events will run the code in the callback and do the changes. And also what is nice here, again, you're just declaring a variable and then you do something with this variable, you mutate it. This will be automatically re-rendered in the component. So again, no need for declaring certain type of properties, some reactivity or hooks, things like that. It just is just removed from your mental load. Now, after a quick intro into the basics, let's have a look at the typical, not very useful, of course, but some model component. What we have here, we have two inputs, and then in the template block, we just combining the input of those two fields, like a plus b equals ab, right? Or 2 plus 2 equals 4. This is the component. So let's have a look at the amount of code we have to write to achieve that goal. So starting with React, where we're using a hooks approach and create a state variable for each of the blocks, and then increase them in a callback. To view, where we skip the more detailed declaration and just rely on the reactive system of view. A bit shorter, but still quite a lot of excessive brackets and variable declarations. And here's the Svelte block where we just have two variables and just bind them to inputs and just output it in the template. So here is the difference in the amount of code. Of course, this is a very simple example, but it gives the idea, right? How much of your developer work can be taken away by the compiler. Now, moving on forward to more advanced stuff. First of all, probably there could be questions about how I'm gonna build more advanced applications with adding some styling. There are several solutions exist in Svelte world for this. The most advanced is Svelte Material UI. However, my personal recommendation would be that kind of, in my opinion, goes against what Svelte is trying to do. Svelte's trying to bring simplicity and straightforwardness. So, and those component libraries is a nice way to keep developing component like you've been doing it with other frameworks. However, Svelte, I think, it really shines when you need quick bootstrap projects. So I personally prefer using CSS only libraries like Bootstrap, for example, just to get the styles, get the nice colors and all that, and not interact completely with all the components list that those libraries bring. However, if you fancy more component libraries against just CSS libraries, then you can give it a try. So there is a certain list of those present, and they are actively developed. Other than that, for things like events, we also have the ways to modify the event. Again, if you're coming from Angular or view background, you recognize those kind of things. When you want to eliminate repetitive code in typical situations, you can add modifiers and then basically disable the typical behavior for example, when you're submitting a form, or you want some item to some callback to be run only once, there is a modifier for you that you can employ. CSS, as I said, CSS in Svelte is built inside the style tag, and it by default all the component styles are scoped. So if you look at the compiled code of any Svelte component, you will see Svelte prefix and some hash after that, so that styles do not intersect, and you can name them as generic if you want. You will not have the intersection. However, there is a way to make styles global. We'll look into it in the end of the slides. So if you want just style all the headers with the same styling, you can do it from Svelte. First option would be to just attach it to the external CSS file, right? But secondly, you can also do it inside Svelte component. What is also nice, you can quickly create styled components with like real components with those shortcuts like shown on the left. We create a component with flags for different states of the button, with not even states, but more different types of a button, right? A bigger button or a more color highlighted one. And then Svelte can pick them up and map them to the classes that are described in this component. And then in your where you're using it, you can just state the properties, because those two big and highlighted, they are actually the properties declared. Remember the export keyword, and then it means that when you state this property in the parent component, then value of this property inside of the button component becomes true, and that automatically takes the CSS class and applies it to the button. So this really pretty straightforward way to create advanced components inside your application. Also, you can use CSS variables from JavaScript, and if you fancy preprocessors, by default, Svelte does not have them in this Hello World setup. However, you can attach all of the modern preprocessors quite easily. There's instructions on this in the documentation. It's pretty easy. Moving on. Of course, we want to feed our app with data, and there are several ways to do that. And the simplest and most straightforward one is using the await directive. Again, remember the hash block, which tells to the compiler that there is a built-in directive used. And what it does, it just takes some callback that returns a promise, and then basically until the promise is resolved, you get the loading block. And then when it's resolved successfully, you get the then block template. And if it rejects, basically, you get an error, then you can get a separate block. So it's, again, things that are existing in React, right? And Svelte also gives you quite straightforward way of handling this. If you want to do it more fancy with a way through stores and in Redux, you can also do that. We'll not dive into this during this session, but I'll give you the pointers to what to check in the demo. Also, since we have components, we want to have a life cycle. We are used to using this approach. So Svelte has several, a bit less than other frameworks, but just enough to make the job right. You can start loading on mount. You can clean stuff on destroy, and you have also the tick callback, which is again, if you're from Vue community, you know what it is, right? Like after the next DOM re-render, you can trigger something. So that's called component lifecycle that is present in the Svelte syntax. You can make use of it. Next block, the more advanced about stores and routing. Of course, when your app starts growing, you know that it becomes a nightmare to manage data just inside of each component or move it to a global level. So we front-end community was inventive enough to come up with several great projects, which I'm a happy user of some of them. But we all know that it brings again extra complexity in terms of you need to learn how it works, then you need to learn how to do it properly, and then the new version comes out with a new way of working, and it's always like a constant race of are we actually writing business logic and implementing features, or we are re-architecting our state management system. So Svelte in this sense comes with the batteries included, and it has so-called stores. It's a very simple concept, and it is shipped together with Svelte by default. Again, since Svelte is a compiler, it will throw away unneeded library code if you're not using them. But if you already grew your component code base to several pages and you want to have some centralized store measurement, you can do it. So Svelte has three types of stores, like readable, writable, and derived. Basically, readable is something that you just cannot change, and you just overseeing whether it's changing and may react on it. Writable is a full-blown read and write solution, and if you want something more advanced, you can go for derived. This is an example of simple readable store that what it does, it just takes some counter and updates its value together with this counter. You can think of it as it can follow not only the set time, set interval, but some other more, let's say, useful property of your window, like if your app goes offline mode, or if registration time is already gone, or if the let's say user entered some data and then you checking it inside of this readable store, and then throw a flag that app should somehow react on it. So it's a example of a self-contained store value that cannot be changed from outside, but can be read. And the writable stores, as I said, it's a full-blown solution where you it can remind you something like a set state hook, where you initialize it with a default value, and then in other components you can subscribe to changes in this store, or you can change it manually. Again, you can either change it without looking at the previous value, or you can pass it a callback and change it with based on the previous value. What is so this is pretty straightforward, and it does not imply any extra way to architect your state management. However, you can always apply the typical patterns of spreading the work with data across several services that only focus on specific specific data types in your app. That's all possible. Inside of the components, you can not only change the values of this store, but you can also consume it with a nice shortcut, again, using a $sign here. So you don't need to do something like subscribe and then change the value of some property of the component and then only show this property. You can just tell it like this with a $sign, and then Svelte automatically will be showing the stored value. Next one, the router. With the as Svelte is a growing project, you can imagine there is dozens of developers who try their efforts to build the best solution for something. And with router, it was particularly interesting. There were several solutions with good good features and maybe some items lacking. So it's hard to advise for one. There is no official router or something like this. My personal choice is a Svelte SPA router, which basically just installs it as an NPM package, and you can configure your routes in a object manner like this. and it also comes with a typical components like a link that you can employ. So this one works quite fine for the size of projects I've been doing, and it also uses hash-based navigation. Might have some issues with the SSR rendering, but that's outside of the basic scope, let's say. Other than that, Svelte has more stuff. We will not be able to take a look at it. For example, animation built in, or so-called actions, which are kind of like Angular directives. But just to give you a quick overview of useful tools, there is also debug directive, which can basically stop the execution when the value is changed. Very helpful for daily routine development. This is the way to make your styles global with a special syntax of dot global, and then putting a selector. Again, look at this CSS, which you normally would not write and which you would not want to have in your production build. However, thanks to the compiler approach, Svelte can take this process and throw back the properly prefixed CSS. So that's not possible in non-compiler setup. And some more fun stuff. Since Svelte is a compile based approach, you kind of in the runtime you may not have access to certain elements of the page. So here you can see a special directives that Svelte provides if you want in the runtime, when the app is already running after the build, to kind of hook into what's happening on the page. So for that, you can use special Svelte window tag, which will add this kind of callback, or will read certain property on the window when the app is already running. So there are ways to kind of save some stuff that needs to be only runtime and pass it further through the compiler pipeline. The same goes for the head block, which you can also employ for the same reason, something that is injected into the final page. So there's more than that. It's just an example of typical tasks that you may encounter, and Svelte has an answer for this. So that's quick for the Svelte overview. How we're doing on the questions, or do we have time for the demo?
We still have 10 minutes,
Yes.
including time for Q&A. So if you think you can handle it, that's perfect.
Yeah, maybe I could quickly show the online code sandbox that Svelte provides. That's indeed a really nice toolbox to start exploring. So the website is svelte.dev, and here you have the REPL. That's where the magic happens. Basically, here you can start writing code in a Svelte manner. For example, that. It will automatically compile the result. What is interesting here, you can also see the actual JavaScript output, what Svelte will generate. So, and as you can see, for this simple app, you don't want you are not expecting too much code, and actually you can see it's pretty small amount. Just besides some just declaration of elements, and then variables that will be changing, and some init function. So normally this overhead for smaller apps, that's something that Svelte is really good at. You can also experiment with some extra features here, like supporting legacy solutions, or how it will look in a dev mode. So be sure to check this out. Besides that, of course, as in any toolbox, you can save the code samples, or also the examples section is really cool. Basically shows all the Svelte features one by one in a nice overview. Like for example, here we have a mouse position display just done by in like 5 lines of JavaScript. If we have a look at it, what we're doing, we're again declaring a property. In this case, it's not a plain property, but an object. And then we use the property on a tag to subscribe to a mouse move event. And here we could do again declare a callback that will be doing this changes, right? We could move this code into there. Or if it's a simple one, we could just do it in line, as you can see here. So this is, be sure to check the demos. There's a lot of them, also shows animation and all the callback, all the properties that Svelte has in its sleeve. But given the time, I would just jump to the summary. So what I would say, if Svelte is the right choice for your tool, it really depends on your project and your ability or will to make sure and make sure everything works as it should in terms of different browser support and maybe some corner cases. Of course, with the current growth of community, a lot of things were improved and bugs are fixed regularly. However, it's nowhere near the consumption of a bigger frameworks like React or Vue. So that's something you need to double check before. However, the ecosystem and community size is steadily growing, and for most of the developer cases, there is a solution or a library that should help you to handle it. And again, as I showed earlier in the beginning, there are a set of dev tools and libraries that solve typical problems like routing or component library. So that's all present, and I would definitely recommend to play with it in your pet project first, and then maybe try to sell it to the team, because I've seen several enterprise level projects who used Svelte or played with it for small elements, for example, a login form or some widget that needs to be loading as fast as possible, that does not have too complex code base and which is kind of standalone, you know, maybe some graphics widget with some diagrams, maybe some separate elements that needs to be just integrated as a separate project. So that's actually was also a motivation of Rich when he was building it. He needed some reusable toolkit to build for the built-in infographic widgets on pages of a popular website. So bringing the whole jQuery or Angular or React was not a right tool for this situation. So that's how he came up with this approach. Also, important part about the audience, again, if you want to just broaden your scope and see how the same tasks can be performed differently, probably with less coding involved, then you definitely check this out. But the second big audience, and I think it's much bigger than actually the front-end developers audience, is our colleagues from other industries, maybe Opser who wants to build some dashboard, or the data analyst who needs some nice input form to actually collect some data and then display it. Those guys and girls, they know what a variable is and what is the iteration, but learning all the front end stuff, I think it's really becomes quite an overhead. So if you have people asking what I should try to play with, point them to Svelte. They will thank you later, I'm pretty sure. And again, it can be a nice transition bridge between just let's say HTML, CSS coding to more JavaScript and dynamic front-end development. So Svelte has enormous potential in conquering the front-end ecosystem. So be sure to check this one out. A couple of words about the resources. There is a big event that happens, I think, once in a while. Last one was just several months ago, called Svelte Summit. and it has a bunch of talks about what's happening in the ecosystem, the toolbox, ambitious projects and stuff like this. Also announcements about where actually the ecosystem is steering, and the core community is present there. So be sure to check the Svelte Summit if you want to know more. So that's most of my slides. I have some more links, but I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. It was very interesting, Mikhail. We have a couple of questions, but I think since we have only 2 minutes left, I will ask you once, and I invite you to join the Slack discussion.
Yeah.
If you go to our website, you have a button on the homepage to join the Slack, the Jnation Slack. And if you go to Mondego room, which is this track, you can join the discussion. So one of the questions, maybe this one is easier. What about testing? Is there a good player for Svelte?
Yes, very good question. Actually, I think one of the first talks on the meetup we were doing here at Amsterdam was by a guy who showed how to connect a test framework, the testing library, the one that was relatively recently introduced with Svelte. So you can do simple module testing or unit testing, and also trigger some UI functions. So there are solutions to test your Svelte components, indeed.
Okay, the other one, I don't think we have time for it, but it will be about elaborate a bit on composability and components reuse within Svelte. But this one, I'm guessing it will take longer to answer. So please join the Slack channel and join the discussion there if you.
Yeah. Doing it now, and we'll be happy to share the links on the slides and the relevant information there. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks for having me, Samuel.
Thank you very much for being with us. See you next time.
See you.
Bye.
Have a good conference. Bye.
Thank you.
When I started out at Iconium, I was pretty experienced in HTML and CSS, but I would call myself more a templater than a front-end engineer. I talked to my boss and told him that I would like to go a little more in the direction of scripting. I was supported so much by the guys here. They gave me less workload so I can learn on the job. Well, I started out as a templater and now I'm able to write in Angular and in Vue.js, React, everything. And now I can call myself a scripter.
A Iconium é uma empresa focada em todo o processo de transformação digital, portanto somos parte do grupo Volkswagen, apesar de termos também um vasto leque de clientes que trabalham, onde trabalhamos fora do grupo e mercado automóvel, e portanto é uma empresa que trabalha em todo o processo de transformação digital em várias áreas, em Innovation and Strategy, em e-commerce, em soluções tecnológicas, para principalmente construir digital units. Portanto, o nosso main focus, portanto, o nosso valor principal é criar digital champions. Portanto, o ano 2020 foi claramente um ano muito desafiante para nós, apesar de que a Iconium cresceu mais do que nunca. Nós, obviamente, com a situação da pandemia, tivemos a principal preocupação em dar surveys aos nossos colaboradores, portanto, providenciámos um survey aos nossos colaboradores para perceber como é que nós iríamos transformar para um novo normal. E com isto conseguimos implementar o que nós chamamos o Hybrid Workplace, onde estamos focados em garantir a flexibilidade aos nossos colaboradores para conseguirem estar a trabalhar remotamente e também poderem vir ao escritório para socializar, para ter eventos da empresa e para também para as pessoas que de facto preferem ter este modelo mais flexível. Portanto, foi um ano desafiante a nível de alterações, onde esta pandemia claramente foi uma das maiores preocupações, mas a Iconium, como um grande foco nas pessoas, teve esta principal preocupação em garantir que há um modelo implementado à nossa realidade. Portanto, tivemos que nos adaptar cross-location, portanto, somos uma empresa multinacional onde tivemos que respeitar a legislação da Covid-19 e estamos mais fortes que nunca e este novo modelo claramente veio para ficar. Portanto, Innovation, Mobility, Future. Este podcast veio claramente para conseguir criar aqui uma comunidade e uma rede à volta da mobilidade. O mercado automóvel e o mercado da mobilidade está a transformar-se muito rapidamente e a Iconium, para conseguir alargar a sua rede e criar uma comunidade e um fórum de discussão, lançou este podcast onde claramente queremos garantir que com os vários conhecimentos nesta rede da mobilidade podemos claramente inovar o futuro da mobilidade. Portanto, este primeiro trimestre foi claramente um trimestre onde nós estivemos focados na estratégia da Iconium para 2025. Esta estratégia está claramente assente nos valores principais da Iconium: impacto, courage, mindfulness e collaboration. Esta estratégia teve assente vários pilares, portanto, focada em pessoas, na organização e nos nossos clientes. Nas pessoas, nós claramente estamos muito fortes no recrutamento, estamos a crescer a olhos vistos com muito mais projetos e um leque vasto de clientes e, portanto, queremos claramente reforçar o conhecimento através dos nossos centros de competência que estamos a alavancar durante este ano e ao longo dos próximos anos, portanto 2022 não será uma exceção, e reforçar as nossas parcerias tecnológicas. A nossa rede de parceiros também é um pilar estratégico nesta até 2025 e com isto tudo, obviamente, alavancar toda a nossa estrutura organizacional e, consecutivamente, o nosso portfólio de clientes, que será cada vez mais vasto, tanto dentro do grupo Volkswagen como para fora do grupo Volkswagen.
If we share the same language,
why not the same voice?
if we share the same values,
Why not the same goals?
If we share the same commitment,
Why not the same reputation?
if we share the same knowledge, why not the same expertise?
If we share the same technology,
why not the same innovation?
If we share the same passion,
why not the same experience?
If we share the same world, why not the same people?
I2S is now part of the Jnation group and becomes Clever to bring you a complete and global solution in life and non-life software for insurance companies. Clever Jnation Group.
we share.
We share the best.
Hello again, and we are back online. Thank you, Alex, for being with us and joining Jnation 2021. I hope you are well.
I am. Thank you. It's really good to be here. It's really good to be here.
I want you to know that attendees can ask questions on two platforms. One is directly on YouTube, and the other one is on the Track channel on Slack. You don't need to be aware of it. I will relay the questions back to you so you can keep up with your presentation without interruption. So I think this is all. People know already how it works. I will pass it back to you if you don't mind. If you can introduce yourself and start your session, it will be perfect.
Perfect.
Thanks, Alex.
Perfect. Thank you. So introducing myself, that's a hard one. I do a lot of things in this world. And one of them is I volunteer to Mozilla. I'm a Mozilla mentor, reps mentor, and a Mozilla tech speaker. And that means that I like helping people kind of interact with the web. Now, because I like the idea of a paycheck and, I have bills to pay, I also work at a Portuguese company actually called Fidel, where I'm a developer relations manager. If you don't know what that means, don't worry, most people don't. What I do is I help people interact with the Fidel API. I help developers interact with the Fidel API as easily as possible. The Fidel API actually does a few things. One of them is serve real-time transaction data. But I'm not here to talk about the API. I'm not here to talk about Fidel. I'm here to talk about performance debugging on the web. And that's because before I was a developer advocate or a developer relations manager, I spent an insane amount of time being a web person. I actually have code that's running in the Firefox DevTools, and I was for a really long time before Firefox DevTools was a thing. I was the DevTools owner, so I kind of picked up a few tips and tricks on how to use them to solve a problem. Now, today's presentation, whatever, isn't actually a presentation. It's a hands-on performance debugging session. So everything happens live. That means I'm going to need a little bit of help from everybody when we start. I'm doing this on a website of your choice. So you get to pick the website I'm going to inspect and debug live here. Use either Slack or the YouTube chat or whatever to send me a website. And I'm going to use that website throughout my entire presentation. And we're going to see what you can do to get a website to load as fast as possible, to improve the performance of a website as much as we can in 50 minutes. I'm going to show you pitfalls, how things should work, what things are broken, and a bunch of other stuff you can use to debug any website. And
Right. If it's your company's website, I promise I'll be gentle. I'll be really, really gentle. If it's something generic like Google and Facebook, it's been done to bits. I fairly think those are websites where we won't learn a lot of things. So when you pick a website, pick something that is going to be useful for you. Pick something that's relevant for your work, and something like that. In the meantime, while I wait for questions for websites, I'm going to go ahead and enable the tools I'm going to use today. As you can see, my debugger, my browser of choice today is Firefox. These things I'm going to show you work in any browser, any major browser, kind of the same, similar. When there's a difference, I'll tell you about it. The reason I'm choosing Firefox over anything else is I worked on it. It's kind of I have an emotional connection to Firefox, and I keep using it, and it does help. The Jnation website. Okay, Dennis, I've done this on conference websites before with, well, let's just say some conferences never called me back to speak again. Hopefully Jnation is gonna call me back after they're back in Portugal on the beach. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna use the Jnation website. So it looks a little bit different, and that's because I disable most things that I'm not working on. The only things you can disable are the inspector, the console, and the debugger. So for now, the things I'm gonna work with are gonna be the network editor, the performance editor, and the memory inspector. And they show up here, right? So let's go and choose the Jnation website and see what happens here. So
yeah, that will be interesting to see.
It will be very interesting.
I guess a lot of people are scary right now.
Right. So this is a lot of requests, right? So I look at these now because I have the Jnation website actually open in another tab. I'm gonna go ahead and do a hard refresh so we have clean data. I already have disabled cache, so I shouldn't get cached resources. Just in case, I'm gonna do this again, and we'll see how long it takes. So DOM content loaded was 3.75 seconds, and load was 5 seconds. As you can see, when I did a hard refresh, the numbers were 2 seconds more than before. And that's because even when you have cache disable and everything else, there's some things which aren't technically cached by the browser that cached by your system. So hard refresh kind of flushes everything and takes everything from the start. Now, the difference between DOM content loaded and loaded, there's a difference here, and usually you're going to see a difference because JavaScript is going to, DOM content loaded is going to load your DOM, and then it's going to start running JavaScript because it finds JavaScript in the DOM, and that JavaScript is going to fire off another load event, and that's going to do more things until it's fully loaded. So you can see in here how much everything kind of took, and we're looking for the first thing we're looking for, because there's 3 parts to running a website performantly. One of it is getting all the assets into your system, right? And that's what we're going to inspect with the network tab. The second one is how fast is your JavaScript. And when you talk about performance optimizations and performance debugging, everybody goes straight to that JavaScript bit, right? We all know JavaScript is slow. We use big frameworks, whatever. No, because most of your time spent until JavaScript runs, that's going to be the biggest thing. That's going to be the biggest performance optimization you're going to be able to do. That's the 80% for the 20% of work, right? And that's because you're depending on the size of your assets, you're depending on the network until you depend on the client to run your JavaScript. And the third bit is, so after you've downloaded the assets, you start running them. That's when JavaScript performance starts kicking in. After you've run the website for about half an hour, so for example, the Jnation website, right? You probably won't have this open for half an hour, like myself. Think about, I don't know, Gmail, for example, right? Or Twitter or Facebook, those websites that are apps, basically, that you have them always running. After about half an hour, that's when that JavaScript kind of fills up all the memory you have available, and memory optimization becomes a thing. You're only going to need the memory optimization bit for maybe 2% of the websites. I'm writing the markup, like the markup chapter of the Web Almanac this year, and we have a bunch of tests running on like 10 million websites. If you want to find out something about that, I have a poll running on Twitter. Go on my Twitter account. But only like 2% of the websites need that memory optimization. And we're going to talk about that towards the end. First of all, we're going to focus on that network bit, right? On getting your assets as fast as possible to the client machine, right? And that's done with two different things. There's the transfer size and the actual size. The transfer size is the one that matters because most websites use compression these days. You get the assets compressed and they decompress on the client machine. Decompression happens in an instant. It's really not important, but the transfer size is the size that goes through the network, the size that goes literally on the internet to get to the other side. And that's what you're trying to make as small as possible. And we're looking here at differences between transfer size and size on disk. The things that are going to be the same are basically images. You can't recompress images, but you can compress and recompress like scripts and CSS and HTML and everything like that. So we're going to look for the differences in there. And that means it's not compressed, right? If there's no compression enabled, the transfer and the size are going to be exactly the same. And we're going to look at the things that are different, right? The things where there's a big discrepancy in here. So for example, like this, looking at the scripts, it looks like most scripts are compressed. Which is really a good thing. You want the scripts to be compressed, right? The size that's transferred compared to the size on disk is quite big, like 5 times the difference, which is kind of like the average you're trying to go for. Like 5x is what you're aiming for. That's 20% of the actual size. That's a good compression rate. Of course, when you have small files, you won't find the same compression level. Now we're gonna look at, so compression is enabled. That's really good. I'm gonna guess, you've got a lot of scripts in different places. So the ones on Jnation, right? Those are compressed because Jnation uses compression. The ones that are external on wp.com, I think that's a WordPress thing. Hopefully, I don't know. Whatever's on a third party domain, on a third party server that's not part of Jnation isn't compressed because you don't control it. So for example, Sessionize or wp.com. Here's the trick. You can host those yourself on Jnation. You can download them from the third party and host them yourself. Then compression kicks in. So one of the first things I do is I'd make sure I have no external third party script hosted anywhere. Like you can download any script you want and host it yourself. And that's one of the big things I do. Now I'm gonna look at one of the requests. Let's make it fair. Let's make it a Jnation request. That's a lot of requests. 400. You've got lazy. You've got some sort of long polling, and you keep making requests, and you keep making requests, and you keep making requests. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Let's look at one of the requests that was on Jnation, one of the bigger ones, and see what happens. And then we'll go on one of them that's not Jnation. Okay, let's pick this one and see what happens. So if I look at the request, there's this little tab in here called timings, and timings shows me the anatomy of an HTTP request and how long each of those steps took. So the anatomy of an HTTP request is, you want to get jnation.pt. First, you go to DNS and you get an IP address for Jnation, right? And that's the DNS resolution. That was instant. And that's because DNS resolution happens locally. Jnation is probably hosted in Europe. I'm in Europe. I went to the Frankfurt DNS. The Frankfurt DNS had the answer for me. Congratulations. It's all across the globe replicated. I have to go to some weird part of the world to get my DNS. That's the good one. Connection and TLS setup, that's because it's an HTTPS request. So TLS setup only happens on HTTPS requests. That took absolutely nothing. The sending part, because it's a GET request, is also nothing. That means I have a really good internet connection because I'm not throttling. Now, I sent my request and then I waited 70 milliseconds for the server to do something. And this is bad. This is the first thing you could improve. The server doesn't have enough resources. Too many people going to the website, trying to load the website. The website can't serve everybody in a fast time. I would increase the resources on the server, right?
At least we can use that as an excuse, right?
Yes. Thousands and thousands of people on the website right now. That's a good excuse. But I would increase the resources on the server, right? The more the server has resources, it doesn't make me wait. It doesn't make me wait for my requests. So I waited because the server didn't have enough resources, and that's one of the optimizations I do. The second one is the receiving part. And this is a fair amount. Like I got, how much data did I get? 34 kilobytes. I didn't get that much data to be 67 milliseconds. Maybe I hit, in between me and the server, I had some sort of a roadblock. I went through a slow network. I tried looking at CDN or Edge. I know everybody kind of went a bit crazy when Fastly went down the other week and the internet stopped working because of the CDN. I'd look at that. I look at the CDN structure that's closer that's globally replicated, closer to myself. So the receiving part would be even lower, right? Here's the trick. When I look at all the requests, most of the things that happened weren't that bad. The problem was this big line here that says blocked. And there's a reason why requests are blocked. Like blocked means the browser has a finite number of active connections it can have at a single time. Depending on your browser, your version, your whatever, it's either 6 or 8, or there's a setting that you can go and change on your browser to have more active connections, right? Most of your users are going to have that default number. And that means I was in a queue waiting for an active connection before I could actually go out and do all the things. So I was blocked for 550 out of 800. So 70% of the time, this request was idle, right? I could shave an incredible amount of time out of the whole loading if this request wasn't blocked. And how do I do that? Now, if you're using HTTP1, you can do connections to an URL. So, for example, these two things, right? Two different URLs. That means each of them takes a connection slot. If you're using HTTP2, you're doing connections to a domain name. So these two requests, because they come from the same domain, from 2021 Jnation.pt, they go through the same. You can have as many domains as, like, you can only have 8 domains, but as many connections to that domain as possible. Now this happens because you're breaking both limits here. If I look at the headers, it's an HTTP1 request, it's not an HTTP2 request. And this is like a major thing in 2021. I think most of your problems of that 5 seconds will switch over instantly if you switch from HTTP1 to HTTP2. Right, that's one of the biggest things. And if you look at most websites today, HTTP 1.1 is not really a thing. Really not really a thing. Like most web servers have defaulted to HTTP 2. The fact that they have HTTP 1, I think that's the biggest flag for me right now. Right, which is okay. It's fine. Don't worry. It's one of the things that's easily fixable, and you have a massive boost and a massive improvement if you switch from HTTP 1 to HTTP 2. But because it's on HTTP 1, that means every single link stays in a queue, right? And there's only 8 going at a time. Now I've got 800 requests so far, but that's because there's a lazy loading script. If I go and look until the lazy loading kicks in, it's probably 100 to 200 requests. How do you fix that? Like when there's only 8 active at a time, and like there's places in a queue, right? We can go only 8 at a time, and you've got HTTP 1. If you can change it from HTTP 1 to HTTP 2, right? There's another trick you can do. You can combine everything into one script. So,
Alex, I was asking you. I was going to ask you about that exactly, because the old recommendation for HTTP 1 was to merge all the files you need into a single file, because it will be a lot faster. But now with HTTP2, that's not a recommendation anymore, right? So it's better to split the files.
That's the trick. You're splitting the files, but you're using HTTP1. So you're doing the worst of both worlds, right? So if you're using HTTP2, if you're doing HTTP2, you can have as many files as long as they're served from the same domain. Even subdomains count. So if you have 2021.jnation.pt and you have assets.jnation.pt, those are 2 different domains because the subdomain counts, right? So getting everything into the same subdomain on HTTP2 means you can have the files split. That's how Webpack that's why Webpack does the split files right now, because it assumes you're going to do HTTP2 with it, and it doesn't compress everything into one. But if you're using HTTP1, like you are now, right, compressing everything into a single file, like all the JavaScript in one file, all the CSS into one file, means you've only got 2 connections, right? That's it. And because that request is compressed, you don't have to make sure every single thing is compressed. You have to compress one thing and one thing only. You have to request one thing and one thing only, right? So all that back and forth, like if I look at the timings, right, the waiting doesn't happen for every single request I make. So instead of having 200 waiting times, I have 1 waiting time for HTTP1, right? For HTTP2, you still have the same problem. I'm sending like 200 requests because HTTP2 allows me to send 200 requests, but I still have 200 waiting times. So if you can't add resources to your server, you can compress everything into one file, right? I can't give more resources to my Amazon instance, for example, right? Amazon is expensive and I don't want to pay more for Amazon. I can compress everything into one single thing, and I can wait once instead of waiting 200 times. So that's, even though HTTP2 allows you to have everything split, there are benefits to, even though it's HTTP2 compressing everything into one file, right? So let's assume everything in here was magic and it kind of worked together. We managed to make the files as easy to get, as small as possible, and we got them into the client, right? Which is perfect. That's what we were trying to do. And out of those, so if I look at the timing here, right, DOM content loaded 3.75 seconds. I think I can achieve an 80% improvement just by compressing files into one place, right? And that means it drops under the threshold. So the threshold is between 1 and 2 seconds. If it's smaller than that, people are gonna assume your website didn't load, and you're gonna do a shift refresh, a hard refresh, because we got cached resources, especially since your audience is developers, right? If a website loads too fast, I'm going to think, oh, the service workers, definitely the service worker got me stale things. Let me shift refresh. If it takes longer than 2 seconds, your users are going to think your website is really slow and they're going to move on. The guy, it's a shitty website, we're going to move on. So that's kind of the sweet spot you're going to try to stay in, right? And it's okay if DOM content loaded is the one that gets there, because DOM content loaded means things happen on the screen already. So it's time to interactive that's measured by DOM content loaded. The full load of it can be later on. For example, there's a lot of images on the website. There's a lot of other things that can load later on, right? But the website is still usable. So the load time can be way longer than those 2 seconds that you need, right? Okay, so imagining we did all this and it's compressed and it's fast. I've been on the website for a while now. What happens to websites after the JavaScript on them runs? So for example, this one has a lot of JavaScript, a lot of scripts, right? A lot of things that run. I'm gonna try to figure out how the performance of all that JavaScript happens. Now, this is the performance tab. And the way the performance tab works is it's not always active, because a system that's monitored gets affected by the monitoring software. So technically, if the performance tools were always on, it would slow down your website. So we're gonna just turn them on, record the performance of the website, do a refresh, stop recording. Now, the way recordings work is I'm gonna record this website twice a day. I've recorded it twice already, whatever. It's gonna be slightly different results, right? And that's because the internet and its mysterious ways, your system, I don't know, a notification popped up and your systems use slightly different resources. The way to kind of make sure you're catching the relevant bits and discarding the irrelevant one is to do more than one measurement, more than one recording, and kind of compare them and figure out these things happen in all the recordings, and that's what I'm going to work on. These things don't happen in all the recordings, so they're probably flukes, and I'm not going to spend time investigating it. How many recordings? Depending on where you look online, there's going to be different numbers. The whole idea is to be statistically relevant. So 3 to 7 is kind of a safe number of recordings. Anything past that, no, too much work. Anything below that, it's not going to be statistically relevant. Because I'm lazy and I don't have the time, I'm going to just record once, and we're going to look at the recording and we're going to talk about it. But if you do this, for a website, you should try to do it at least 3 times or 3 recordings. Now, there's another trick. If I record it here and you record it there right now, our recordings are going to be slightly different again. Different machines, different parts of the world, everything like that. But when you work in a team and more than one person works on a website, right? You're going to want to have and kind of work with the same data. So recordings can be exported and imported back. So I could technically be working with your recording, or you could be working with my recording. Use one of the machines as the benchmark machine, and everybody can work with that recording instead of having to record themselves. So I'm going to start recording the performance. That gives me a dirty website because I've been on the same website for about 20 minutes now, a good 20 minutes. I'm going to scroll for a bit, and you'll see as things happen on screen, my frames per second drop, which is still good. And now I'm going to do a shift refresh. My frame per second are supposed to drop to 0 and start again. Perfect. And I got to the end of my capacity. Like there's only a certain amount of buffer space I have to record performance. So let's see what's happening in here with a full buffer. So this recording I did, I could save the recording, and that's gonna allow me to send it to anyone, and they can import the recording from there as well, and we can all work on it. So I'm gonna. This is interesting. It hasn't beach balled on performance. My laptop hasn't beach balled on performance recordings for a while, and that means it's a quite heavy website, or the fact that I'm running YouTube in parallel for my website, and that's going to affect the performance of it a little bit. Okay, so let's try this again. I can look at individual bits of it. So instead of having to look at the entire thing, let's look at the things that were problematic. It's color coded for me. So I'm going to look at this little bit in here. And this is, I see exactly what happened. It's color coded. So yellow means it was JavaScript. Yellow and black means it was DOM within JavaScript. Purple means it was CSS, and red means it was garbage collection. So if I look at it, there's a lot of request animation frame, and that means there's a lot of animation happening on the website, right? And the fact that I have seven different request animations, or the fact that I have a lot of DOM events, that's because, so this one, for example, this is a scroll event, right? Some element of the website has a scroll event listener, and that means it's like 4 layers deep, because it captured and then it bubbled 4 times up, right? It captured and it bubbled 4 times up, right? And that means everything that's way down deep and it's capturing events is going to bubble all the way up. And that basically one event I'm listening for is going to have 5 times the amount of events in it. Actually, the bigger your HTML tree is, the bigger your DOM tree is, the more events is going to bubble up the chain. You have to think about where exactly do you need the event to happen, instead of putting on the lowest level event you've got, right? For example, it's a button. Do I really need to know if it's on the button, the text, or actually the container element, right? And think about that when you create your event listeners. It might be convenient to put, for example, scroll on an image. Maybe I don't need the scroll to be on an image. It could be 3 layers up, and that halves the amount of JavaScript that has to run because of that bubbling event. That's one of the good ones. The other one is the fact that you have animations. There's request animation frame, a lot of them, and I can actually see the stack from where it came. Ooh, there's a lot of events. So the stack is really, really deep, and it has to do with jQuery. The fact that it's minified jQuery means I won't even open it. But that's a lot of request animation frames within it. I'd look at, so if I wanted to improve the performance here, I'd look at maybe getting rid of jQuery and using the actual request animation frame to do my animations. I know that's, bear with me, I know that's a bit of an overkill for a website that gets used for a month out of the year, right? This is the Jnation website, and it's relevant the month before the conference and maybe 2 days after the conference when people spike the traffic to see the recordings, right? Maybe I wouldn't put that much time into it. But if this is my mission critical website where people hang out every single day. So for example, if you think Facebook or Twitter or Gmail, right? They're the kind of websites that do this kind of performance optimization because it's worth the cost. If it's my personal website or the Jnation website, for example, I usually stop at the network tab. I got them to get there as fast as possible. Most people won't be on these websites for more than half an hour, irrelevant. But if it's the right kind of website, I'd look at making the JavaScript calls as efficient as possible. Instead of having 4 request animation frames, I'll try to have just 1. Instead of having 5 DOM events, I'll try to have just 1. So that's the other bit that's relevant to JavaScript is the garbage collection. And there's 2 types of garbage collection happening in browsers. One is the minor garbage collection, and the other one is the cycle collection graph reduction. The minor garbage collection is what you want to see on your website because you have, so the same way you have a DOM tree, JavaScript objects kind of live in this graph structure, looks similar to a tree, right? And the garbage collection is going to go and try to snip out parts of the tree that it can, right? When it can't and the graph gets big enough, there's a whole different thing that's going to go from the top to the bottom and try to shake things loose. The thing that goes top to bottom is called the graph reduction, and that looks at the entire thing, right? And that takes more time. The thing that's minor is just that the ends of it get snipped, and you want to see more of those minor things get snipped rather than trying to shake the entire tree. You can think about it like that. So graph reduction, bad. We don't want to see that. And that's because why does graph reduction happen? Because you keep piling on objects and objects and objects in that JavaScript memory. But if you get to delete them, there's a magic keyword in JavaScript, which if I look at most websites, very few of them actually use it, called delete. After you work with the JavaScript object, you can delete it. It deletes it from memory. It stops it being in that tree in memory. It basically deallocates it. And that's what you want to do with most of the things in JavaScript after you're done with them. There's another type of thing that happens, and that's event listeners, especially in front end, in the front end, in like everything that's got to do with the DOM. Very few people kind of, deregister an event after they're done with it. The event keeps, even events that only happen once, or event listeners that only happen once, right? Like load and everything like that. They stay registered because nobody kind of remembers to deregister them at the end. And that's what causes this graph reduction to happen. If you're careful and you do the other thing, you'll see cycle collection and minor garbage collection happening, which is the thing you want to do. So in here, for example, you've seen it managed to do 2 of the small ones after it did 1 of the big ones. And you want to see more of this. Set interval, that's interesting. One of the other things that you can deregister at the end of, after you're done, is set timeout and set interval. When one of the quirks of set interval and set timeout, actually they return. So you can do some variable name equals set timeout, but that's because set interval and set timeout give you an ID, and you can cancel them. The same way you set interval, you can cancel the intervals based on that ID, and not a lot of people do that as well. Let's try to look at something else. And I want to see what happens when I do a refresh of the page. So you can see my frames per second kind of went close to 60, close to 68, scrolled, they stalled. But in here is when I did my shift refresh, and that's everything kind of dropped to 0, and it started reloading things again. So in here, it loaded a bunch of JavaScript. Ooh, that's a big one. So you can see, because of the request animation frame, there's actually, it's a combined event that triggered off 7, 8, 9 other events, which is recalculating style, applying those style changes and layout shifts on top of parsing new HTML. So that means the request animation frame actually made changes to the DOM. It created the new element, and that needed a lot of time to calculate, which is, most animations work this way. If you manage to trim down your animations to always be there, you're doing a different thing, and that your DOM is going to balloon out and everything is going to be in place and you're using presentation logic to display. And that's going to affect your network performance, but it's going to improve your JavaScript performance. Which one's better? That's up to you to figure out based on your website, right? What happens here, though, is because there's so many CSS files, as they come into that website, the browser tries to absorb it, recalculate the style of the entire page, and then apply those style changes. When it applies those style changes, if there's a layout shift, if something in the DOM changed, right, and there's a new layout happening, it's gonna flicker for a split second white, right, and then the layout happens, the new layout happens, and you're gonna see on some other websites where the flicker, you can actually observe the flicker. There's gonna be a green event called paint. That's when the entire thing gets kind of chucked into the bin. It says, I can't figure out the layout shift on this. I can't do the math to change layouts. I need to start over, drop it, and create it from scratch, right? And that's when the noticeable shift happens, the noticeable white flash happens. I'm really happy that I haven't seen a single green dot in here. And that means all the CSS changes are kind of incremental, so the browser can figure out how to go from one to the other without having to drop the entire thing. It still changes things twice, and that means some of the CSS in that overrides one, so it's got competing rules, and that's usually when you use a lot of frameworks in between and you override the framework, right? There's a lot of tools in there that are gonna shake out your CSS to make it as performant as possible. I would do that. I would kind of run the entire thing through a CSS precompiler at build time and kind of throw away any of the competing rules. So I wouldn't, things like important, for example, right? That's a big tell that your CSS isn't the best out there when you're using things like that. So I try to drop that as much as possible to stop having these layout shifts or recalculate the styles and have this as well. Ooh, DOM content loaded, that's when it loaded. I can even see that when it's happening. Function calls happen because of lazy images, which is actually a good thing, right? The fact that you have so many of them, I can actually see what the function call was. Minor garbage collection, that's one of the things you want to see in your garbage collection, this minor garbage collection right here. Message port, ooh, that's an interesting one. I don't think I've seen message port in any website so far. Serialized data. I need to look into that. Actually, let me make a note. It's probably one of the ones I've never seen in here, and I have no idea what it is. And I think that was the end of this rainbow. Let's see if I shift things around in here, if there's anything else that's happening. No, it does look like the long polling, then the request animation frame are the things that are the longest one. And if I look at the website, right, I don't really understand what's animating. Like, what's the thing that continues to animate when I do absolutely nothing to it? And that's a big tell, right? That's one of the biggest tells that something's happening that it shouldn't. I try to figure out why things are animating, especially when they're not on screen, right? What's the thing that keeps needing to animate? And I've changed that.
It's WordPress. That's that.
Yes, it's WordPress. So first action, ignore everything I've said in the first 37 minutes of my presentation, right? First thing I do to improve it is get off WordPress. I'm kidding. I actually started out as a WordPress developer. I know it's gotten better over time, but here's there's not a lot of things you can do past this. It's basically micro performance optimizations. You're at this point where, yes, you can still improve the performance, but it goes from 80% better to 82% better in 10 times the time. You have to really ask yourself, do you really need this? For example, I used to work on an app which was for an energy company. And we had probably one of the most performance web apps out there. It was written in Angular, so we had to be performant, right? But then we looked at how our clients were using it. Everybody was on the website once or twice a month to give us their meter readings, right? So everybody had the website up for like a minute, 2 minutes while they inputted the meter readings, and they never came back, right? That was it. It was the fastest website there, and we spent a lot of time to make it super fast, but nobody was using it for half an hour. The only people who were using it for that amount of time, it was us, the developers. So we were kind of putting out all that effort into it to solve our own problem. Even though it was a single page app, it was a web app, everything like that, our users, or 90% of our users, stayed on the website for a minute at a time, once a month, and that was it. They got an email from us, an email notification about their meter readings. They went on the website performed admirably in those 2 minutes for them. It was fast. It didn't need to be that fast. We spent a lot of time kind of optimizing it, and that was on us. That was on the engineer. So you have to think about not only, can I make this website faster? You can always make a website faster. The biggest question is here, do you need to make it faster? When you need to make it faster, you have to understand that this performance bit helps you only maybe 10% of the way. And it's things like some of the things in here, and it shows that you're using a framework for it. There's things that have to do with vanilla JavaScript in here, or things that have to do with manually writing JavaScript that are going to show up the most, or things that have to do with frameworks that are out of your control. So the request animation frame, that's jQuery. That right there is jQuery. You can figure out if you want to move off of jQuery, right, and write your own animation to be super fast, super performant. But then you have to ask yourself, is it worth all that trouble? If this was Facebook, yes, hands down, in a heartbeat. If your website stays open for like half an hour, everybody stays on it, yes, definitely. If it's Discord, for example, or anything like that, yes, definitely. If it's the Jnation website, I wouldn't. Like, don't get me wrong. Right now, even though I bashed on it for a good 40 minutes, I bashed on it, right? It's actually a performant website that does what it needs to in like 3 seconds and a bit. It's good enough for me, especially since I've been on the website maybe 10 times in the last month, right? It performs admirably for what it is. Now, assuming you're working on a single page web app that stays open, and you did everything you could out of the performance tab and the network tab, you'll see that's not enough, especially if you use a framework like React or Vue, or God forbid, I'm the biggest Angular fan out here, but it's one of the biggest memory hogs out there. So if you're using one of those frameworks,
I like you a bit more now.
I'm an Angular person. I usually bash on React, right? But I don't understand all frameworks have their own. Every tool has their own use, right? And some of them, Angular is amazing for big websites. React is really good for websites that change a lot, and Vue is kind of in between, right? But they all have an effect in memory performance, and that's because some of them can't delete. When you have a cycle that keeps running, like the Angular cycle that keeps running and running and running, you can't exactly delete that. So that's gonna kind of add on to memory, and you can see how the memory changes. I think I've had this website open now for maybe 15 minutes. So I had 24 minutes first and then 15 minutes now. I think it's good enough. If I go to the memory tab and I take a snapshot, again, memory, as soon as you look at it, it starts affecting memory. So you have to take a snapshot of it in time. And for example, memory, because I took a snapshot, it changed. In the second after that, it changed. But I got a snapshot at that point in time. It shows me what that memory is actually used for. So if I've improved my network and that I've improved my performance, there's some things that are kind of architectural shifts that help me figure out what to do next. So for example, this is all the memory that the website is using compartmentalized into different bits. So for example, the purple one is everything that has to do with DOM. The light purple, the dark purple one is scripts. JavaScript objects are here, strings are there, and that's basically miscellaneous. A lot of the things in other have to do with everything but your website. So for example, you're using some sort of modern JavaScript and the browser has to adapt for it, or the browser has to shim for it, or even the fact that I'm running extensions in my browser. So for example, I'm using Grammarly as an extension, as an add-on on my browser. It shows up here because it's a script that runs in parallel to my website and affects my memory, right? What you want to look for is this DOM node here. So if I look on the Jnation website, document is only one. And that's what you want. If I go on Twitter, for example, the document count is maybe 2, maybe 10, depending on how much I've been on it. And that's because of that infinite scroll. Most websites that have an infinite scroll are gonna have document counts that are bigger than 1. And that's one of the bad things, because you basically have an old version of your document and a new version and the new version and the new version in memory for how long your website stays on. So technically your website is 10 websites running in parallel, right? Or in memory, it's like 10 websites. And that's gonna drastically decrease your performance. After half an hour, your website can't cope. After half an hour, it's gonna kind of give up. The fact that there's just one means I'm not doing any sort of lazy loading of the entire DOM content. I'm not basically serving you a different website in front of you. Now, here's the kicker. There are single page apps that basically do that. Whenever you do, I think it's called dependency injection. So whenever you're injecting a whole router in Angular, for example, that's basically a second sub app, a second document, and it shows in there. And the trick is to kind of clear whatever you had. Basically, throw everything away and force a refresh. You can force a refresh from JavaScript, and that's it. Instead of going from one root to the other, and it's basically 3 different documents, do a small little refresh before you load the next one. It's going to load anyway. You're going to have a half a second delay. But after you've been on the website for like, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes, that half a second delay is worth it instead of having the 7-second delay in between. I clicked the button and the website actually did something because there was no space for the JavaScript to run, right? So that half a second delay to just drop everything you have and start fresh, basically refreshing the page, is worth it. You see a lot of PHP websites that do that because server-side rendering, right? They need to re-render the page. It's actually one of the most performant ones because it can't do single-page application. If you try to mimic that behavior in your single-page applications, you lose half a second because of it, but you gain like in the long run. And you have to think about things like that. Now, everything that's in here compared to the document count is small, and that means the document is big, but none of the sub-elements in it are as big as the document. And that means I've probably seen in the performance that the biggest layer was 5 layers deep. So the HTML3 was only 5 layers deep, which is amazing. If I go on my own website, I think I've got like 12 layers deep, and that's because I'm lazy and it's presentation. But you can see things in here, and I could improve the performance of my website by doing that. I'm just lazy, and it's not worth it for me. For this website, for example, that's actually really good. It's one of the things that it's not that many layers, and it helps the memory performance. The script, all the scripts show up in here, and it's basically one of the things that I'd improve is you have inline scripts. The ones that say no file name is because there's inline scripts in there. And now that might be, the inline scripts might be analytics, it might be my extension, it might be nothing, but I tried to get away from inline scripts because inline scripts kind of remain in memory, whereas the scripts that are external are actually more performant to run. I know, shocker. So I'd look at that. The fact that there's no file name, it's probably one of the only things I'd improve in here. The fact that you have a lot of scripts loading is going to show you a lot of small little things. If you had just the one script, like if you compressed everything for HTTP reasons, it's going to show as a single thing. The objects is the objects are.
Alex, sorry to interrupt. I just want to let you know that we have 3 minutes left only.
I figured that one. I'm looking at the timer, don't worry. So the fact that you've got objects in here, objects are kind of classified by what they are. The fact that the call stack is a bit big means you've got maybe 7-8 layers of abstraction, and that's again jQuery. At this point, I wouldn't touch it. But if your call stack is bigger than the object stack, it means you have a problem. Usually the call stack, most websites, the call stack is really small because you don't have 12 functions calling each other in a chain, right? And that means probably you've got a lot of callbacks or a bunch of crap like that. If you want to refactor that call stack, it only becomes a problem when this call stack balloons more than anything else. The strings, there's nothing you can do about the strings. Strings are strings. You can't make strings somehow smaller because strings kind of get rid of the white space or anything like that, and you can't touch that bit. Right. I think that was everything I had. So if you want numbers instead of pretty boxes, you can change how you view this, and it gives you numbers and stuff like that. But it works kind of the same way. Memory performance and the JavaScript performance, you can save the snapshot and send it to somebody else so you can work together on the same thing. And I think that's my talk right here. If you want to, after this, if you've got questions or if you didn't feel comfortable asking, you can always go to my Twitter and DM me. I've got open DMs and I'm always happy to help. If you'd like me to do this exact thing on your website without the entire world, or I don't know, the 500 people on YouTube figuring out what's what, DM me and I'll take a look. I'll make a video and I'll send it to you so you can use it for your own website without having to, public shame you like we did here for Jnation. Jnation, I'm really sorry. This wasn't really a shaming, a public shaming. It's actually one of the most performance website I've used for this talk. Like if you want to see bad performance, I think you could look at the gift card thing I did, or at the Singapore e-commerce platform, which were really bad. This would be my top 10 in terms of performance. So I think you're good. You can call me back next year.
Yeah, we were concerned about it because it's not optimized. It's a WordPress website that we didn't spend a lot of time optimizing. So yeah, good news.
Cool.
Okay, so Alex, I want to thank you very much for your presentation and ask everyone that is seeing it to ask questions on YouTube channel or on Slack. We are running out of time. For now, we don't have any question. Let's wait a couple of seconds.
Okay, so while everybody's kind of figuring out the question, I need to do this because otherwise my HR person is going to kill me. Hopefully that's still watching. So if you're looking for a job, this wasn't about Fidel, but if you're looking for a job, if you're looking to work with cool people that build APIs, financial APIs, there's actually a lot of job openings in Portugal right now. I think somewhere at the bottom. There's a lot of job openings for Fidel right now. I'm sure Beatriz is our HR manager. Beatriz would be really, really happy if you take a look. So they're looking for a bunch of things like front-end engineer and back-end engineers. You can actually try to be a tech writer in my team as well. But if you liked me or the things I do, you can try to join me.
Well, Portugal is very hot in the IT world right now.
I'm based in the UK. I wouldn't know, but by the amount of open roles we have in Portugal as opposed to London, for example, I think Portugal is where everybody wants to be. Yeah. Maybe because it's hot and sunny, and I see most of my coworkers working from the beach. I think I'd try to move to Portugal myself.
You'll be very welcome. So I think this is all because we don't have any question. If you have questions for Alex, you can ask them on Slack later on. If you can join Slack and join the discussion, you will be very welcome, Alex.
I'm going to be on Slack. I'm already on Slack. I'm going to be on Slack all day if you've got questions. And if you've got questions after today, just go to my Twitter. I've got open DMs. I'll always answer questions.
Okay. So thank you very much for your time. Hope to see you again next year.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you.
Olá, eu sou o Luís, sou o Head of Engineering da XGeeks. O meu trabalho toca um bocadinho de negócio, de projeto e pessoas. Acima de tudo, pessoas, é o maior foco do meu trabalho, em que a ideia é o Head of Engineering poder ajudar todas estas pessoas, todos estes engenheiros que fazem parte da XGeeks a crescer, tanto do ponto de vista pessoal como profissional, e eu diria que isso resume um bocadinho aquilo que é o meu trabalho. A XGeeks em si é uma empresa que não se classifica como uma típica empresa de consultoria, primeiro porque queremos e estamos a dar, durante este ano de 2021, um grande foco à comunidade. Queremos apostar muito em projetos de comunidade, em projetos tal como a Jnation, em contribuições open source, e eu acho que isto por si só já nos diferencia um pouco das outras empresas. Em segundo lugar, porque gostamos muito de trabalhar produto e temos um foco muito grande em produto, sentimos-nos engenheiros de produto, e depois porque queremos ainda dar mais ênfase à parte da engenharia e queremos que os nossos engenheiros se possam especializar enquanto individual contributors em tecnologias que achem que façam sentido para a sua carreira. Ou seja, nós damos esta possibilidade de um engenheiro ir muito fundo numa tecnologia específica e até conhecer os internals dessa tecnologia, e nós gostamos desse tipo de approach. Isto diria que resume um pouco aquilo que é a XGeeks. 2021 tem sido um ano incrível para a XGeeks. Aliás, já 2020 tinha sido. A pandemia foi boa para nós, por assim dizer, ou seja, conseguimos, e também acho que a empresa foi boa neste contexto de pandemia, porque abriu as portas a muitos projetos e a muitos colaboradores. E como eu dizia, 2021 trouxe-nos imensos projetos, e eu aqui salientaria dois, talvez a Cloud Mobility e a Tamana. A Cloud Mobility, que é uma cloud verticalizada, em que nós estamos a ajudar na construção desse produto, em que, se calhar aqui para os nossos ouvintes, o mais interessante é a tecnologia, em que estamos a usar Java, Spring Boot, React, Go também, e acima de tudo, toda a Cloud Mobility assenta em Kubernetes. E depois a Tamana, que é um marketplace no Médio Oriente, que nós também ajudamos a construir, que está feito em Java, Spring Boot e em Next. Este ano estamos a focar essencialmente Java, JavaScript, Python e DevOps, são as tecnologias que nós queremos apostar mais e que temos mais espaço na equipa para crescer. E por isso, se houver alguém que queira juntar-se à nossa equipa, candidatem-se. Bem, o nosso tech stack é muito difícil de definir, até porque é muito vasto. Ou seja, nós, aliás, estamos neste ano de 2021 a trabalhar no nosso Tech Radar para também ser mais fácil dar visibilidade a todas as pessoas que querem conhecer um bocadinho mais da XGeeks, aquilo que nós fazemos em termos de tecnologia. Mas diria que desde o Java, como eu disse, Java Spring Boot, desde o Python, tanto Fast API como Django, React, ou seja, React Vue e Angular, usamos as três em diferentes projetos. E depois toda a parte de DevOps, por assim dizer, faz parte do nosso tech stack. Eu acho que quando lançarmos o nosso Tech Radar vai ser muito mais fácil, e acho que aí as pessoas também que tiverem curiosidade para ver, basta seguirem-nos no nosso Twitter e no YouTube, onde temos estado a fazer também algumas live streams sobre neste caso, Java, e poderão depois, com mais facilidade, encontrar estas novidades.
pretending we know what we're doing, but we know that we're still just young. Love, heartbreak, kids acting like we're somehow.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now here with Simon. So you will be talking to us why you may not need JavaScript. And before we start, I want to remember you that you can always ask your questions on YouTube channel or join the discussion on our Slack channel. And I will be very happy to pass your questions to Simon. So Simon, if you can now introduce yourself and start your session, that will be amazing. Thank you very much for being with us.
Yeah, thank you, Samuel. Welcome to my talk about why you may not need JavaScript. I'm Simon Martinelli from a company called 72 Services. I started my IT career already a long time ago in 1995. I moved in year 2000 to the Java space, and I'm an active member of the Java community. I'm expert group member of Java Batch and Money and Currency. I'm also an active member of the Java user group in Switzerland, and I'm teaching at the university for now around 14 years. You can follow me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is simas_ch. You can also contact me there if you like to know something. Today, I like to talk about my current project. I'm working for customers in Switzerland. And yeah, here we also have the code samples. If you're interested in the code, you can go to github.com/72services, and then the project is Vadin Truk Demo, and you can find every code that I will talk about in the next 45 minutes. I will first show you what I'm currently working on. It's a project for a customer in Switzerland. They provide or they sell a ERP system where small to medium businesses manage their products, their customers. They also have online shop. On top of it, mobile devices, etc. But the backend system and the system that the user usually uses to edit the data, like the customers or the products, is currently what you can see here on the left-hand side. It's a application that is written in Oracle Forms. Oracle Forms is a technology that generates, in that case, a Java client that is downloaded via WebStart and interacts with the database. And because this UI technology is no longer modern, they were looking for a replacement of this ERP client. And first they were looking at some low code, no code, rapid application development tools, however you name it, to help them to generate most of the UI and don't have the need to replace each screen like they must do if they choose a new technology. But the problem was that, as you can imagine, such a rapid application or no-code environment is usually just an 80-20 solution. So you can solve around 80% with this tool, but there are remaining 20% with special cases, and this will take a lot of time to implement. And they struggled during proof of concept with this rapid application tool, and they asked me if I can help them. And when I came in the project, I had a look at the rapid application development tool, And what I saw is that this rapid application development tool did something similar like Oracle Forms. It generated either a Swing or a Vaadin web client. But what they really want is a web application. As you can see here, that's the current state of the application on the right-hand side. So it's a browser-based web application. And I had a look at what they need to do, and we came to the conclusion that we may be able to generate a lot of the UI from database structures and some metadata in the database. So some numbers about the current system. The ERP system is based on Oracle Forms, as I already said. It has around 800 forms. That means it has around 800 screens. They have close to 2,000 tables and views, 4,600 procedures and functions. These procedures and functions are the business code. So the business code is currently in the database and will stay in the database. Because they also have other parts of the application that is using the Oracle database. Oracle database provides ORDS, Oracle REST Data Services, so it can define REST APIs based on procedures, functions, or simple select statements, if you like to. So they have other applications that are integrated with that. They have mobile clients that integrate with the database. So the business logic has to stay in the database. The main problem about the application is because it's a product, the customer that buys the product can customize the application. So they can say, okay, we want to remove some input fields, or we want to add new input fields, rearrange the screens, etc. That's some of the requirements that they had. And so we had to build a modern web front end. That's the goal. The goal is more or less driven by marketing, because current users are happy with the old application usually. But if you want to sell the product, you can't go to a conference or to an exhibition with the old client. So what we also had to build to make this configurable, we had to build kind of a UI editor. So that's what you see here. Here on top, you see a module. A module is a part of a system. For example, the M300 that you see here is the order management system. And then the whole UI structure is here in the grid, or in the tree grid. So it's a tree-based view here on this side. And you have kind of a property editor where you can edit more or less everything that's related to this field here. So for example, this is a key text field where a user can select from data. We have checkboxes, text fields, all the necessary UI components that you may imagine. So we have to build this UI editor, and what we really want to do is have something like that. So the user accesses the module. That's where everything starts. And then we have built our own framework based on Vaadin that looks up the database, looks up the database structure, and also this data that was edited with the UI editor, and then builds the UI during runtime. So we can also mix in some security constraints. So for example, if a user is not allowed to see all the data, some of the fields are hidden from the user, or the user is only allowed to see the data and cannot edit. This is all done here during that generate UI phase. And so we have fulfilled this requirement to do. And now I like to show you how we did that. First, some words about UI models. There are different types of UI models. So what we usually have today is the lower concept. So we have this so-called single page application that is usually built with React, Angular, Vue, or Vaadin, because Vaadin is also kind of a single page application framework. And there you have usually an initial request, and all subsequent calls are done via AJAX. So you have a call to the server, REST API, usually that returns JSON, or you send JSON data from the client. On the other hand, we have the server-side rendering model where Java Server Face, Spring, MVC with Timeleaf or any other rendering component is used. So this is one possibility. So we go for the single page application here on the bottom. But if we talk about single page application, we have to also talk about state. So where is the state of the application? There are two possibilities as well. So you could have a session scope, or you could have a server state, like here in the top image. And so the client does not have any state usually. But with client-side JavaScript or TypeScript frameworks like Vue React, you have the state in the client. So the server becomes stateless. That's an advantage because you can scale the server and the client will keep the state. So you don't have any requirement to synchronize any state on the server. We could also have a request scope in a traditional page lifecycle with the server-side rendering. Then you will have to post the whole state from the client to the server. But I will talk about Vaadin, and Vaadin is a bit special in that case. Vaadin has two models. One is a TypeScript programming model. I will not talk about that today. And the other one is called Vaadin Flow. That's the original Java-based Vaadin programming model. And there you have more or less a one-to-one copy from the UI state from the client on the server as well. So you will get server state. Now, server state, as I said before, may be a problem because you want to scale your backend. This is sometimes true if you have a lot of users and a lot of requests. But we are talking here about an ERP system. And an ERP system is like something else because you usually have only a few users, but a lot of data. So a lot of database tables, as we've seen before, a lot of modules and a lot of business code, but you don't have a lot of users at the same time. So you may not need to scale horizontally. So you may not have a problem with the session state. Or if you scale horizontally, you can use sticky session and try to route the requests always to the same server for the users so they will not lose their state. So that's the state model. Now let's talk about Vaadin. Vaadin is already around for many years. So we have one of the first versions is more or less 20 years ago, but Vaadin became popular around 2009 when Vaadin used GWT. GWT is a Google Web Toolkit. It still exists, but it's no longer maintained by Google. And the idea of Google Web Toolkit in these days was to generate JavaScript code from Java code. So that's the intention of GWT. But Vaadin moved away from GWT. So in year 2017, they decided to go for a new upcoming way of building web applications that's called web components. So web components are there to enhance HTML with its own tags, and you can use some frameworks like Polymer, for example, or LitElement to use this web component stuff. But the real change came when we started with our project in 2019 with Vaadin 10. Then Vaadin introduced a complete new framework, so a rewrite of the existing GWT and web component-based framework called Vaadin Flow. And Vaadin Flow has some special features. So first of all, everything that Vaadin uses is a web component. So you can use this so-called Vaadin components also in other applications without Vaadin. So if you're using web components, you can have a look at the Vaadin components, and if you like them, you can use that. You don't need to have these components. But what Vaadin does with Vaadin Flow, it encapsulates the web components and creates a Java representation of the web component, so you can have a fully Java-based server-side programming model and don't need to write any JavaScript or TypeScript code on the client. That's the idea of Vaadin Flow. And that's the reason why we have chosen Vaadin, because we have, or my customer has Java developers, and we want to reuse the knowledge, and that's why we choose Vaadin. That's one point, and the other point is these Vaadin components are very mature. So you have a lot of good components. We will see them. You have a grid, for example, that's superior, and you can use that right away in such data-centric applications. Then later on, in the past few months, happened something with Vaadin, because in Vaadin 15, they introduced a second line of Vaadin that's called Vaadin Fusion. And it's based on TypeScript and lit element. So you can write your application with the Vaadin components in TypeScript. But you will not need to write any REST APIs, because also Vaadin Fusions uses the same communication infrastructure as Vaadin Flow does, that we will see. Currently, Vaadin is version 20. The timeline didn't fit on my screen. That's why I stopped with Vaadin 16 here. So to repeat again, Vaadin Flow is a type-safe Java UI component API. So you are server-side, you do server-side development, you can write your application in Java. It remains a bit of Swing development. We will see that it fully uses web components. You can use the web components from Vaadin, but you can also use third-party web components made for Vaadin from the community, or you can integrate web components that you find anywhere in the internet and wrap them or make them able to use in the Java UI. One thing that's important for the productivity, you don't need a REST API. Because the communication from client to server is fully transparent inside Vaadin, you don't need to care about that. So you can directly access your service or repository from the UI view to the service or repository in Spring, for example. You have a bidirectional data mapping. That means if the user changes something on the client, this will reflect the state on the server. And if you change the server state, it will be reflected on the client. So you have a bidirectional mapping between client and server. So let's have a look at the architecture. If we start on the bottom, we have the backend. So we have business logic and persistence, so services or repositories. Currently, they used framework for building Vaadin applications, Spring Boot, but they are currently working on Quarkus integration. So you may want to, you can choose from the frameworks. So Vaadin is currently Spring-based, but Vaadin works also in an application server. So it uses CDI integration. You can use it in Jakarta Java EE applications. You can also use Vaadin. We are using Spring Boot because this is the default if you create a Spring Boot application. So you have this business logic and persistence, for example, in Spring, and then the user interface code will be written in Java with Vaadin. You have these components on one hand side that you can use, and on the other hand, you have HTML templates that you can use to create the look and feel. And we also have a theming integrated. So you can also have a dynamic theming. So for example, we are building a product for customers, and these customers may want to adapt their ERP system product to their look and feel, so they can change the look and feel, or we do the theming for them. So each customer may have its own theme in the end. And then on the browser side, we have the web components, the templates and the themes, and this will have this bidirectional communication between the browser and the server, but you will not see anything of that usually. For sure, you can execute JavaScript on the server that will then be communicated to the client, and the JavaScript will be executed on the client, and the result will again sent back to the server. That's all possible. And if you look at this picture here, the other part of Vaadin that I was talking about was what in Fusion. In that case, you will write your whole UI code on the browser side in TypeScript, but will have the same communication mechanism here between the browser and the server as you have with Vaadin Flow. So how to start? You can start with local development, for example. So you can go here to startvaadin.com. It's similar to what you get if you use Spring Starter or something like that. You can here add some additional views, for example, like a master detail view, and it will immediately generate some data. And if you're finished with that, you can download the application and then go ahead and work on the application. That's very handy and very helpful because you can do everything. You also see that you can have a look at the other models. For example, if you have a smaller device or a tablet or a mobile phone, this is all possible, and all the components are also responsive, so this is not a problem. You can also have the whole thing from right to left, depending on the direction of how you write. There is another way. You can use Gitbot. Gitbot is an online editor where you can immediately start to code. You don't need to download the project and don't need the local development environment, for example. So that's easy to start. But now let's have a look at some code. This is the most simple view that we could create. That's a Hello World example. When we start at the top, we see here an annotation route. Route means we have a Vaadin component or a Vaadin class that is bound to a URL. For example, here we have a hello view. We didn't specify name of the route, so by default it will take everything that's before view, because view is the suffix, the default suffix, so the route will be hello. Then we extend from a vertical layout. Vertical layout is just a Vaadin internal layout. Everything will be like you see here from top to bottom, like on a stack. And then we have the code where we create a new text field, we add a new label, we create a button with the text, and a click listener here. That's the lambda expression. And so if somebody clicks on the button, we will say hello. And then we can add text field, label, and button, and this will then be on the screen. That's it. So it's very easy at the end. And we can have a look at this in the browser. I hope my application runs. And so let's see. That's the wrong one. Here we see our application, and that's our hello view. Here you can see in the address bar, it rendered hello, and here we can write whatever we want and do the greeting. So that's just not so impressive, but what's interesting is that we wrote our code just in Java. So that's again the class. Here we have an additional annotation, page title, where we can define the page title. You can also have a dynamic page title if you want to translate it, if you have an application that must be translatable. That's it. But the interesting part is if I go to the developer tools, and now I have to bring this down here, and now we look at the requests. So first of all, we go to hello. If you go to hello, then we can see here that it downloads something. First of all, it downloads sv.js, that is server work for progressive web application. I will talk about that later on. But what we have to have a look at is the content. So maybe I can see here the response, and this response here looks like JSON. and a bit HTML. So we have a body here. So this is like with every single page application, that's the shell page that is downloaded first. And now let's have a look at what happened if we type some text here. Then we see there's a request. And if we go down here to the request, we see some data what happened here. And now if I hit greet, I get another of these requests. And here also we see some changes. So that's also some JSON lookalike data. And if you go here to the response, we will find changes. And here we will see anywhere here, we will see some, maybe the data that I entered here in this node. We see hello Jnation, and that's the text that is rendered here. So as you can see, even if I type, then it will generate change events that are then sent to the server. And if I hit the button, I send an event to the server, and the response will be the changes that has to be applied to the current view. So that's the magic of Vaadin, how it works internally. Then Vaadin introduced something new, because if you know Vaadin from previous versions, Vaadin wasn't aware of that it's a web application. That changed a bit. We still program in Java, but Vaadin embraces also web concepts. That means we could have a routing with query parameters and path variables, for example. So we could have like a implement an interface that names has URL parameter. You define the name, for example, string, and here you get the parameter, and then you get directly, for example, here we have us for 50, and then we could have /1, and you get the 1 here in this parameter. And here you see that there's a location, or on the before event here we have a location object, and location object has the query parameters, so we can also pass query parameters to it. Here is no route template or something like that. You can have like wildcard syntax to define how the URL will look like. Then if we look at data-centric applications like our ERP system, there is one component that is very important, and this component is a grid. Grid is to display data, so we have this here as well. Go back, we have here employees, for example, and here we have this grid where we can select, we can edit, or we can add employees on a dialog, for example, or we can filter data directly. And what I'm doing here, displaying, filtering, sorting, that's everything's out of the box in Vaadin. So this grid component here that I have here defines a type. So that's a custom record, and I have various ways to add columns. Here, for example, I add the columns by the set column method and add the attribute names of this custom record, and this will auto create columns that will be sortable. Or I can also render, for example, components. So maybe we look here. Here we have different configurations. We could have a multi-sort. We can have column reordering out of the box, so I can move this here around. This is also possible to get access to this event from the reordering. Then you can store that, and the user always have the same order of his grid columns. And here we see how I add a column with passing a reference to the get method of the ID, the name, and the department name. And here I can render also a button, for example, in a column that I can use. I can set columns frozen. That's everything that I can do. But that's not the interesting part. The more interesting part starts here. This code, by the way, is from Vaadin 14. In Vaadin zip, I use Vaadin 14 because it's the last LTS version, the long-term support version. But if you use the most recent, that's currently 20, then this code may look a bit different. But anyway, I decided to use Vaadin 14 so I can explain the concept of data providers. So every component like grid, a tree grid, a combo box, a list, or a select element, for example, has a data provider. And the data provider here is a callback data provider. That means it's a lazy loaded data provider, because if we have a grid like this, we don't want to load the data at once. We just want to load the data when the user scrolls. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to load the data. This will consume a lot of memory and take a while because you have to load the data from the database. So it's better to have it lazy. And this is out of the box supported by Vaadin. You can create a callback data provider like here. And this callback data provider has 3 parameters. Usually only 2. The third one I will explain later what is for. But the first 2, the first is called fetch callback. That's where the data is loaded. And the second one is a count callback. So Vaadin calls first the count callback to get the information how many records are there that it can use to display the grid, and also to make the scroll bar here look nice, because if it doesn't know how many elements are there, if you scroll down, maybe the scroll bar will not behave nicely, but if you provide the number of total records, it can display this in a nice form. So we have the count and the fetch. Now what's interesting is we also have paging, and paging comes with this query. So we have a query object here, and this is a Vaadin query. And this query has an offset, a limit, sort orders, and a filter. In newer version, it also has a page and a page size, because you want to directly use the information with, for example, a Spring Data JPA repository, and then you can create a page request out of the page and the page size. If you just get offset and limit, you have to recalculate page and page size. In my case, it doesn't matter because I'm using SQL directly, and there I can use offset and limit. I will show you later on where this code comes from. It looks like SQL, but it's Java. So stay tuned. I will explain that to you as well. And what we also get here is the filter, and we can use this filter directly to build our where condition. So we get the filter, or else we create a no condition. The filter is here a condition, that's a choke type, that's like a predicate that we can pass. And so we create offset and limit. We can also create order by, because we get from the query, we get the order fields. So sorry, we get the order fields, and we can change this sort order. Here in this sort order element, we have the column that is sorted by, and the sort direction is ascending or descending. And so we can use that directly to build, in this case, the SQL statement and display the data. So in this tiny example, we even don't have a repository. We directly access the database from the view. That depends if this is a good idea or not. I did it because it's more simple to show you, but maybe here it would be a good place to add a repository that you can also test. And this filter, where does this filter come from? We have the filter text field, and as you have seen, I can type here, and when I type it filters, and this is done by value change listener here on the text field, and then I can call on the data provider set filter method and pass a condition. And the condition is again something from choke that I use. If I don't have a condition, I clear the filter, so I don't have any filter anymore. That's the way this works. So the grid is really powerful and very helpful. So if you have to build these CRUD, like create, read, update, and delete application types, you will gain a lot of time because everything that you may need is already there. The other thing that you also need are forms. So if you have look here, we have like this edit dialog. This could also be part of the screen. I decided to use a dialog. It doesn't really matter. And here we have various types of, for example, we have a date picker, or we have a select box where we can choose something. This is all also done by Java modding components. So we can have a look at this dialog here. We have a form layout. There are different types of layout. Form layout is the one that creates a label beside or on top, depending on the configuration of the form. And then we have something called a binder. A binder is there to bind the data to the input fields. And here we see that I create a text field, then I can create a binder for this field. I say the field is ID, and it binds to get ID from the employee record. The setter is null. That will then render, as you can see here, a read-only text field. Or we have here the name. There we can define that it's required. So if I create a new employee and don't enter anything here, then it has this required indication. Or we can have a validator. Again, if I enter data and just enter one character, then it may render this. By the way, this is not a good example because there are names that have less than 3 characters, by the way, but it's just for the demo here. And here we have the getter and setter, so it's a read-write field. We can have a date picker, we can have a select element, whatever. And here we see that we also can use set items to have a eager loaded list. For example, the departments are fetched all at once because we only have 2. So it doesn't have to be lazy. So we set directly the departments. And then we have a button, for example, and the button then will open the dialog. And in this dialog, we also have at the end the save button that will use a transaction to save the data to the database. That's more or less the whole magic of this. Here again, I forgot before, here we see that the parameter stuff, how to get the query parameters, and then you can do whatever you like to with this. Vaadin has a lot of these has interfaces. So these are interfaces that are used to declare what the component is able to do. So we have URL, has error, has dynamic title, for example. These are these interfaces that you have here. If you look at the components, there are many more. So you have has component, is focusable, has text, has theme, has value, whatever. You can use them to check what kind of element you received, for example, in your method. So this is the form. You have validation, you have converter, you have everything you need at the end to build a form. Now, sometimes you want to do something in the background. For example, in our application, the user can export the data that is displayed in the grid directly in an Excel file. And depending on the size of the grid, this may take a few seconds. So it's not a good idea to do this synchronous. So we can do that asynchronous. But the question is, if we do something asynchronous, how do we notify the customer or the user? This is very easy with Vaadin as well. You can use push notification. Vaadin uses Atmosphere. That's a push framework that uses WebSockets, but also can fall back to long polling, for example, if WebSockets are not available. And what you can see here, this is an example to display a message after a while. So it sleeps for 5 seconds and then it displays hello world or hello from thread. This code is also available here. So we can have a look at it right in the code. This is this notification view. And what's important to say here is this line of code here. If you remember Swing or AWT programming or Eclipse RCP with SWT, then you know that there is a UI thread and you only can access the UI in the UI thread. So if you do like threading, you have to get UI thread to display something. In Vaadin, it's similar. It's not the thread, but the UI that you need, there's a UI object, and you have to call UI access on this element, and then you can notify the user, otherwise it will not work. That's one thing to remember, but you really can push, and this is very handy because we can then display a progress bar and say the Excel file is generating in the background, and once it's finished, we will get back to it. Vaadin also has a test support with test benches based on Selenium and WebDrivers. It's only available in the commercial version, by the way. Vaadin has a dual licensing model, so if you're using just the open source part of Vaadin, then you can use it for free. If you want to use some of the special commercial components or this test bench, then you and you have to pay for it. Because Selenium as a test framework does not support web components at the moment, that's the problem. There are other web test frameworks that you can use for sure, because as long as it supports web components, then it's not a problem. I was talking about PVA. PVA support is also there for Vaadin. You have this web manifest and service worker, and we've seen this sv.js that by the way, you can customize that and do then some stuff in the background or in offline mode. But we also see here that there comes a button install, and I can install this application, and I have a shortcut on the desktop, for example. That comes out of the box if I use PVA in Vaadin. Now, in the last few minutes, I like to talk about Juk. Juk means Java Object-Oriented Querying, and we are using that because we have a lot of data, we have a lot of procedures and functions, and it's a pain to use that with JPA or JDBC directly. And Juk is not an OR mapper like Hibernate, it's more a generator and a SQL type-safe Java API. So if you want to use Juk, you can define a generator. For example, here we have a DDL-based Juk generator. It generates the data based on flyway migrations, but you can use here MySQL, Oracle, whatever database you like to, and it generates data classes or a meta model from the database that you can use to write type-safe SQL. So for every table, for every function procedure in the table, for every column, it generates such a constant that you can use later on. And then it looks like that. You have this DSL context, that's the Juk SQL API, and then you can write insert in two columns values, execute, you can write select from, or more complicated select with join, and you no longer have to deal with strings in Java. Even if we have with Java 16 now the text blocks, this here is compiled time checked in contrast to everything that you do in Java in strings. Juk also generates like an updatable record for every database that has a primary key, and you can use it to store and delete it. That's maybe a part that could be described as OR mapping in its form. And if you're using Vaadin and Juk, there's a little addition that I've wrote. It's no longer, it's supported, but it's not on the newest Vaadin version. I have to update that. But then it's very easy to use Vaadin directly. And you all already seen some code here in the employees view. That's where Juk is used. And you see here this code here. That's a SQL statement to get the data. And this is, as I said, type safe because it's checked against the database. And if I change something, because I can do that, let's have a look. let's stop the application. And we have here the DB migration with the create tables, for example. And if I go here and say, okay, we have not the name, we have a first name and the last name, like that. And then I create that with Maven, because it's a Maven-based application here. I do compile. Then it regenerates the Chook code from the database, as you can see here. And then we have, oh, I have a problem, sorry. What did I wrong? First name, last name. Oh, I'm sorry, I cannot show you, but what will happen if the demo would work, the code will no longer compile because we're using here the employee name, for example, and the employee name is no longer name, it's first name and last name. And that's the magic of Chook. I highly recommend if you're using SQL currently in Java or also Hibernate, have a look at it. It's worth to look at it. You can combine Chook and Hibernate as well, because you can define the SQL statements or all the queries in this Chook DSL with the type safe classes generated by Chook. But as a result, you can also have entities and then manipulate the entities and save the entities if you prefer this way. For us, as I said, Hibernate was not an option because we have close to 2,000 tables and we had to create 2,000 entities, and that's not feasible. So we went with Chook. So to conclude, if you're a Java developer, life is much easier with Vaadin. You can create this data-centric type of applications, like I show you, very easy, and it feels more natural. Because in the background, if you do a build with Vaadin, it will also use NPM, for example, and the web components and generates JavaScript code and stuff like that. But you don't touch it, you don't have to touch it, and you just know your Java code and Maven build tool, and the rest is all managed by Vaadin, and that's very, very handy and speeds up your development time. And on the other hand, Chook, it's not a real introduction to Chook, just to give you an idea what Chook is also great stuff because it's type safe SQL for Java, so you can use SQL, but you don't have to deal with strings in Java code. And Vaadin and Chook fit very good together with the data provider and the fetch and count callback that you can write in SQL with Chook. That's a great addition. But sometimes you have to control the client side. You have to write some JavaScript code. Even I had to write some JavaScript code in the application. But there is where Vaadin Fusion comes in. And if you really need to program on the client side, if you have to access client-side API, stuff like that, you may have a look at Vaadin Fusion, because you can mix Vaadin Fusion and Vaadin Flow. So you have both worlds are the best of both worlds, but you don't need to write REST APIs. That's a great thing, because you don't have to test the REST API. You can test your backend system and don't have to worry about the interface. Yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot for listening. Are any questions?
Thank you very much, Simon. Yeah, please, everyone, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them on the YouTube channel or on Slack. At the moment, we don't have any question. Let's wait for a couple of minutes before we close it down. I was not aware that Vaadin was started so long ago. 2001, right?
Yeah, but the first versions were not, I don't know who used this framework in the first versions, because it was just a layer on top of HTML to write Java code, but I can't even remember what it used. But the point is that, in my opinion, Vaadin with this JWT stack was a bit a niche. But now they did great progress with Vaadin Flow for Java developers, and even great progress with Vaadin Fusion for people that want to use TypeScript on the client.
Mhm.
Because I think web components, and that's the base of both Flow and Fusion, is the future. Because you can exchange them, you can build your own web components and reuse them in your applications. And in fact, you're only using lit element with Vaadin Fusion. So it feels like you're using lit element pure, but you're using the Vaadin Fusion components, or the Vaadin web components, and the Fusion communication infrastructure. So you don't have to write the REST API. You just can annotate the Java class on the backend, and then Vaadin will generate the TypeScript access code for this endpoint on the server. So it makes life easier, because usually if you're a kind of a full stack developer, so if you split your team and you have really front end and back end developers and they are separated, maybe it's not the best framework. But if you have smaller teams with full stack developers, Vaadin can boost your development performance because you have to write less code.
Yeah. Actually, what we are seeing at least in the scene that is near me is the first option. A lot of companies are specializing the team in either backend or front end, so they have people specialized on that areas. So maybe for those companies it doesn't make sense to use Vaadin, but in companies that most of the people are still Java developers, that may be a good fit at this moment.
Yeah, that for me the best thing is that I don't have to deal with the JavaScript build stack.
Yeah, a lot of people that work with Java prefer not to touch that part.
Yeah.
Not to speak about CSS, because that's even worse for them.
Yeah, the styling part is done pretty well in Vaadin, because we have two themes out of the box. One is Lumo, that's the default theme, and the other is a materials theme. And it's very easy there are some CSS variables that you can change with the colors, and then you're done.
Yeah,
and
without having to move a pixel up, a pixel down, right?
Exactly.
Yourself.
But that's
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I was saying that we don't have any questions. So if someone wants to ask Simon a question, please do so on Slack. And Simon, if you can join the discussion on Slack, sure. We will appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time, Simon.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Bye.
Great day.
See you.
Bye-bye.
How do you move from here to there, to that world of cloud-native architecture? I like to talk about DevOps, the concepts of DevOps, the principles, practices, tools, and techniques that you apply, and when you learn DevOps, make a fundamental difference in the way you build software and the way you deliver software faster. Red Hat fundamentally loves Linux, and that's absolutely true, but we also love Kubernetes, and we love Java.
Em 2020 e 2021 nós tivemos aí essa pandemia mundial. É claro que foi difícil para todo mundo, houve esse processo de adaptação, mas eu acredito que para o Red Hat esse processo foi até um pouco mais natural, porque os nossos processos de trabalho não foram alterados. A Red Hat já era uma empresa quase que 100% remota, ou seja, nós continuamos fazendo a mesma coisa que nós fazíamos antes, enquanto boa parte do mundo ainda estava se adaptando. E isso permitiu que a gente conseguisse expandir ainda mais a nossa área de atuação. Então, a gente trabalha muito com nuvem, a gente trabalha muito com Linux, trabalha muito com OpenShift, e com essa nossa proposta de poder ajudar empresas do mundo inteiro a fazer essa migração para a nuvem, de uma forma que seja aberta, de uma forma que seja híbrida, de modo que você possa ter a mesma experiência de desenvolvimento, a mesma experiência de operação, não importa onde você esteja rodando as suas aplicações. Eu acho que isso, acho que o fato da gente conseguir fazer isso muito bem permitiu que esses últimos 2 anos, 2020 e 2021, fossem muito bons para a Red Hat, e eu acredito, aliás, que essa tendência vai continuar aí nos próximos anos. Para 2022 e para os anos seguintes, a Red Hat está tentando algo novo. Então, a maioria das pessoas conhece a Red Hat ali pelo middleware, pelo Linux, pelo OpenShift, e em 2021 nós lançamos pela primeira vez na história da Red Hat um serviço gerenciado. Então, agora você pode ter Kafka gerenciado, você pode ter Data Science gerenciado, e eu acredito que em 2022 e nos anos seguintes nós estaremos expandindo ainda mais o portfólio de produtos gerenciados da empresa. Então, da mesma forma que hoje você pode ter um OpenShift gerenciado na Amazon, um OpenShift gerenciado no Azure, um OpenShift gerenciado onde quer que esteja através da Red Hat, agora com esse software como serviço de Kafka e Data Science, eu acredito que esse leque vai abrir ainda mais para que você possa contar aí com a confiabilidade, com a praticidade do serviço da Red Hat em outras áreas do desenvolvimento de software. Durante muitos anos, eu tive o sonho de poder ter esse chapéu vermelho que vocês vão estar tendo aqui no fundo. E eu tentei entrar, eu participei de processos seletivos durante 2 vezes, e na segunda vez eu tive a graça de poder conseguir uma posição dentro da Red Hat. A Red Hat, como sendo a maior empresa de software open source do mundo, eu acho que a maior chance que você tem de conseguir trabalhar na Red Hat é participar ativamente dessas comunidades de open source. Então, se você olha um projeto interessante, um projeto que seja mantido, ou que a Red Hat apoia, se você puder colaborar com esses projetos open source já antes mesmo de tentar alguma coisa no Red Hat, abrindo por request, ou ajudando na documentação, ou fazendo algumas apresentações sobre o assunto, trabalhando tanto quanto o usuário, como, quem sabe, até poder contribuir código com esses projetos, acho que é isso que ajuda a maior parte dos engenheiros a fazer parte da Red Hat. Porque quando um time de engenharia tem alguma vaga para trabalhar num projeto, quem que você conecta primeiro? Primeiro você pergunta para os seus amigos. E depois que você consultou todos os seus amigos dos amigos, os próximos são as pessoas que já estão trabalhando com você no dia a dia, na comunidade, só que do outro lado, não como dentro da empresa, como fora da empresa. Então, eu acho que participar de projetos open source que o Red Hat contribui, eu acho que é a melhor forma de você poder conseguir essa vaga. Que o mundo agora, quando a gente fala de nuvem, o mundo adotou Kubernetes como plataforma. E é muito legal a gente poder ver que o OpenShift, que é a plataforma de Kubernetes que a Red Hat oferta, é líder do mercado. A grande maioria das empresas que estão trabalhando aí nas grandes empresas estão utilizando o OpenShift como uma distribuição de Kubernetes. Mas não é só a plataforma que está rodando, eu acho que a ferramenta de trabalho, eu digo, o framework que você tem que estar utilizando para rodar em cima de Kubernetes, também tem que ser algo otimizado para esse mundo novo de Kubernetes e de nuvem. E é por isso que eu fico muito contente de ver o Quarkus, que é o novo framework Java que a Red Hat lançou aí há alguns anos, está atingindo um nível de maturidade e adoção bastante significativo. Então, se você é um desenvolvedor Java do passado, que está acostumado ali com consumir um monte de memória, demorar um tempão para iniciar, demorar um tempão para recompilar, fazer o build, isso aí é tudo coisa do passado, porque nesse novo mundo do Java, no Kubernetes, na computação em nuvem, graças ao Quarkus, a gente vai continuar a poder sendo desenvolvedor Java nos próximos 25 anos. Eu acho que eu vou poder me aposentar como um desenvolvedor Java e eu acho que é graças ao Quarkus.
In general, the engineering team is here to use technology to our advantage to create a great product, but also to do so in the fastest way possible and launch new features as fast as we can.
TalkDesk is an enterprise-grade contact center platform.
We help building a more comprehensive view of the customer, use that data, make the right decisions, and get great interactions between customers and people.
Building a great product and using great engineering best practices is the core of the business and not something that comes at the end.
The product is being built here in Portugal with amazing engineering team we have.
We strive for our teams to be multidisciplinary with all needed skills for the team to develop their product end-to-end on a truly open source environment.
Welcome back, everyone, and welcome, Martin. Hope you enjoy Jnation, and we are very happy to have you here today. I will remember you all again that you can ask questions on YouTube channel or on Slack. Feel free to ask anything. This talk will be about React. And Martin, if you can please introduce yourself and proceed with the session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for joining me today. My name is Maarten Mulders. I work at InfoSupport as a consultant and as a trainer. One of the trainings I deliver is actually a React training. And that's also what I'm going to talk about with you today. So React. And as you can see, there's a nice sticker in the slide which says awesome sauce, because I believe that the React framework that we will be discussing today is in fact awesome sauce to work with. Now, 50 minutes is not a lot of time, so let's skip all the other duties and go straight to React. What is React? React is best described as a library that lets you build user interfaces in a declarative way using JavaScript. And optionally, you can use XML as well. Now, declaratively means that we don't have to tell the library how exactly to build a user interface, but rather we can focus on what we want user interface to look like. And user interfaces is actually a very broad term. React is very popular in the web application development scene, but you can also use it to build other interfaces. I've seen examples of AR environments. You can even build PDF files, which you could say is kind of a read-only user interface. The user can read, but cannot interact with the user interface. And the last part, which is also interesting, is that you optionally can use XML. And that's really strange. If you are used to the JavaScript world, you will not see XML quite a lot. And now all of a sudden it pops up, and we will see how exactly that works. But first, let me compare React to a few other contestants in the fields. And there we can see that React really differs from other libraries and frameworks. For instance, two-way data binding, something that got very popular with AngularJS back in the days, is something that you will not find in React. Two-way data binding means that whatever happens in the DOM is automatically reflected in the running application, in the memory, and vice versa. And in React, it's one-way data binding for a reason. Also, React does not have its own templating language. It does have JSX, and you might argue it looks like a templating language, but in fact, it is not. It is XML, and that's how you should treat it. React lets you build user interfaces, but it lets you do nothing else than that. So things that you might have come to expect from other libraries, like routing or built-in HTTP clients or services or dependency injection, is all not there. It's plain JavaScript. And if you wish, you can add JSX or TypeScript. JSX is actually almost always used in combination with React. And I think TypeScript is definitely worth considering if you're starting to build serious applications. And last but not least, React works with a virtual DOM. It does not immediately work on the actual DOM itself, the document object model that lets you manipulate what is visible to the user, but it works with a virtual DOM, which eventually gets synchronized to the actual DOM. And that's a big difference as well, which also makes that React allows you to build very performant web applications. So before we dive into React, let me give you a quick refresher of modern JavaScript. If, like me, you've been working with JavaScript for quite some years already, you may be surprised to see some constructs in typical React applications or frameworks, or actually documentation of React, that at first sight may seem a bit odd. So let's run through a couple of things that have been added to the JavaScript language over the past years so that we are all on the same page there. The first thing that you can do nowadays in React is classes. You can actually use classes and instantiate objects from a class. What we see here is a simple class, which is called an amount. And if you want to construct an amount, you need to pass a currency and a value. Now, this may have looked like a slide deck so far, but I've got a little surprise for you. We can actually start typing here, and our code is going to be executed immediately. This lets me demonstrate to you how certain constructs work without having to leave my slide deck. And here, as a first practical example, we can see that if we have the amount class, we can instantiate an object from that class, pass it some constructor parameters, and then invoke a method on that class. That's really powerful, and it will let us do a lot of things that were previously a lot harder to achieve. Before, if you have worked with JavaScript, you may have seen things like function prototypes being instantiated or invoked and such. We don't need to do all that trickery anymore. So the next thing that I want to show you is functions and how they are defined. You may argue, hey, that's a pretty old concept in React. We have seen that in JavaScript. It's been there for ages, and that's true. But nowadays, there are more ways to write a function than the way we are used to. Of course, this is the way we're used to write functions, and we can invoke a function, pass it some value, and see the outcome of it. That's all fine. But we can also write arrow functions. And depending on what you're exactly trying to do, this can become a little bit more concise. I can still say is even passing a number, but I can even make it a one-liner by removing a few things here and there. Now, this is a pretty concise way of defining a function, and it's a valid way to do in JavaScript nowadays. Another common pattern is object decomposition, which lets us have an object and decompose that object into its individual properties. In the first line, we see an object being created with a few properties, a name, an age, and an occupancy. And in this second line, we see that the object is being decomposed into new variables. So I can say, for instance, there's a variable name by now, and it has the same value as the property name. Same holds for age. But since I did not decompose the occupancy, it's undefined, and I don't see anything at all. It's as if that variable just wasn't there. The same holds for arrays. We can also decompose arrays into their individual members. So we can refer to the first element of the array or the second element, but we cannot refer to the third unless we decompose it that way. Now, the opposite of object decomposition, you could argue, is object shorthand notation, which lets us create objects from local variables without having to repeat name, value, name, value. What we see here is that we have some local variables, name and age, and we compose them into an object, which is called person, by saying, I want to have a property name, and the value should be the local variable name. I want to have a property age, and I want its value to be the value of the local variable age. And we can add more properties if we want. So we can say occupancy is whatever. And now we can inspect the object by saying JSON stringify for the person. And we see the object being composed with the shorthand notation and the old longer notation. Another very powerful feature that you can see quite a lot in React applications is string interpolation. Let me show you what that looks like. I have my amount class again. And here I'm going to say that we have 150 euros. And I would like to have a string representation of that. The string representation lets us use a variable by putting them by creating a string in backticks using $ and curly braces to actually insert variables at a particular point in the string. Note that we cannot say value. We must say this dot value here because it's an instance variable. Now, this is not a really very useful representation, but this already looks a lot better. So that's for string interpolation. We've seen some common things that have been added to JavaScript over the last few years and which will allow us to write powerful applications using React on to what makes React React. And the first thing that we need to discuss there is JSX. Now, what is JSX? JSX is an extension to JavaScript. That means we're not talking syntactic sugar here. We're having something on top of JavaScript that lets us use XML values as a first-class citizen in JavaScript. And please note that we're talking real XML here. So it's not a string of characters that happen to be parsable as XML. No, it is really XML. What is very powerful here is that we can use embedded expressions in JSX. We'll see some examples from that later during this talk, and that we can also leverage attributes from XML. As far as I know, it's not possible to use namespaces. There are boundaries to what is sane in this context, but nevertheless, it's a very powerful mechanism. And since it's XML, we can actually nest XML tags inside other XML tags, which is very powerful again. And if we are using XML or any markup language, then anybody who is a bit familiar with application security and secure development will say, hey, how about XSS? How about injection attacks? What if I would have a local variable that contains some XML like string? So a string that starts with less than, be bigger than, for instance. Will that actually make it into the XML? And the good news is, no, it will not. JSX comes with automatic XSS prevention, which of course you can work around if you really need to. But the way to do that is so complicated that even after years, I still cannot remember how to do that. I need to look it up every single time I want to do it. They made it so hard that you can absolutely not do it by accident, which is good, I think. The interesting thing is that since JSX is a syntax extension to JavaScript, it means that browsers and most JavaScript runtimes do not know about it. And that's why we need a process to transpile the JSX into real JavaScript code. And that transpilation is often done by Babel or optionally by the TypeScript compiler. And until React 17, it would replace JSX by a call to react.createElement. Starting with React 17, you can opt in for the new transform, which will do a little different thing than react.createElement. But let's forget about that for now, for a minute. And let's just say that if you write some JSX somewhere in your JavaScript file, that at runtime you will not see the XML, but you will rather see an invocation of react.createElement. So what would that look like in practice? Here's our first very little example. We see on the first line that we create an XML literal. Please note that there's no string characters here. There's no quotes around it or something. It's just div and a closing tag for div. And you can easily add text in between as you would in any XML editor. And you will see that our text gets rendered. The second line, I'm not going to show you every time, is actually how you bootstrap your React application. So you load the document object model bindings of React, and you tell React to render an element. The element is being created there. And where do you want to mount it in the existing page? Well, find me a document object model element with the identifier app. And I would like to mount my application there. So an element can be anything that is already existing in the document object model, such as a div. But if that was all, it wouldn't be so powerful as it is today. Before we go further, let's just say that elements can also have attributes, as we can see here. So I can create a div with an identifier, not very useful for this example. But if we can do an ID, we can also do different attributes, like, for instance, class name. That's already an interesting one, because in regular HTML, you would say div class is red text, and the text would appear, obviously, in red, even when you type blue. But since class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript, it wouldn't make sense to have class there. The transpiler would simply not be able to make sense. Where is the statement that I need to transpile? And that's why they decided to call it class name. So the names are a little bit different. And as you can see, the name is also camel cased rather than having a dash in between, as you might have come to expect from HTML. Also, their behavior can be a little bit different. For instance, if I specify the style attribute to a div, I can pass it an object. Yes, literally a JavaScript object. And a JavaScript object can describe the style that I would like to apply to my div. Here again, I created a style that lets you display text in red and with a bold font. And even when I type blue, it will appear in red and with a bold font. But you can see this is something that would not work in HTML. We're actually passing a JavaScript object, a JavaScript value, as a value for the attribute of the style of that particular div. So this is really a difference in behavior from what you might have expected from HTML and JavaScript without React. Now, another thing to keep in mind is that an element must always have a single root node. So in this example, we get an error message from React, which says you have two React elements, and I don't know how to render that. There's no way for me to do that. There's a simple trick how you can solve that. First, you can put in between a comma. You put square brackets around them. Hereby, you create an array with two elements, and each element is of type JSX element. So now we have an array of 2 XML tags or elements, if you wish. And that array can actually be rendered by React. Alternatively, you can use fragments, relatively new feature in React, which does more or less the same thing, but then you don't need to have the comma in between. The interesting part here is, by the way, that this also is different from regular XML, because here we have an XML tag that does not have a name, something that would be forbidden in regular XML. It does have a name, by the way. Officially, it's called react.fragment. And you see it behaves exactly the same, but because that's quite a lot of work to type, we'll just stick with an empty XML tag. That means a tag with no name. Now, that's all fine and good, but the real power comes when we start talking about components. A component in React is a function that takes properties or arguments actually and returns an element. So this allows us to start thinking about reusable components. What we see on the first line is a component that returns an element, an XML element with a div and some text in between. And as you see, it's a function, it's an arrow function just in one line here that has one argument, which is called props. And by convention in React, it's always props. Can sometimes be a bit confusing, but you can, in your head, if it makes more sense, you can just think arguments. And in fact, given that it's JavaScript, you could name it anything and it will still work. But no matter where you look, all documentation will talk about props, properties. And if you want to use such a component, you use it as if it were an XML tag by opening it and either self-closing it or closing it with a closing tag. And here it's interesting to note that if you start writing components, their name must start with a capital letter. By convention, if a component starts with a lowercase letter, it is expected that the runtime binding, in our case, that's the document object model, provides the component type natively. That's why the div here starts with a small, with a lowercase d, because the browser knows what a div element is and it can render it itself. The browser does not know what a greeter is, so we capitalize it, thereby saying, we are going to tell you, React, what a greeter is. Well, in fact, it's a component that will render a div. And then if you start rendering the greeter component, again with an uppercase G, then React knows to invoke the function and using the return value of that function to build your user interface. So we've seen the basics of XML in JavaScript, or just JSX for short. Let's look at some more advanced use cases of what you can do with JSX. The first thing, and I already mentioned that briefly, is the fact that you can embed expressions in JSX. And let me show you a few examples of that. Here I have a component which is called example, again with an uppercase E. It does not take any arguments, but it could well have taken some if we wanted to. And it will return a large div over there with some text in it. The answer to the ultimate question of life, universe, and everything. Oh, and now there I would like to actually include that answer. Well, we all know what the answer is. The answer to the question of life, universe, and everything is, of course, 42. A local variable, referencing a local variable, is an expression. So we just write the expression over there. But invoking we can also use a literal value there, works equally fine. And we can even invoke functions here. And then the return value of that function is a value in itself and will be embedded in the in the XML. As I said earlier, there's prevention against XSS. So if I would include B42, or it's already B, let's do I. As you can see, the I is not executed as if it were in the XML itself. It's taken as a literal value. So that's the XSS prevention I was talking about earlier, live in action here in this demo. Now, as I said, we have got properties that we can pass to a component, or arguments if you wish. How can we use them? Well, if we render a component, we specify those properties or those arguments using attributes. This looks like a regular XML attribute, and in fact, it is. How can your component access it? Well, that's of course where the props come in. As I said, the props is just one argument. No matter how much properties your component takes, there's always one props argument. And we can just use that here and say, give me please the name of the props object. And we can pass it in and it will be rendered. And if I update the value of the attribute, then my component gets updated, and eventually the document object model gets updated, and we can see that it reflects in our user interface. There is an alternative, which is to use object decomposition. And it allows you to, rather than say props, you can say, I have a property, or excuse me, I have a function argument here that I immediately want to decompose into a variable with the name name. And if I want to use it, I don't have to do props.name because there is no props, but rather I can do name. And then again, of course, if I change it, then it will be updated immediately. And the only difference, a bit subtle maybe, is the fact that you use the curly braces there. So as to specify, I'm not expecting one object, I'm expecting an object and I want it to be decomposed immediately. Of course, I could try to decompose it into things that are not there. Then it will not work. But passing in a different value, a different attribute for that works. And even if I would pass in a JavaScript literal, so a number, then it will work. So the next thing that I want to show you is how to apply control statements inside JSX. In its most shortest form, this is what it could look like. I have an emotion component over here that, depending on my mood, lets me either clap my hands or dry my tears. If I pass in happy with the value of true, then the props gets decomposed into the local variable happy, which here is evaluated happy and then follows a regular ternary operator. If happy, then clap hands, else dry tears. I could also have written if happy, curly brace, return clap hands, curly brace, else, etc., etc. Quite a lot of work, but sure, you can do that. Something like this. If happy, return clap hands, else return dry tears. And this would also work. And if I would then say, oh, I'm not happy anymore, then I could start drying my tears rather than clapping my hands. So it behaves exactly the same way. And this is how we can make a conditional expression inside JSX. So depending on some local variables, I can either clap my hands or dry my tears. Perfect. Another popular control statement is, of course, looping over a collection of values. And here I have, in line 7, created an array of 2 ticker symbols of 2 famous Dutch companies. Curious if you know from heart which they are. VIA is Philips electronics devices. Heija is Heineken, some popular drink, although I think it's more popular outside the Netherlands than it is inside the Netherlands. And I can add a third one and it works perfectly fine. What does it do? I pass that array as a property to my ticker list. The ticker list here takes the symbols, and for each symbol, it will invoke this function that I pass using map. And what does it do? It invokes this function and it creates a new array for where each element in the original array symbols is replaced by the return value of that function, which is the ticker in this case. So in fact, running this piece of code gives me an array of ticker elements. As we saw earlier, an array can be rendered just as fine as a single element. And then the ticker itself is defined over there. And if I would change that ticker, you will see that all the tickers get updated synchronously. So that works fine. And this is how you can iterate over a collection of things. Very powerful. Now, if you're anything like me, you would be looking at this and saying, how does that actually work? What on earth is going on? What's the magic behind the scenes here? Because sure, it all looks fine. I can pass an XML and it somehow gets translated into document object model, but how does that work? And I want to share a little insight under the hood. So there's actually two places where the magic happens. The first place is during the build of our application. So we've written a few components, we've wired them together to create kind of a user interface. And as I said, you need a transpiler. And typically it's either Babel or the TypeScript compiler. And it will turn all those XML-like statements, XML statements, or expressions actually, into invocations of React.createElement. So if your JavaScript file contains this XML piece, greeter with name as world, then Babel or TSC will replace that with React.createElement. The first argument is the function that does the actual return statement that returns the XML. The second argument that are the props. So all the attributes that I pass along are taken together into one object, the props. And then the third argument there is if you have any child elements, then it will be there. And if you don't have child elements, like in this example, it's a self-closing element, it will simply be null. And the second piece of magic happens at runtime. Because we have assembled our JavaScript sources and we've replaced all the XML with React.createElement statements. If you load it into your browser will run that code and it will actually invoke React.createElement quite a lot of times, of course. And all those invocations together form a tree of components. You could think of them as objects, JavaScript objects. So the result of a React.createElement invocation is a JavaScript object saying there should be an element inside the document object model with these attributes and these values and all these whatnot. React assembles that into a virtual document object model. And it's important to note that this is a virtual document object model. So it's not the real document object model yet. Now, this virtual document object model is compared to the actual document object model. So that is the thing that is in your browser, the thing that you would see if you would use your development toolbar in your browser. You could say inspect element, and then you will see the document object model as it is at that point in time. The virtual DOM is compared to that actual DOM, and React will then make the smallest possible changes to actually make sure that the actual DOM is again synchronized with the virtual DOM. That process is called reconciliation. And reconciliation works in React based on two very important assumptions. The first assumption is that if we look at two elements of a different type, then the subtree under those elements will by definition be different. And the second assumption that we need to maintain is that child elements of the same type can stably be identified during re-renders using a special property called key. So let's dive into both of those assumptions. And it's important that we know about these because they let us write efficient and performant applications. So first, about the elements being of different type. It's a little bit larger example here. What we see, we have an application, and the application is defined here. It's a component, and it takes two arguments, a language and a name. And depending on the language, it will delegate to another component, a Portuguese greeter, a Dutch greeter, or an English greeter. Now, by default, it will be English. If somebody specifies a language that we don't know, we will just use English. Given that I have specified the language to be Dutch, it obviously loads the Dutch greeter, or actually delegates to the Dutch greeter, which shows a Dutch flag and the text "Hello, world." Now, if we decide because of some user action or because of something that changes in our system, that the language is no longer NL, but it is rather PT, we see that the app is re-rendered. So this function is invoked again using the new values for lang and name. Name didn't change, but lang did. And because lang is now PT, we see the result of returning the Portuguese greeter. If the first assumption was not there, React might have thought, oh, well, let me see, there's a div in the English greeter, there's a div in the Portuguese greeter, there's a div in the Dutch greeter. They're all divs, so let me dive into it one level deeper. And then it would need to make a very deep comparison of actually the whole document object model. Maybe to find out that not much has changed, but most likely to find out that a lot has changed. So this assumption is actually allowing us to immediately say, hey, if you are rendering a Portuguese greeter rather than a Dutch greeter, I can just throw away whatever was rendered by the Dutch greeter, this whole first div with hello. And I can, instead of that, I can replace that with this piece of XML, which says I. I'm not sure if I pronounced it correctly. Please forgive me about that, but might sound something like that. Let's just go for English just to be sure, because I know how to pronounce that. It will replace with hello. So this first assumption, let's React quickly decide what pieces of the user interface will stay and what pieces will need to be replaced. On to the second one, which is a bit more tricky, but it's also a bit more common to make mistakes here. We're looking at the same ticker list again. And let me again add ASML to the list. Now, what would happen if I would remove the middle element, Philips? It would be very hard for React to say which of those three items was to be removed, because they're all the same. All three of them are a ticker, and all three of them are thereby, as far as React is concerned, the same thing. It can't differ between those three. So React would have no other option than to throw all three of them away and then recreate all of them, except for Philips, who would unfortunately have left the building. This is, of course, very inefficient because as humans, we can immediately see, hey, Heineken is still there, ASML is still there. Why don't you just keep those? Well, because React doesn't know they are the same. They are, after all, React is, after all, being passed a new array of ticker elements. And yeah, there's simply no reference, no relationship between the old and the new, except if we pass the key property. Because the key property here lets us tell React which element is which element compared to the previous or the other thing that we are comparing with. So it's very important for that key property to be there if you are iterating over anything. And it's important also to obey the rules of the key property because it needs to fulfill two conditions. It needs to be stable and it needs to be unique. Unique meaning that every element in this list must have a unique key property. And you can do that in our case because tickers are unique. You can just simply use the name of the ticker and that's just fine. If you are loading data from a remote REST API, then you probably have some kind of identifier for that record. Could also very well fulfill that requirement. And the second thing is that it needs to be stable. So if we run it again and again, we need to have the if we run the ticker again, then the same symbol should lead to the same key. So far we've seen quite a lot of things about how you can build your applications. Let's quickly see how we can interact with our environment, because a web application that only displays stuff, that's not interesting. The first thing is that we can keep state inside a component, and we use react.useState for that. React.useState returns an array, and the array has two elements. The first element being the actual value of the counter, and the second element being a function to update it. In this case, it's a bit boring. It doesn't do anything. And to be able to do that, we need to be able to react to an event. Reacting to a document object model event works similarly as it does in the browser, but again, there's a few subtle differences. The event names are different. We have on click with a capital C rather than a lowercase c. An event handler must always be a function. You can't delegate to the name of a function. An event handler is always bound to the React component where it lives, and it cannot live globally. And the event handler will receive a synthetic browser agnostic event, which makes sure that it works the same across all browsers. What does that look like? Well, here I have a button. I say on click, I want to pass a function, and the function is defined here as being a function that calls setCounter. And I could say setCounter, counter +1 or counter -1. And now if I click the button, you see that the counter gets updated. Why? Because clicking the button calls the event handler. The event handler calls the setCounter function, which we got from react.useState, and it updates the state, and then the component gets rendered again. Same thing for onChange callbacks, for instance. So we can use string interpolation here again. We can say, show me a pop-up with the name. I can start typing, press the button, and then you see over there a pop-up appearing. Another thing that you do very often when you build web applications is retrieval of data over HTTP. As I said, React doesn't provide you anything out of the box for that, but the good part is your browser does. Every modern browser nowadays supports the Fetch API. Let me show you a quick example here, which retrieves a random joke from a serverless function that's running in the Oracle Cloud that I've hosted there. We have a function which is called getJoke, and the function is implemented by saying fetch to that particular URL. If it succeeds, check if the status is in the 200 range, If so, resolve the promise with the response of the promise, parse it to using JSON, and eventually pick out the joke property from it. And that function is loaded here using getJoke. And I can now say set joke, set state, joke loading, like so. Doesn't work as I expected. Why is that? Set state joke loading. Set state. Don't see why it's not working. Yes, joke, and I'm not loading anymore. And as soon as I say loading is done, then the joke gets rendered. That's because here at the end we have if loading, then always show the text loading, else return the joke. We use a different hook here, which is called React Use Effect, and that lets us attach an effect to the first time loading of the component. This empty array here makes sure that it doesn't fire every time that we load the component, but only the first time. For storing data, you can use the local storage and the session storage, which are both part of the web storage API. It's important to note that if you go that way, you need to write them as strings, which means that any objects you want to work with should be stringified and parsed using the JSON global variable. And if you want it to be persistent over browser shutdown, you should go for local storage. If it's only relevant during the browser session, you should go for session storage. But then again, that's plain browser JavaScript. There's nothing React specific in there. So given the time that we are on, I want to quickly run through delivering applications, which is actually, it is important to know about it. If you start working with React, I highly recommend to install the developer tools so that you can actually have a component-based view of your application and inspect the components that React has detected. And it also greatly helps in debugging, because here you can see your original source code rather than the transpiled source code. Testing is done using Jest and the React testing library, which makes sure that you can just run a React component in a unit test without having to fire up a browser. Let me skip the examples for now, because we otherwise don't have time for the questions. You can set it up all yourself, but I highly recommend to use Create React App, which gives you a very opinionated, but also ready to roll setup for shipping professional applications. And it uses all best practices from companies that have been working with React over the last years. You install it using the npm package manager, and then you run create React app and followed by the name of your application. If you've done that, you can use npm run start to start developing with hot reloading and stuff. You can use npm run build to create a production-like build, minimized and everything, and npm run test to run the unit test. There's a lot more stuff. If we had a little more time, I would have told you about custom hooks and about React 18. Well, that's unfortunately not for today. What I would like you to take away, if you start working with React, please use React, create React app, saves you an enormous amount of time in setting up a pipeline. Start thinking of your user interface in terms of preferably small components. And finally, think in a declarative way. Think about what you want your user interface to look like rather than how it should be built. And with that, I hope we have a minute or two left to answer some questions.
We have a couple of minutes, but we don't have questions so far. So everyone, if you have questions about React, now is the time to ask them.
In the meantime, I've added 2 links here, which you can use to check out the things that I've described. Create React app is found online. So is the code for the API that gave us the random dad jokes. And if you're interested in how those work, you can check them out.
Okay, so we still don't have any question, but if you have any question later on, you please feel free to ask them on Slack. And Martin, I'm not sure if you are on Slack. If you are not, please join Slack and join the discussion there.
Yes, I will definitely do that. I don't think I joined yet, but I will do that straight after the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for being with us, and hope to see you again in a future edition.
Okay.
Likewise.
See you.
Thank you,
Bye.
Martin. Thank you.
It was a real pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much again. Bye.
Feeling comfortable? Let's start the interview. Use the flute and play a song. Why should we hire you?
You have no idea I want to work this much!
Experiências digitais, nós fazemos tudo o que é o digital da Mercedes-Benz Carros. Ou seja, a partir do momento em que um utilizador entra num site até ao momento em que se torna cliente e, na verdade, depois de ser cliente temos que prestar serviços, todas essas serviços, toda essa experiência digital, quer seja na app, quer seja nos websites, é desenvolvida por nós aqui em Portugal.
É algo que está ainda em discussão. Antes da pandemia nós já tínhamos alguma liberdade para as pessoas fazerem home office. Obviamente agora o futuro vai ser muito mais híbrido e com bastante mais liberdade. Exatamente como vai funcionar ainda temos que ter algumas discussões. O que sabemos é que não queremos ser uma empresa 100% remote, nem 100% presencial. Vai ser algo semelhante, porque para manter a cultura da empresa acreditamos que é importante as pessoas reunirem-se de vez em quando. O que vamos querer ter é um escritório bastante mais preparado para que esses eventos ocorram, ou seja, não é tanto para trabalhar no dia-a-dia à secretária, mas tanto para que as pessoas se juntem, colaborem e criem um espírito tão forte como temos hoje em dia. A nível de back-end, nós quando começámos usávamos muito o Java 8 e o Java 11. Desde o último ano para cá passámos para Kotlin e mantivemos o Spring Boot como o framework de eleição. A nível de front-end, estamos nesta altura a tentar haver uma maior standardização. Passamos de JavaScript para TypeScript e o framework de eleição vai ser Vue.js a partir de agora. Em 2022, primeiro ambicionamos voltar ao normal o máximo possível. Acho que é a primeira grande ambição. Mas 2022 vai continuar a ser um ano de grande crescimento. Vamos ter que crescer bastante mais o número de pessoas, de colaboradores que temos hoje em dia. Vamos continuar a querer cada vez mais desenvolver as plataformas futuras da Mercedes-Benz, porque todo o nosso modelo é cada vez mais digital. E, na verdade, em 2022 queremos estar no novo escritório, que vai ser no Hub Criativo do Beato. Vai ser o primeiro ano inteiro em que vamos ter um escritório verdadeiramente nosso e não estarmos no coworking. Por isso, para nós, vai ser um grande passo e uma grande mudança. Olha, 3 coisas importantes em todas as pessoas que recrutamos. Primeiro é o conhecimento que têm, pode ser um back-end, um front-end, pode ser um UX, pode ser um product owner, que tenha conhecimento na sua área-chave, na sua área base, seja adequado à sua experiência. A segunda componente muito importante é que seja uma pessoa que goste de aprender e crescer connosco. O que nós sabemos é que nesta área a tecnologia muda muito rapidamente e o que é necessário hoje em dia pode ser totalmente diferente daqui a 2 anos, daqui a 4 anos. Por isso queremos pessoas que tenham esta sede de aprender e crescer, porque a própria empresa quer que as pessoas cresçam com a empresa. E terceiro, tão importante quanto as outras duas, são pessoas que se enquadrem bem culturalmente, que tenham um fit com a empresa, que gostem de trabalhar em equipa, que gostem de ajudar os outros, que queiram fazer mais e melhor pela empresa e por si próprios. Isto são 3 componentes muito diferentes que nós tentamos avaliar ao longo do processo de entrevistas, mas que na verdade todos eles são importantes e todos eles são críticos para alguém poder entrar dentro da Mercedes-Benz AIO. Quer seja alguém acabado de sair da faculdade, por exemplo, quer seja alguém com 20 anos de experiência, estas 3 componentes têm que estar lá.
One, two, one, we're live.
Hi everyone, and welcome back. We are here with the amazing Adam Bien, who I don't think needs any introduction left because everyone knows him. You know the drill now. If you have any question, please ask them on YouTube channel or jump in the Slack channel and ask them there. I will pass them to Adam. And if there is anything that we are not able to answer on the session, we probably Adam can jump in and join the discussion later, or you can keep in touch with Adam through Twitter, I guess. So without further delay, Adam, if you can please introduce yourself as if anyone needs it or start the session. You are very welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for being with us at Jnation, and see you in a moment.
Yeah. So yesterday I was a little bit sweating because I couldn't find myself on the agenda. And today morning I appeared. So I immediately announced the session. So Mr. Santos told me that we already met at the DevOps Belgium, and now we are on Jnation. And I was invited several times by Red Cortez or Rat Cortez, and now I'm here. So this is the magic of virtual meetings or Zoom. So what I was told by Mr. Santos is that you are not asking questions. So I would ask you, what's wrong with you? So keep the time, ask questions when you like. For me, it's a lot better to asking questions than writing something in the IDE. So the title of today's show is, or the idea is actually, that you can be very productive without any frameworks. That's the gist of the session. So I'm still Java developer, and currently I'm working with Microprofile Jakarta and Microprofile Quarkus, a little bit Helidon, Payara in various projects. So I didn't, the last web component project was 1.5 months ago. So I'm a little bit out of practice, but yeah, it should work still. So now, and I really enjoy Java and JavaScript. I forgot, actually, of course, it's a JavaScript session, but I also started at the same time with Java and JavaScript, because back then you had to know JavaScript a little bit to create, websites. Not even on mouse over worked without JavaScript. And I started with JavaScript as the origin name was LiveScript. So, okay, there are some video courses. There's AirHacks News and podcast. So the podcast is a little bit interesting because if you would like to know, everything about Roberto Cortez. So I interviewed him on the podcasts in the episode 22. So actually a long time ago, it was almost 3 years ago, from Tommy user to committer, and now keynote speaker. So listen to the episode, then you will know everything about Roberto, right? So now this was the podcast. And regarding questions, this is the interesting, Uri, what I'm doing once a month. I stream on YouTube or I answer all the questions which gathered the entire month on AirHacks TV, and you can put your question down and I will answer it once a month. Please don't send me any technical questions via email, but if you like, you can also use Twitter, no problem. Okay, now some, there are upcoming workshops, but they're almost full. There is Java on AWS is in July 8th. They are virtual. If you like, you can join. Okay, there is the marketing slides. Now the most important slide, why are we talking about web components? And I'm actually targeting this session on Java developers. Because like me, if I saw web components, this was for me something which I can understand. It looks almost like Java. So, and what I really like, the APIs are stable. They don't change in contrary to the other, frameworks. So you can absolutely use that. And there is no magic, no surprises. You read the spec and it works. So this is what I like. There is this MDN documentation, and this MDN stands for Mozilla Developer Network. And it looks very like Javadoc. So if we go to, where's my browser here? And we search, let's say, MDN HTML element, which we will use in a second. Yeah, I agree. HTML element. And you can see there is HTML element, inherits from element node. So it looks for me as almost Java code. So this is also why I like the plain stuff. And you don't need anything. So in fact, in the larger projects or in all projects so far, we We don't even have npm installed on local machines. You can do whatever, like just, how we started 20 years ago, so just plain web. And so I will show you what I mean by that and ask questions. And they are working out of the box, learn once, never migrate. This is why I survive, I would say more than 25 years of Java. Why I survived that? Because I only learned the diff, not everything which comes new, just the small difference year per year. And I try not to forget the old stuff. Okay, and no accidental migrations required. It's not like, there is a patch needed because the web component, something happened internally. If there's a patch needed, the browser is going to be patched, but there are no accidental updates required, which is sadly required sometimes with JavaScript frameworks. So for me, web components plus web standards, and people say, okay, web standard, what is it? Whatever you will find on Can I Use. Can I Use is amazing site. Can I Use? If you search, for instance, for custom elements, you will find that they are supported everywhere. Window custom elements except Internet Explorer 11. So they are so-called polyfills. And Opera Mini, nothing runs Opera Mini because it runs on the server. So, but as you can see, and I use the page all the time because whatever is available here everywhere, I don't need any, patches or so-called polyfills. Okay, so this was, and what I'm using today is Visual Studio Code, Browser Sync, a Chrome, Firefox, and or Safari, it doesn't matter. Firefox and Chrome are the best for web development from tooling, and Redux DevTools is optional, but I will probably use it today, depends on your questions. Okay, so now productivity. We have 50 minutes time. I will attempt today to explain you unidirectional data flow, which basically means model view controller. What we did for 25 years was renamed to unidirectional data flow now in the JavaScript world, but how it works is, we have a web component here. This is a custom element. And this custom element is just presentation layer view. What we did, 10 years ago with Swing or JavaFX. So let's imagine a text field. If you do something with the text field, the state of the text field changes. The text is sent to a control, which is basically a Java file, JavaScript file with functions. And the function we could name save for later or something like that. And then the function can call backend or calls backend. And if there's something, there is a state change required. Let's say we retrieve data from the backend, then this function will change the state in the singleton called Redux, but it's actually a singleton. And Redux will update will notify all the custom elements, and they will re-render themselves. So this is unidirectional data flow, known for 25 years in Java community as MVC, Model View Controller. Any questions? Santosh, sorry, I forgot your first name. I only remember your last name. Mr. Santosh, what's your first name? Question from speaker to moderator.
Actually, it's Samuel, not Mr., just Samuel.
Yeah, Samuel, but I couldn't read, your first name. So I'm telling Mr. Santosh, so Samuel is way better. So, okay, this was the last slide. And now I would also do something like this. So what I will use today is plain, how would call it, plain web standard template, PWS, nice name. And this is nothing. There are just 3 files, but I got the question always how you created the thing, and I will show you with that. And so let's do this. And if I fire up, let's see, I'm in the right folder, set up web standard project, and let's call it basics. So let's do this. And I would like to show you how it works. So what happened right now, this GitHub template I showed you right now was cloned. So you can repeat it at home if you like. And what I need this is my Chrome, but it could be anything. And this is my visual. Oh, I can actually go either way because my head disappeared before the show. So let's do this. So exactly. Usually it looks like that. And so today it is different. So we have more room. So Hello Plain Web Standards project. So what it is index.html. So it looks like that. and what we load is a JavaScript file and a CSS file. The JavaScript file is almost empty. The CSS is almost empty. So, and today I would like just for you to write a very simplistic web component called, of course, Jnation extends HTML element. And this HTML element is this what we saw before. And this HTML element is going to be registered. And this is custom elements. This is the define. This is the web component API, which is required, which we saw in the can I use. And now I would like to use Jnation and then Jnation as class name. So, and now we connected callback, which is part of the standard. And for Java developers, easy to get is like post construct. It's exactly the same API. I only have to find the right brackets. Now we are talking. So this inner HTML, why I know that? Because of MDN. This is like the attribute of inside this HTML element. So inherited that. Backticks are like text blocks in Java, but a little bit more powerful, because what I can do is I can say greetings and tell you hello Jnation 2021. And greetings to Roberto Cordas, of course. So, and then you will have to ask at least one question. So this is, otherwise I won't stop talking. This is what we can do, a little bit of pressure. So greetings, H2. So, and this is impossible in Java, or not easily possible. You will have to use now the %s, and this is a little bit more supported in JavaScript. So now the component, I think is ready to go. Let's see. I go to index.html. And what I can do is I can now use a tag like this, and you see Jnation. So we implemented together the very first web component, which is impressive for a conference, but absolutely unusable in real world. Why? Because there are some, what can happen is, long story short, we could actually, if this is more complex, you will really watch what you are injecting here, because you could have like HTML injection. You could inject a JavaScript script to a HTML, and this is a little bit problematic. So, any questions in the chat, Samuel? No questions?
None so far.
Very knowledgeable audience, or the chat is not working. This could be the explanation. So, now, I killed everything, and this is the browser sync, and this is actually explained on the repository. So the magic is this. What happens here, the browser sync watches the source folder, starts Google Chrome, and this is needed for later, the single, and I don't like to see notifications. So what the single does is, if you have routing, and the front end requests a page, if the page is not available, it returns index.html. This is what single does. Okay, so now let's do the next step. So because in all my projects, they are never that simple, and I got no recurring question, but what if you need routing? What if you need, more evolved state management? And what if you need, DOM diffing? And then I created another template, which is more serious. And this is called BCE, stands for Boundary Control Entity, from Ivor Jacobson. Why I use the boundary control entity? Because the term is described several times in several books. I don't have to justify myself why I'm using the names. Without BCE, I always had to invent my own names, and this went terribly wrong. Okay, so we have that. So let's use it. The same story, you only have to clone that, and then it will work. So, my clone works a little bit differently. So set up web BCE. This is exactly the project. It will clone that or copy it locally. I don't have to clone from the internet. And now call it Jnation. So, and the same thing happens. The bookmarks or the bookmarks app opens, is a little bit more serious. It comes with lit.html. Forgot actually to open that. Lit.html comes with Redux, and this is basically it. So lit.html is like a standard extension of JavaScript templating capabilities. If you search for ES tagged literal, I think it's called, or template, there are two names, literal MDN, you should find this tag templates. And what you can see here, you can define a function called myTag, and then you can use the same name here. And what this function does, it just expands the variables. Okay, so yeah, homework, look at that. Long story short, what I can do now, or what I will do, is this lit.html is such a function with the name HTML, so you can just use it. Okay, so what I did here already, I created a very simple application, and you can go to add bookmark, and I say JLabel Jnation, best conference ever. Best conference ever. But no questions. This is the problem. So almost best conference ever. And if I go to list, you see best conference ever, but no questions. So this is the only downside of that. I can delete that, and this is a small app. What it also comes with, and to demonstrate you that, is it comes with state management. So if I just open that and just not open like that, rather than to right, and make it a little bit larger, state. So if I type something, you see that it actually already changes the state. So, and this is the entire state of the application is in JSON. This is the singleton. And if I just do something, you see that it changes here. It is visible. So watch that. Okay. And because this is Redux, this is the singleton, the tooling, what it also can do, it can actually, wait a sec, the state, where is it? Just cannot find that. There is, this is what I wanted to show you. So as you can see, I can travel back and forth. So like back and forth, so I can reinitiate all the actions. Why is this working? This is working because the entire state is in the singleton. Okay, this is, so we have one class called Redux. Exactly, this is exactly one class, this is the singleton, and the other class is lit.html, JavaScript class. So there's two, how to call it, utilities, which I use. I wouldn't call it a framework. So, okay, so now code review. What happens? What happened behind the scenes? And I will just make it a little bit larger. And so it's very similar to before. So we have an index.html with two links, add and slash. And what we load is app.js and init. Init is just a patch for Redux. It requires a property, so I will have to set your property. So this is no magic. It needs, because it's old, still is Node environment. So this is no more needed in more modern app. And the app is this what you saw. So what is the app? As you can see, what I'm doing here, I'm instantiating Vaadin router, which is a web component. So if you search for Vaadin router web component, it is a great little web component, one class, which helps you with routing. In other projects, we implement routers by ourselves, but you can absolutely pick one. I just picked the Vaadin router. And there are two routes. You see the path slash and add. So if someone clicks on slash, the component blist is going to be called. On add db bookmarks. Both components are imported here. Now, the bookmarks or all components. So this is a template for more complex projects. And the idea here is that every concept you can see is or manifests itself as a folder. And with the same name. So I have bookmarks. And if I would like to create speakers, let's do this, or not speakers, moderators, of course. So let's say here BCE, moderators. So I would get here a moderators. This is just, the BCE is just stupid. What it does is, I don't like to type a lot. It just creates, a folder with boundary control entity. So I can save 3 clicks. So there is a boundary control entity. And now my idea would be that I push here moderators, create moderators. It is always the same moderators. So I don't have to think about this. It's always the same convention. And I can say class moderators extends. Now, no more HTML element rather than BE element. And this BE element is my own element. And I will show you this in a second. So this is where the magic happens. And by the way, I'm using plain JavaScript, no TypeScript, and this is how it behaves. And now do the import statement, and the module is going to be a BE element, exactly, and then BE element, B element, not BE. B element is the name. So, okay, looks good. Custom elements define, and this is going to be J for Jnation moderators, and all components have to have a dash, and then moderators. So now the connected callback is no more needed. I create a view here, and then say return, and then HTML. So this is the and it imports automatically this HTML from lit HTML, and then add here something. Hello Jnation. So this is the simplest possible component. We can make it a little bit more complex later, but let's start with that. So now I would like to integrate this, how to do this. So what I would like to do is, I would like to say you are the list here in my HTML, and this is the list, and the just a slash is the moderators. So, and then of course I will have to configure the router. Samuel, still no questions? Still no questions? This is impossible.
Still no questions. It seems like impossible, right?
Huh? Are there any viewers? Not that we are alone here. This could be also an explanation, you know.
And Slack is still working, so you know.
Okay, cool. So and now of course I don't have even to think, because this is going to be moderators, and then yeah, of course I can use control space moderators. I don't have to type that. So okay. By the way, just back to you see, it is working. So just go that in that.
Can I ask you a question, actually?
Yeah, and what you see is working beautifully, right? So moderators, this is moderators. Samuel,
so
go ahead.
yes, you can you go a bit deep on the reasoning why you decided to build those templates instead of using a traditional framework?
Very good. The best question ever. The reason is the entire framework here is this. This is what I wrote. This is the BE element. This is the entire framework. Everything else is just convention. And I was asked about conventions, how I structure the apps. And this is just an example. And the entire framework with lots of logging are 50 lines of code. So what it means is my advice would be not, to download the framework, rather than just pick the BE element, watch on this, and maintain it by yourself. Now, then you are not dependent on anyone. You can maintain the thing, in-house, and it will never break, because we're only using web standards. And the entire history, Samuel, was like, I think it was actually at my, I think, last appearance on Devox, or it was once before. So it was like probably 5 years ago. And in this year, I got a contract to help my clients, and they used Angular app, and they use Angular 1.4, and because 1.4, and they couldn't upgrade to 2 because they couldn't upgrade to 1.5. Another team already used Angular 2 plus something, but it was not compatible with 1.4. And I forgot, but they did something with namespacing in Angular 1.4 in order to be compatible with Angular 2. The problem is another team wanted to contribute component which was higher than Angular 2, was no more possible, so they decided to use React. So we had already 3 frameworks, and I look at the application, and it was actually simple. So it were a view forms, so there is nothing special. And then I ask, why you need all the frameworks? I mean, you can just use, back then, web components were a little bit more problematic. You need polyfills and all the stuff. And they told me, yeah, because without a framework, you cannot develop a website. Okay, and then we did a proof of concept. What happened then? Three to six, I think, internal people created the entire application without any frameworks, and it runs until now. And there were no migration needed. This was the very first story. And now continuing now last year, if you, for instance, using Angular, you are forced twice a year to update the application because of the semantic versioning. And this is why companies, if they don't have to, don't use frameworks anymore. So I got lots of contract, helped companies move away from frameworks. React is reasonable, more reasonable. But one project I remember, client called internally Angulas. And this was the project to move away from Angular, for instance. I don't know why. This is the reason, right? So, and my idea was always, if pick what's there, and if it's not enough, then look at a framework. This was, for 20 years. This is what I do all the time.
But you still use you still use external libraries like the Vaadin router. And I'm sure you must be using others. So if they break compatibility, you still need to come up to your application and update.
This is different. I'm not running inside a framework. Web components are the framework. And it's my decision what I pick. I don't have to use Vaadin router. I only use Vaadin router because
I use it as an example only.
As an example, because people ask me, what to do for routing and how to solve that. So I just picked as an example, but there are single SPAs. There's lots of routers you can pick. It doesn't matter. Then, but very good question. What means I don't implement everything from scratch. The contrary is true. If you don't have a framework, you are compatible with everything. This is the cool story. So for instance, SAP UI 5. If you take a look at that, web components. This is just a set of great web components, date pickers and so forth. So open source. So date picker is a must almost. Color picker, but date picker is the thing. And it looks like that. And I already delivered talks, so I live integrated that. So then ENG web components, for instance, Lion is called the framework, Lion. They are like, these components are very strong in validation, input formatting, but there is no CSS. You can just pick them. So what it means is I can pick and choose from whatever components I like, but this is not web components. I would call it like libraries, like extension, like functional libraries. I don't need.
But it remembers me, if you don't mind me taking up some of your time. If it reminds me in the past when we used to build web applications all by ourselves using jQuery, we build everything and we use jQuery just to help with browser compatibilities and have a boost in productivity. And then we moved to frameworks like React, like Angular, like Vue.js, because we felt at the time more productive with them. So by what you are saying now, maybe that it's inverting now because they are bringing too much stuff to the table, and instead of making you more productive, they have the inverse effect. Is that what you meant, or?
Yeah, and for instance, jQuery is that because we have document query selector, one function. So what it means is over time, the browser APIs became more and more capable. So, and at the same time, what I didn't mention today, imports. So what we got natively, ESM imports in JavaScript. And what you see here, this JavaScript looks almost like Java. So it is completely different to before 2015.
It is.
Before 2015, you had to use Angular 1. It would be crazy, to try to implement something without a framework. But now JavaScript looks like Java, so it's just, really for me no different. So you can write clean code. With lit HTML, you get DOM diffing, and this is just a suggestion. If lit HTML dies, there is HyperHTML is very similar. And if this dies, you can write your own. So this is like in Java, you would, I don't know, write your own date validator. Something like this is not like, I'm creating dependency injection in browser, what Angular does, or module system. So what I'm doing, I'm just using web component, and the entire DBE element, what I showed you right now, is, if you see what happens here, it just listens to changes, and this happens here in this line of code. It listens to changes of the Redux store, and if something happens, it re-renders. It re-renders, trigger view update the application, and there's lots of logging. You see a console group open, it's just logging, because what I like in my development is a nice output. So what I see here, I see that the moderators was loaded, it did subscribe it for Redux changes, then it was updated, then the preview was updated, so I see what's going on in an hierarchical point of view, and this is why it is 50 lines of code, otherwise it will be 20. And because there are 20 lines of code, it is absolutely understandable. I can set a breakpoint. There are no transpilation, no transpiration, or whatever how it's called. I can just, program with it. And this is the cool stuff. Developers don't even need NPM on their machines. There is no build required. You only have to write, JavaScript. And if build is really necessary, because we really have to address, the old Internet Explorer 11, then it happens in Jenkins pipeline or code pipeline on AWS or whatever. So there is like CI/CD where NPM creates, the legacy JavaScript, but you don't have to do this on the developer machines.
And one last question. Do you...
wait a second, Samuel. And we are absolutely compatible with micro frontends. So with that, micro frontends are built in because I can load every component over the network. This is the great story without breaking compatibility. Sorry for interrupting you. Now your question.
No. Okay. Well, the last question is why do you use plain JavaScript and not TypeScript? Because you don't need TypeScript at this stage, because TypeScript will impose you some kind of build, right? So
but with Visual Studio Code, you saw how it behaves, and I'm using actually TypeScript. Why? Because Visual Studio Code, it just understands TypeScript, and I get, I would say 90% of the refactoring capabilities of TypeScript without any external framework. So you could use TypeScript at any time, but then you will have to install the TSC compiler, which is not necessary. So I start small, and if you say, no, I really would like to have TypeScript, just use it. No problem at all. But we don't start with TypeScript. So we start minimal. And feedback from project is just great. So this is not like, what I did is I extracted this template from several projects because I actually implemented the 20 lines over and over again, and then became lazier. And funny story, I asked myself how to share such a template with the community. So what to do, because I looked on NPM, but NPM is somehow strange, why I need NPM. And then the most obvious, thing is like putting it just to GitHub and clone it was not obvious to me, because I always thought, we have to use NPM to share JavaScript code, which is not true at all. So the idea here, you clone it and you run it. So there's 2 liners and it works. Okay, Samuel, you are the best.
So you
attendee.
see, you have questions after all.
Yeah, very good. Samuel, you are the best attendee ever. I send you a t-shirt. Very good. Now, you see here, list, add bookmark, and moderators. Hello, Jnation. So it seems to work. So now the question is, what if I would like to have a text field here? So let's say input, and let's say placeholder, and the placeholder is ask questions. And the question, Samuel, to you, right? I'm hacking here code without any frameworks, and I'm feeling actually productive. I don't think I'm missing out a lot. I don't think I did a lot of some of Angular projects, more React projects, but it's not like, I would say the code is even similar to React. And what I do, I have to admit, I steal lots of React patterns, and they are working with this approach as well. So now change. This is on change event. And if this changes, I would like to listen to the changes. And so what I would like to do is to say here, this save what question, and just pass E. So I need the method, and the method is save question, and this method or method, but it's inside a class. And as you can see, it even recognizes here expected 0 arguments, but got 2. And this is the TypeScript compiler from Visual Studio Code, but I'm not using TypeScript, it's just JavaScript. And this is actually the goodness from Visual Studio Code. So I don't have to set up TypeScript. I'm just, yeah. Now I know that inside the event, there is a target. And inside the target, there is a value. So if I do this, and then say console log the value. So now, so let's see whether it's working. So where's my here? And I go here and say any question, and leave the field. You see any question, it seems to work. Now I would like to pass the question to the control. And I will call it moderators control. So you could create a class, but it's actually not necessary. So instead, I would just create a save question function, save question function, and this function receives the question, and then puts the question here. So now I could do here console log. And of course, do in a control, and then the question. Okay, and then in the moderators, what I can do or have to do is I would like to go here and say save question, and this is from my moderators control, and I got the auto completion value, and then if I do here something, I see moderators control, inner control, ADFF. So now what if I would like to send the question to the server? And for this purpose, I created a small Java backend, which I use for testing. And this thing is called mockend. And by the way, the BCE template, this is the template I cloned, and it comes with a couple of YouTube videos where I explain actually how it's working behind the scenes and how we can install that. But this is minimalistic. So if you can, if you find something which you can delete, send me a tweet. I'm happy to delete the stuff. Okay, now lit HTML is already discussed, and Redux maybe. So mockend. What mockend is, it is a backend, microprofile backend, as uses Quarkus, which basically is singleton again, and whatever I send to mockend, it remembers, and I can ask it via CRUD. It also comes with like echo, where it just echoes whatever I said. It can generate status code to test, error 400s or whatever. It supports server send events and stuff like that. So I would like to start it. So how to use it? There is a jar, download, and say java -jar. So okay, so let's do it. Start mockend, and it should start. Oh, it started too fast. And how it works, so you can just pick this and say almost -i. You can see 201 created. There's a location header, and I can just get this from the location header, and I got it back. So that's the idea. Okay, so let's send the text to the backend. So how to do that? And I would like to be asynchronous. So question. So what I can do, I can say, hey, the entire thing is async. Then I can say fetch, and I forgot the URI. This is the URI. And this is the URI, and I would like to wait until something happens. And then I need the configuration. And what I have to say here is method is post. Then I need the body, and the body is JSON stringify. And by the way, I'm writing this now. What happens in projects, I've write it once, like post, put, delete in fetch, and this is then one control and be called from everywhere. I'm building everything from scratch to see the worst possible experience you can get with the stuff. And let's say payload, and the payload is the question. I think this is right. Body, and probably I will need headers that you see this actually complete. And the header is content type. What I'm sending is application JSON. Application JSON. And if you have authentication JSON web tokens, this is the place in one place you can just put the tokens, set them back and forth. So there is not like you have to do it everywhere. Okay, so this is this, and this is wrong. This is JSON. Okay, now it looks good. Fetch, and yeah, let's see whether it's working. So if I say any questions left, and just leave it, hopefully something happens here, and you can see something happened indeed. So I got here request, and let's see curl localhost 8080 / CRUD. And as you can see, payload, any questions left, this is what arrived from the client. So now the cool story is this function is already asynchronous, so nothing blocks here, and we get no questions to you. So we have the backend communication combined with, so what we did, we introduced a route, we introduced a new component with a text field. We fetched we got the text, we send the text to the server using JSON in, I would say, 20 minutes, because Samuel interrupted the show with a lot of good questions. So Samuel, is anyone in the chat a question who ask a question?
Actually, we have a couple of questions.
Are you sleeping or what, Samuel? Go ahead,
No,
read the question.
Because the questions came up when we were discussing, and I didn't want to interrupt you during 20 minutes just for questions.
No, go ahead. First question.
Okay, so first, we have Lucas that is asking if we can share the URL after the presentation. So maybe it's easier if you can write it down on the Zoom chat, and I will copy paste it to Slack and to YouTube.
If I'm maybe after the session I have to disconnect, then I will tweet this in worst case.
But if you paste it on the Zoom, on this Zoom, I will copy paste to the other places.
Okay, so I will do it.
And then we have Nun Faria. Hello, great talk. It is possible to use separate files for HTML code instead of having it in the GS class?
It's very possible, but it's a bad idea. So I was also with him. So I'm Java developer. For me, it looked terrible. The argument is always, why are you mixing the presentation and business logic? But I spent some time with React 5 years ago, and it was great. It is very productive. So there would be a way, but we never do it. So you can load the string. This is just a string. You can load it from another file. No problem at all.
But if you use other frameworks like Angular, if I remember correctly, you have separated files, right?
React not, and Angular is, I would say, only popular among Java developers in .NET. So if you go to our web shops, they don't even know Angular, or they will laugh at you that you are using something like this. Really. And React is far more popular. React, Vue, JS, React, forgot the other one, Svelte. These are the modern frameworks, or modern. They are very lean. But my question is always, why I need a framework at all?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can ask
another question. By using vanilla JavaScript and not TypeScript, how do you deal with older browser support? Do you use Babel to support older browsers? I think you already answered that with continuous integration, right?
You see, ECMAScript 2015, what I'm using, is supported everywhere, even partially on Internet Explorer 11. So if you have Netscape Navigator or Mosaic, the really old browsers, from 1997, then maybe, but I would say my projects, no Babel, no Webpack, nothing. This is actually the productivity boost. So this is your answer, and you can see that here 85% of users are using Internet Explorer 11.
It's not supported anymore. So
maybe someone in the Neanderthals on the cave with some.
You can you still have older browsers there that maybe are more used than Internet Explorer. The ones
But
on
you
the
see,
right.
Internet Explorer, if it goes back to Firefox 54, so 54, so it is like what I showed you right now is old stuff, really old stuff. Nothing new what I showed you right now. This is the cool story.
And I think
next question.
I
So
think
unfortunately, everything remains simple.
Unfortunately, that's all I have for you.
Oh, really sorry. So how much? 5 minutes to go. So
Yes.
what I can do now is, you see, I can now fetch this back and say I would like to have the response here. Response, and the response can be extracted as the JSON. And what I get back, JSONs, yeah, of course, JSON actually. So let's just do the console log JSON. So, and now if I go here, I leave it, you see I got back the entire thing. So now, unidirectional data flow, what this means now, what I would do is I would create now a Redux action and just use it. And the Redux action works like this. Create action, and the name of the action, and you saw here now the auto import was plain JavaScript, and the create action, how to call it, save question, are always named in exactly the same, and export const save question action equals. I have to export it because the reducer needs a reference here. So and then what you have to do is you have to say save question action and then put the JSON here. So now if I will run the application once again, and what I need now, maybe I can launch, wait a second, never tried that, but this should work. New window. Okay, make it smaller. Localhost 3000, and then open this to write. So now, if I do this, then you see the bookmarks, and what you should also see, I got back in moderators 16 an array back here, but there should be an action called, and it just reloaded itself. That's the problem. Wait a sec. Now I have two Redux instances running. That's the problem. I just wanted to prevent. Okay, let's. The point is, what already happened. The save action was executed here, and not executed. It was invoked. And what I can do right now is I can say store dispatch, and store has to be imported. Control space. No. Store. Yeah, dispatch and the action. This is actually what should happen. So, and now we are done here. What it means is this is called asynchronously, but we are waiting, await, but the entire thing is asynchronous. So then we're changing the state on the server. I'm not handling the errors here. Then I go again to the server. I fetch the entire state. I could also fetch the diff or whatever you need. I get the JSON back, and then I'm sending the diff to the store. And the cool story is the store changes the state and invokes all the components. And in order to implement the store, I would need to implement the moderators reducer JS. And this is like create reducer. And I call it just moderators, export const moderators. And this create reducer needs an initial state, const initial state. And this initial state is what, if you load the application, what should happen. And let's say we have just a list, and this is an array. Let's say this is the initial state, list of moderators, nothing else. So, and this initial state has to be passed here, initial state. And then we get a builder, and the builder builds. So, and the builder builds cases. So the builder, build, not so. Builder, think of builder, add case, and the case would be in the case of save question action. I have the state and the action, and what I'm interested from the action is the payload, and now I can do something with it. And this is going to be, but I think we are out of time, which is not bad. But what only happens here is state.list, and I'm just giving the list the payload. The cool story is, because we are using Redux Toolkit, we don't have to clone the entire thing. It happens automatically behind the scenes. We are basically done. The only thing what I have to do is I have to register the moderators, and this happens in the store. And as you can see, what I need, I have one slot bookmarks. The other slot is moderators. And I will also have to import that. And this works like import. And there's a statement. And this is moderators. This is then the entity. And this is the moderators reducer. And then moderators. And with that, I think we should see now that state, great, we have moderators list and we have bookmarks. So we have one slot for one component here. And then I can say, if I change that, so then we have moderators, as you can see, list of all moderators in my Redux state. So now I'm in the state, I have the list, entire list from the server. And so having this, I can easily go to the boundary, say now moderators list, and create another component which picks the moderators list JS. And this class just picks class moderators list. And this extends from the BE element. Then I can say custom elements define. Of course, there are templates for everything. I could generate the entire thing as a template, but I show you the diverse possible experience. J moderators list, and this is the moderators list. So the cool story is now I can say here view.
Feeling the pressure, Adam?
Yes, yeah. I'm sweating already. So, so this is const, and then we need here the moderators, and from the moderators the list, and then from the state. So because we have the slot, state, and HTML is not imported, because we have JavaScript, it works perfectly. And now I can say the following, list.map, and they are the moderators, and then HTML, and this is almost Redux code. And here I can say just M in P. Cool. So 30 seconds. Now, if we are lucky, I can just add here J moderators list, and this should be here. And I have import the thing here, import, and this is moderators list. So and now let's see what happens. So hello Jnation, and hello Jnation. Does something happen or not? Hard to tell. But there are no errors, at least, and something with the rendering. But as you can see, moderators, is this rendered? Moderators? No, moderators list. I think I'm J moderators list, probably. Wait a sec. We have, this has to work. Moderators list. E is not defined. Okay. Moderators list. He's right. And you see all the objects. So, and the object has, let's say, text, hopefully. And do something. No text. I forgot what was inside. IDs. Everyone has an ID. Let's try with ID. You see IDs now. So what I was able, I can say, hello, one more. So this is now the unidirectional data flow. I'm going to server fully asynchronously. I'm getting a list, and the list is rendered in complete different component. And I would say, why you should use frameworks? They just slow you down, right?
Okay, so Adam, have you finished? Because
I have to. No, I'm not finished, but I feel the pressure, so I have to finish.
So it's your fault. You asked for questions.
Yeah, very good. This is interactive. The conference should be active. Otherwise, it's a screencast. I can send you something pre-recorded, you know, and you can just play it.
I agree. So we don't have any additional questions. If you have questions, please ask them on Slack, and maybe Adam can join this discussion later, or ask Adam directly on Twitter. And
yes.
Adam, thank you very much for joining us today. Hope to see you in the next year.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That long.
It was
Thank
a
you.
pleasure.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Olá, eu sou o Paulo Martins, sou um dos cofundadores da Present e atualmente o CEO da empresa.
Olá, eu sou o Vítor Batista, sou um dos cofundadores da Present Technologies e atualmente desempenho também a função de CEO da empresa. Portanto, a Present Technologies é uma software house, a nossa sede está aqui em Coimbra, no Instituto Pedro Nunes, e temos também escritórios no Porto e na Sertã. Portanto, a nossa área de atividade desenrola-se ao longo de diferentes mercados verticais. Os nossos clientes são maioritariamente internacionais, principalmente Europa, e é nisso que estamos focados atualmente, que é crescer além fronteiras. Bem, 2020 foi no mínimo um ano diferente. Portanto, o mundo mudou radicalmente de um dia para o outro e nós também passámos por isso. Portanto, no início da pandemia sentimos muito nervosismo no mercado. Alguns dos nossos clientes colocaram projetos em pausa. Outros, pelo contrário, decidiram acelerar os projetos para chegar mais rapidamente ao mercado. E foi também um ano com novos desafios. Para terem uma ideia, nós passámos toda a equipa para trabalho remoto em 24 horas e que fizemos com sucesso. Portanto, continuámos a nossa senda de crescimento, principalmente além fronteiras, como era o nosso objetivo. Claro que isto não teria sido possível sem a nossa equipa fantástica, que trabalhou arduamente, foi resiliente, sem nunca virar a cara à luta e só isto nos levou a chegar a um ano do qual nos orgulhamos. A pandemia trouxe também novas oportunidades, principalmente de projetos inovadores. Portanto, vamos falar-vos de 2 desses projetos que desenvolvemos aqui na Present. Portanto, um deles consiste em levar o conceito das aplicações de contact tracing que diferentes países fizeram para um contexto em que as pessoas possam não ter telemóvel, como por exemplo os lares de idosos, e que permite também levar estes conceitos para o mundo empresarial. Por exemplo, para uma empresa em que conseguimos gerir ou definir que uma pessoa só tem acesso a determinadas salas, a determinados espaços, ou que não temos mais do que um determinado número de pessoas numa sala.
Outro projeto foi o CEF Mobile, uma aplicação móvel para controle de fronteiras, que tem permitido aos inspectores do CEF efetuar o controle das nossas fronteiras terrestres de uma forma segura e eficiente. Este controle é feito sem a necessidade de existir contacto físico com os documentos, permitindo apenas através da câmara ou da tecnologia NFC recolher um conjunto de dados, que é depois utilizado para a pesquisa num conjunto de bases de dados nacionais e internacionais e assim dando a informação ao inspetor para poder decidir se deve ou não deixar entrar a pessoa no nosso território.
Ora, para este ano e para o próximo, pretendemos continuar o nosso ciclo de crescimento, já vem há uns anos esta parte, e consiste em crescer acima de 20% em cada um destes anos. Portanto, à data de agora, este ano, 2021, está a correr muito bem, estamos acima dos nossos objetivos, e não só através do reforço nos clientes atuais, como crescer em novos clientes e novos mercados. Para terem uma ideia, o nosso maior desafio à data atual é conseguir fazer crescer a equipa para dar resposta a todas estas oportunidades.
Eu diria que seriam pessoas com garra, com brio, com espírito inovador, com muita vontade de aprender, mas também de ensinar, e acima de tudo que se sintam bem num ambiente informal, mas responsável e profissional que nos caracteriza. Na Present damos muito valor às relações interpessoais, ao equilíbrio entre a vida pessoal e a vida profissional, ter uma equipa feliz, e isso por si só é um garante do sucesso da empresa. Neste momento estamos à procura de reforçar a equipa em praticamente todas as áreas de engenharia, desde a parte web, à mobile, mas também à parte back-end. Por isso, se estiverem interessados, aceder ao nosso site, presenttechnologies.com, e candidatarem-se a uma das vagas em aberto.
Façam parte da equipa Present
e venham conhecer a nossa mascote, o Technology.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here.
Sorry, Alexandro, let me jump in before you start your presentation.
Okay.
Thank you for being with us. I just want to remember people that if they want to ask questions, they can do so on the Jnation YouTube channel or on the Slack channel, and I will pass the questions back to you. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you, Alexander, for being in Jnation this year. Alexander will be speaking about Kubernetes with us. And if you don't mind, I will pass the word back to you and you can start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to Samuel. Thank you for all the organizer for inviting me this year at Jnation. So thank you for being here and attending this presentation. I will present to you today 10 tips intended for designers who want to create cloud-native applications. Before going further, let me introduce myself. I'm Alexandre Touré. I'm French. You probably recognize my French accent. And I work at Worldline. Worldline is one of the is one of the payment and merchant leader in this industry. I live in Tours, in the center of France, not so far from the castle behind me. And I'm architect and developer. I've been using the Java platform for 2 decades now. I'm really interested about APIs and continuous integration. Cloud matters, of course, and the software craftsmanship. You can reach me using these pointers below. Before going further, I think it worth to explain how I use the cloud, how I use Kubernetes, and the context. So first of all, I'm not a cloud expert. I'm not a Kubernetes administrator. I'm just a designer or developer who try to design application, develop them, and eventually push them to production. And I mainly use on-premise technologies, such as OpenShift. I will explain them later. So here are the technology I use during my last cloud project. And I will illustrate all the points, all the tips I will explain in this presentation by these technologies. First of all, Java, Spring Boot, of course. I also use Docker, then GitLab for the source configuration management and CI, CD, and so on. I also use Helm templates to deploy application to OpenShift. I also use public cloud providers such as AWS, Azure, and so on, but I mainly worked on OpenShift and premise cloud clusters. The first tip, and maybe the most controversial, the hardest to answer, is: do you really need it? Do you really need Kubernetes? Do you really need the cloud? And so on. Could be hard to answer to this question, and even more for IT engineers. For instance, if you have a small business application, I don't think it worth creating a cloud application and move to the cloud. Maybe could be your first step in your roadmap, but my opinion doesn't work because you need a lot of tools and a lot of technologies. I will address later. If you control all the scope, all the functional scope and technical scope of your application, for instance, if you have the same number of users all along the year, you don't have to deal with, for instance, Black Friday and so on. Maybe it doesn't worth using Kubernetes. And if you have already automatized everything using Ansible, Puppet, and so on, maybe the return of investment won't be obvious using this kind of technologies. Now, another question to ask to yourself is what are the non-functional requirements? It's really important. For instance, do you have constraining SLOs, service level objectives? If it's more than 99% availability, okay, go ahead, use Kubernetes, it works, definitely. If your system needs to be dynamically scaled, okay, go ahead. Frankly, it works. You are out of the box this feature to address this kind of requirements. On my side, I choose the deploying an application, my applications to the cloud because of these key features. Another point to address is about providing on-demand environments. if you have to deliver environments, when I say environment, I mean if you have to deliver a platform fastly, for instance, a sandbox for your customer to test only for 1 week, and we need this platform really fast only in 1 day, okay, you can use the cloud and you can use the Kubernetes and so on. It works. Another tip is about your skills and the skills in your organization and your team. I think that you have to choose either the blue or the red pill. Okay, the blue pill could be the development skills, your development stack, such as Java platform, Spring Boot, Quarkus, and so on. And the red pill could be the cloud administration, Kubernetes administration, Kubernetes expertise, and so on. In my opinion, you can have both, because both are really needs a lot of expertise, need a lot of training, a lot of work on each of them. So it's really, in my opinion, you have to choose one of them. If, like me, you took the blue pill, you can be autonomous on Kubernetes. You can deploy an application to a Kubernetes cluster. You can modify, create templates, and so on. But you won't be a Kubernetes expert. You won't be a Kubernetes administrator, and so on. So you must have in your organization a dedicated team which could help you providing support, training session, templates, getting started, and code reviews, and so on. It's really important to have either a team if you have big organization, or maybe 2-3 people in DevOps people in your team. So you need to have these skills in your organization. Because as a developer, you will have to know plenty of technologies. Java, of course, Spring Boot, Quarkus, why not? JUnit, because you have to invest a lot on JUnit, maybe Postman if you want to do functional tests, or Gatling if you have to do performance testing. Then you will have to know CI. You have to know CI and CI skill. You have to have CI skills such as GitLab on Jenkins. So by the way, you have to know Bash, how to make Bash scripts. Then you have to know that when you deploy your application to a cloud, your artifacts won't be Java or Wafa anymore. They will be Docker images. Then you have to know Terraform, especially if you deploy your application to public cloud providers. You have to know Kubernetes, you have to know Helm, and then you have to know OpenShift or AWS and so on. It could be a big deal, really. So before taking the step, you have to check if you know enough, clearly. You have to make a list to say, okay, this technology I know, this one I know, this stack I know, this one I don't know, but I can have support. This one I don't know, I can have training session, and so on. It's really important to make this kind of matrix. Okay, what do you have in your organization? For instance, in my case, when I choose deploying an application to the code, we knew up to the Docker because we already use Docker on CI platform or on your local desktops. So we choose to say, okay, we said, I know up to this technology of this stack, but I can have support on Helm, OpenShift, and so on. So we choose moving to the cloud. If you think you don't know enough, maybe it could be interesting to make a roadmap to say, okay, first step is knowing Docker. Then I will deploy my application to a cloud, to OpenShift, for instance, creating Helm and so on. So it's pretty important to be sure that your team is stronger enough to deploy your application and to use the cloud. Maybe it could be better to postpone your cloud adoption. taking time to learn all of and to having all of his skills. Another stuff to address, another tips is about the organization. Oh, it's not really funny, okay. However, it could be important to check that the organization is cloud compatible. Usually when we talk about cloud deployment, we think about DevOps principle, DevOps pipeline from development up to production. However, in some case, you won't be able to do that. For instance, if you have to deal like at Worldline, if you have to deal with PCI DSS compliancy, which imposes to have a responsibility segregation. For instance, the developer can deploy to production. You can't implement pipeline. You can implement DevOps pipeline. And maybe if you are in a big organization, it could be really difficult to implement a change management. You have to be aware about this principle. I'm pretty sure some of you know it. It's about the Conway principle. The Conway principle says that an organization that designs a system will do copy paste of its organization communication structure. Okay. I don't say that I have a big organization with silos and so on, so I won't be able to deploy to the cloud. But you have to be aware about your organization to succeed on your change management. So I strongly recommend that. I did that for my last project. So I checked the responsibility matrix, assignment matrix. It's RCI. RCI stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, informed. To be completely honest, it's boring, but it's mandatory to implement that and to check that you have this responsibility assignment matrix before going to production. So check first your current responsibility matrix for your older applications. For instance, if you have application one on JBoss server in a Linux box, okay, what is the current responsibility matrix? And with all the stakeholders, define a new one and say, okay, you are responsible for deploying to production. I'm responsible for develop, creating the artifacts and so on. By doing that, by checking with the oldest, you can say, okay, my organization is compatible. My organization is ready to adopt the cloud. It's really important to do that before going to production. It could prevent headaches, a lot of meetings, and so on. Now we will address some more technical fields. It's about the design, how you have to design your application. Maybe you know the 12 factors. 12 factors are 12 common characteristics for every cloud native applications. I won't address all of these characteristics, just a few one. For instance, what about the processes? You have to know that now you can't maintain, for instance, an HTTP session on the server side as you did a couple of years before. You can do that now. Why? Because you're using Kubernetes, your application will be scaled from 1 pod to 10 pod, and then this number of pods could be decreased to 5 pods and so on. So you can maintain on the server side some objects. When I say server side, I mean on the Java and the JVM, for instance. What about the dev pod parity? It's really important to know that because using the cloud, your infrastructure is immutable. For instance, you can modify a parameter directly on the server, in the file hosted in the server, and so on. You can do that. The configuration, I will explain this point later. It was already good practice to externalize the configuration in files or environment variables. It's even more important for cloud native applications. And finally, what I'll address also this point later about the disposability. You have to manage the startup and the shutdown It's really important for cloud native applications. So you will also have to know a bunch of Kubernetes component, Kubernetes principles. Sorry. For instance, for an API, which is the common use case for Kubernetes hosted applications, you will have to know that your Docker container is one in a pod, or one or two and pods. It doesn't matter. These pods are configured using a deployment. It's a Kubernetes object and are available using a one-robin load balancing and so on, using a service. Then if you want to expose this service outside the namespace, which is the boundary of your application, you will have to use a root. A root is an OpenShift object based on the Kubernetes ingress rule. If you want to reach components which are outside your namespace, you can use an egress. You have to use an egress, actually. Then if you want to autoscale your application, for instance, based on the CPU consumption, you can use autoscaler. And finally, if you have to deal with configuration, you can use a config map. I will also explain this point later. What about the application and what about your application starts fastly? You have to know that the way your application starts fastly is the cornerstone of your cloud native application design. It's really important to know that because all the stackability, the way your application could restart, could be deployed, could be handle errors and so on, is based on this capability to start fastly. And to get the other way around, it's really important to manage the way your application shutdowns properly. When I say shutdowns properly, I mean your application manage all the current threads and wait for their terminations and refuses the new ones, the new request. It's really important to manage that. So to do that, it's really important to choose your frameworks and to choose wisely your frameworks and target one-type platforms. In my opinion, you can't deploy the same technology you used before when you deploy the application on Linux boxes or using Java application server and so on, and do this and use the same technology and put them to Kubernetes because you have an existing Dockerfile and so on. It's really my opinion. It's only my opinion. Why I did that? Why I think that? Because in terms of cost, in terms of operation, could be really it would be really expensive. For instance, deploy a good all Oracle database. Do you think it's worthwhile? Do you think it's really relevant deploying this kind of database directly in the cloud, directly in Kubernetes? In my opinion, I don't think so. About the Java application server, the editors made good efforts to make their solution cloud compatible. For instance, if you check OpenLiberty made good efforts and have now a low CPU memory consumption, have a really fast startup. It's very more impressive for people like me who struggled 2 decades ago with the first version of a web server application server. So you have to check when you have to choose a solution, when you have to choose a platform, a bunch of items. First, the fast startup. It's very important, as I said before. The shutdown handling. You must have this feature out of the box. The ability to be integrated into Docker and Kubernetes. The observability now is the new black. So you must have this feature directly out of the box in your solution. The memory CPU consumption should be really low. And last but not least, dependency patch management. We often forget this point, but could be really tricky to manage. When I say dependency management, you have to check if you're, for instance, if you create an application using Spring Boot, you have to update your application on a regular basis to prevent security and to integrate security flaws and integrate security fixes. And it could be the same for your Docker images, because your Docker images are based on, for instance, Ubuntu, Debian, Alpine. You have to build your Docker images on a regular basis to integrate all the security fixes. It's really important to address this point in your organization. In my opinion, it's really important to address this point before starting a project. So at Worldline, we had a lot. We discussed a lot between production and development teams, and we made a trade-off clearly. Because usually develop using Spring Boot, like creating fagiles and deploying easily on their desktop and so on. It's easy using Bootpack. It's really easy to create Docker images. On the other hand, production at Worldline had the proper patch management for Docker images. So our Worldline production services provide standard Tomcat Docker image, and add this in production provide also a patch management mechanism for this Docker image. So we made a trade-off between the production and development teams, and the developers create WAR files, and then create a Docker image based on the standard Tomcat Docker image. It was a trade-off. We made this trade-off to have a proper patch management for your base Docker images. So you have to check that. What about the observability? As I said before, observability is it's very important for cloud native application. You must have this feature in your application and address all of these concerns. Address this point from the design phase. Don't wait to be in production. Could be Captain Obvious, but it's better to write it. So you will have to expose your system status for endpoints. Hopefully, using, for instance, Spring Boot, you will have out of the box all of these features. So be careful to the use framework. Sorry. In Kubernetes, when you use Kubernetes, you will have to get these endpoints from the design, from the development phase, when you would like to deploy application to your development clusters. And the common probes to get are first the liveness probes, then the readiness probes. The first one say, okay, my application is live, and using plenty of parameters such as the URL, the protocol, the initial delay in second, and so on. And the later say, okay, my application is ready to address and to get new requests. So this configuration must be applied from the beginning of your development. And using Spring Actuator, it's really easy to do that. You will have to put your dependencies, Spring Actuator starter, if I remember well, in either your pom XML or build.gradle. Then you will have to put these properties in your application.properties file or in our variables. And then you will be able to use either liveness or both readiness state health indicators. You can do this feature as is, or you could override them. Or override an health indicator. It's really easy. It's really easy to do that. You will have to create a Spring component which implement health indicator. Then you will have to override and implement two methods, health and the get health. In this example, I choose to override and to add the proper health indicator for MongoDB, because we had how could I say, a complex configuration of MongoDB. So we had to implement a proper health indicator for MongoDB, but it's really easy to do that. And beyond Actuator, you could add plenty of features, and you could get all of the metrics to monitor your application. You could use actuator ISIS. You could override it using micrometer. Actually, actuator is based on micrometer, but you can add another dependency to add other metrics, such as your API statistic, the count of every API calls, the average of response time, and so on. You can so use a Prometheus time series database to expose all the metrics of your application, such as the memory and the CPU and so on. And you could use a Prometheus to request your data, but I strongly recommend using Grafana. It's easier to do that. You will have beautiful dashboards. And now how to do that, how to implement that in your application. In Spring Boot, using Spring Boot is really easy. You will have to configure your application inside your application.properties file or application.yaml if you like YAML. Here I put the configuration in YAML. So you will have to enable the management endpoints either on web or JMX. It's the easiest configuration here. Then you will have to specify for each endpoint to say, okay, this one, the health, I show the data, it's enabled, I enable the probes. Then I enable also to monitor the shutdown, Prometheus the metrics. I'll activate liveness, readiness probe, and so on. And finally, if I want to get more information about my API and the way I can get statistics of my REST endpoint, I could also add metrics configuration, micrometer configuration. Now, what about CI/CD? Oh, CI/CD was very important in the past for the application. It's even more for cloud native application because your platform is now immutable. And it's really CI/CD, and it's really the backbone of every cloud native application. I recommend integrating a bunch of items in your CI/CD pipeline. And you have to have a good skill on CI/CD before working on cloud native applications. You will have to use unit integration testing. You can also implement the performance testing, functional testing, and so on. In your CI/CD, you could also create your Docker image for every push. Then you can implement smoke test of your new fresh Docker image. Then you can implement a kind of continuous deployment of your develop branch or in your feature branch. Depends on what you need and what you can expect. You can also deploy on a regular basis in the same pipeline or another pipeline triggered by the main one, I don't know. You can deploy Helm charts. You can also deploy the release in another Kubernetes cluster, for instance, and so on. You can implement dependency track. It's better to implement it if you want to address the dependency patch management. You can so implement SonarQube, linter, and so on. But if you want to address cloud native application concern, you have to implement at least these features in your pipeline. Why to do that? Why investing on CI/CD? Because by automatizing at the most, you could have a good return of investment after when you want to migrate, to upgrade your dependencies and so on. For instance, we had an API using which are on the top of Spring Boot Tomcat, and we chose to upgrade Spring Boot. So I had to upgrade Tomcat from 8.5 to Tomcat 9. Then I choose to upgrade JDK from 8 to 11. I tested all this migration locally, then on development cluster, then staging. Only one day. try to do that with former technologies such as when you want to, such as on the traditional virtual machine and so on. It's really it works. Definitely, we're working on CI/CD. It works because of the migration, because of the upgrades, and so on. What about configuration? Configuration could be really big deal when it's the first time you manage a Kubernetes deployment. You can deal with configuration on 3 and more ways, such as using environment variables for either configuration and config maps. You can use config maps too. And then if you have password and other, you can use secrets, which are quite the same about the config map, but the content is opaque and encoded. So what about the environment variables? You can specify directly in your deployment Kubernetes object any environment variables you would like, such as here in this example, I decided to configure the good old Java options and using the new features of Java 11 and which were backported to Java 8 about the container support and the max 1% and so on. But you can do that on config map too. Config map is just Kubernetes object to store configuration, and it's reusable. So it's cleaner to use a config map instead of pushing environment variables directly in your container configuration, my opinion. But using container configuration, it's easier to modify to do a hot modification in OpenShift. What about configuration files? Okay. You can check that 12-factor, which said, okay, configuration must be provided as environment variables. But sometimes you have to deal with external frameworks which need configuration files. Sometimes when you have plenty of configuration property, it's easier to put them in configuration files. It depends on your environment, of your operational tools, and so on. Hopefully, you can specify them as variables in config maps. It's easy to do them, and you can also externalize them. How to do that? You can provide your configuration files directly in a volume mount. It could be either persistent volume or a directory mounted directly in the container. It depends on the size. It depends on the size of your configuration files. And it's really easy to specify them in the config map directly. For instance, here I said this myconf. I put all the files stored in this folder, which is available in my Helm chart. By using that, I will get all the files stored in this directory, and this file will be available in this config directory. So my application could get this file then. How to externalize values? It's a good practice to extend the values of your configuration files, so you can do that on in your Helm chart files. For instance, here I externalized the max replicate using a simple syntax, using code and values and a configuration tree. And this configuration tree is available in the values.yaml file. And you have the same configuration tree here. So during the deployment, you will have your M chart and your values.yaml. And all the values YAML configuration data will replace the template when the application is deployed. It's really easy to do that. When you want to go further to say, okay, my application properties, my configuration files are also templates. because I want to externalize from the Helm chart all the configuration. So you can do that with using the Helm template functionality. An example here, I put for the application properties. Yes, it's spring oriented. You can use a template to say, okay, my application properties here, here's a template. So all the values provided in the values YAML will replace this key. An example here, I put in the application properties these value keys. And then I put on the values.yml file all the regarding configuration values. What about the binary files? Binary files could be also tricky, but it's really not. When you want to create, when you want to put a binary file, for instance, a GKS, a key store, a trust store, to reach external APIs, you have to put this key and get in the same way the binary file and then encoded it. Last but not least, it's about the logging. It's really important to address this point during your development and not waiting the production deployment. You can easily do that in the console using kubectl. Okay, for development purpose, it's okay. Not for testing, not for production purposes. You can use, hopefully, log aggregator using, for instance, ULK from Elasticsearch. So by the way, the Docker container output stream are std out and std it's really useless to set up a file output stream. You probably know that, but sometimes we can miss it. So I wrote during my 2 projects a bunch of best practices about logging. I will present a few here about you. It's really easy it's really useful to indicate in your log file all the container information, such as the image name, the container ID, and so on. The Kubernetes related information also, the pod IP address, the pod ID, namespace. Could be, and it's really important to have this information. For instance, if you can reach an external service, if you can reach this service, you have a timeout. Could be really useful to have all of this information directly in your log files to create then a firewall rule, for instance. Fortunately, Log4j and other frameworks integrated Docker and Kubernetes support in their functionalities. If you want to go further about logging, you can first add logbook framework. Why integrated logbook? A logbook is a framework provided by Zalando. It's open source, and logbook helps you identifying the related information for the API calls, such as the caller ID, the correlation ID, the request data, and so on. And you could override it, activate it using properties. It's really useful for API project. And if you want to go even more deeper, you can use distributed tracing. Why? If you have microservices-based architecture, could be nice to track all your API calls, for instance, from the API endpoint to the database or to another external services, which is in your namespace, and so on. You can do that using open tracing. Open tracing is available out of the box in, I guess, in Quarkus, and you could add it as a dependency in a Spring Boot based or Spring Cloud based application. It's really easy to implement that. After adding the dependency in Spring Boot and putting a bunch of properties, all your API or your transaction will be logged. And using open tracing, you could use also Jaeger, for instance, to get all the transaction and to check the duration. You can check also the status code. You can check the SQL queries on the database and so on. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
We don't have questions so far, but there is a small delay on YouTube, so let's wait to see if someone comes up with a question.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so far no questions. So if you come up with a question later, please ask it on Slack channel, or if you after the conference you may reach out Alessandro
Yeah.
on Twitter, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Alexandre, thank you very much for your time and
Thank you very much too.
for
Bye-bye.
joining us. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
See you.
We're pulling into the party and we're shaking off the dust. It's been a damn long week and all we wanna be is way too drunk. Wanna feel a warm body, wanna dance until we're numb. We're drowning out the world tonight with plastic bottle rum. All pretending we know what we're doing, but we know that we're still just young love, heartbreak kids acting like we somehow got a clue. We're catching 22, tired to wait, caught up in the twilight of our youth. We're catching 22. We're catching 22. It's running past midnight and our blood is running high. Barely old enough to be as sober as we're not. There's a little hazy and the smoke got to our heads. We're breathing in the nights we tell ourselves we won't forget. All pretending we know what we're doing, but we know that we're still just young love, heartbreak kids acting like we somehow.
O facto da Tamana ter nascido no seio ou no meio da pandemia, não conseguimos comparar o efeito da pandemia per se, portanto nós já vivemos com essa realidade. E mesmo após a pandemia passar, todos esperamos que assim aconteça, certamente que não vamos voltar àquilo que era o normal antes da pandemia. Portanto, é muito difícil para nós medirmos o impacto da pandemia porque nós nascemos dentro dessa realidade. Portanto, a nova realidade é a realidade que todos nós conhecemos e que vamos ver daqui para a frente a acontecer. A preocupação com o desempenho é das preocupações que nós temos, especialmente numa situação como a Tamana, que está a ser criada, não é uma empresa que está em criação. A preocupação com a performance e com a eficiência é apenas um dos detalhes do lançamento de uma nova empresa. Temos algumas preocupações, como é óbvio, e temos algumas considerações de desenho. Estamos ainda a implementar algumas delas. Mas claramente temos preocupações com Kubernetes para escalamento horizontal e também algum server-side rendering para aumentar a performance dos sites. Como disse, é um dos ângulos de preocupação da Tamana, não é o único ângulo, tendo em conta que estamos a criar a empresa neste momento. Nós vemos os influencers como mais um canal de entrada para os nossos clientes, verem os nossos produtos e os produtos que estão a ser vendidos através do nosso ecossistema. Digamos que os influencers são aquilo que nós no passado diríamos que é o passa-palavra, o word of mouth em inglês, e claramente que há muitas pessoas que influenciam e conduzem muito do negócio através das redes sociais. Portanto, vemos como apenas mais um canal. Eu digo apenas mais um porque já temos todos os canais tradicionais e este é um canal que tem crescido bastante nos últimos tempos e claramente durante a fase da pandemia mostrou-se ainda mais relevante e nas novas gerações mais novas, claramente, que é um dos canais mais importantes. É o estabelecimento do produto e da marca. Nós estamos agora em lançamento no Kuwait. Vamos continuar o lançamento para outros países, a estratégia está por ser definida ainda, mas vamos claramente crescer para outras geografias. Temos que cimentar o nosso produto e depois evoluímos para novas geografias por esse mundo fora. De estarmos à procura de muito talento, e Portugal é uma pool de talento por excelência na Europa, e nesse aspecto temos muito interesse em desenvolver a nossa marca aqui e atrair talento que nos possa ajudar na nossa missão. A missão é bastante ambiciosa, começa, como disse, como um país, mas o objetivo é alargar para outras geografias Vamos ter um ênfase muito grande no Médio Oriente, que é um bocadinho diferente, talvez, até de algumas empresas que operam no espaço nacional. Portanto, apelamos essa diferenciação e o espírito de desafio de criar alguma coisa de raiz e novo, como é o caso da Taman. Numa palavra, tudo, mas claramente precisamos de muito esforço de back-end, de front-end, de mobile, claro. A empresa é mobile first, portanto temos que nos focar nesse ângulo e depois todas as áreas que auxiliam o desenvolvimento de uma empresa como tecnológica como a Taman.
Hi everyone and welcome back. We have Sven from GFrog today with us. Thank you, Sven, for joining us today. I hope you will enjoy the rest of the conference. I want to remember everyone that you can ask questions on YouTube channel or on the Slack channel for this track. And that's all. Sven, if you can please introduce yourself and proceed with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello here, right out of Germany. And finally, we have something that's called good weather. So you have definitely better weather than we, but finally we have no rain anymore. And this is really, really good. So that's the first thing, but we want to talk today a little bit about polyglot security holes and why it's time to fight back and how to fight back. And we want to talk a little bit what's the tooling you could use and what are the pros and cons and so on. If you have any questions, please do it. I'm not sure if I can get these questions during the talk. If I will see it here in the chat during the talk, I will try to give you an answer quite soonish. Otherwise, I think we have some kind of Q&A in the end. So feel free to ask. Otherwise, I would really appreciate if you are following my social media channels, Twitter, YouTube, and so on. But back to the topic. So I think you see my screen. You can hear me well, I hope so. Otherwise, let the people know so that they can tune the technique. And we want to start talking about polyglot security hole. So what's a polyglot security hole? Huh? Oh, by the way, my name is Sven Ruppert. I'm from Germany. I'm developer advocate at JFrog. And mostly in Germany, I'm known as the man in the woods because since the pandemic, I'm not traveling to conferences. I'm going to the forest, recording there my talks and doing all this stuff and pushing this one to YouTube. So if you want to see outdoor style IT related cybersecurity videos, check out my YouTube channel. I would really appreciate to see you as my new subscriber. I have them in German, I have them in English. So make sure that if you want to have them in English, try out the Auto Nerd, not the Sven Ruppert, because there's a German channel. Okay, so far, I have an excuse that I'm using here to explain the polyglot environment that's called cloud native. Don't worry, everything what I'm explaining here is suitable for cloud native, for serverless, for monolith, whatever. But Cloud Native will show a few things that I really want to highlight, and they're using good words for it. It's established in the structure and culture, and this is why I'm using Cloud Native here. Don't worry, I don't want to go into all details of this Cloud Native world. We have definitely not enough time for this one. I will just highlight a few topics so that we can use this one to compare a few things or to have this as an argumentation structure. And well, let's start. So the cloud native, or this based on services, or this splitting up monolith world, is more or less that they are talking about service-oriented architectures. Means long time ago we had this with core bar, XML RPC, and what other technologies, RMI. We had this approach of splitting of things in several things so that we have distributed systems since a long time. But now with the technology move, with acceleration on the hardware and all this stuff, we are finally able to do a lot more that in the practical world, what we know since a long time in theoretical world, but it was too difficult. So we can split up all this stuff. We have good networks, and we can start sharing now these use cases over different nodes and making sure that they are working properly. Why I'm talking about this? Because if you're looking at this, how to split up this to microservices means that a human has to decide what is a good bunch of use cases that are fitting together and they are suitable for one microservice. On the other side, we have this API-oriented communication. So a bunch of services are start communicating to each other, and then the technology can help a little bit more. So here it will be from more use case or human-oriented tasks to do to more technical tasks. So if you're talking about an API-oriented communication, we have now technologies that will start the communication. We can map it with toolings, and also, so the tooling will be more and more powerful on this level. And even if you're going down to container-based infrastructure, so we have now the virtualization, we have now the possibility to play around with a bunch of technologies on a single laptop in a way we hadn't long time ago. I mean, 10 or 15 years ago. But the cloud native area is not only discussing the DevOps world, so the whole definition of what step is done in what order and who's responsible for what, but they are talking explicitly about DevSecOps. So what is the difference between this security topics to the pure DevOps thing? But before we are covering this one, I want to highlight a little bit why we are doing the split up. We want to split up all this because we want to have shorter release cycles. Instead of deploying every few months, we are deploying a few times per day now. And this means you need tiny pieces. You can provision them very fast. You can have an overseeable amount of technology that you're tweaking and changing so that you can go in your releases forward and backward. We at JFrog, we are going a step further and saying there is no version anymore. We are talking about fluid or liquid software because there is just the actual state of the software, and then you have to go forward and backward if there are any changes. Why we're doing it? Because we have some stuff that is required by the customer, the feedback loop, or there's a technical need, or there's a vulnerability. And we have to change the system quite fast. And then if you have all these tiny pieces, it's perfect. This leads to some behavior. For example, if you have a bunch of tiny pieces that are composed to a whole use case of the whole application instead of one monolith, what we can do is we can decide to rewrite a microservice instead of maintaining, instead of refactoring this one. And this is a trend I'm seeing in the industry, that instead of maintaining software, they're just throwing it away and start writing it from scratch, because it's just a tiny one. It's a microservice. It's something, or a function if you're going serverless. So this is okay. But on the other side, with the virtualization technology in the background, start playing around with different technologies. And this leads to polyglot environments. If you're looking at the service mesh or a bunch of microservices, every microservice can be in a different technology. For me personally, I'm coding Java since 1996. I worked a long time in this, but I never wrote something in, let's say, in Go. I'm not an expert in Go. I have no clue about Go. So if I'm now start writing a microservice in Go, I'm a junior. I'm a junior again. Maybe I'm learning faster than a really junior that just started coding a few years ago, but I'm doing all these mistakes. I have to learn the whole ecosystem, how the compiler behaves, what are the tooling, how to debug, what is a good code style, what are the good patterns, the bad patterns for this technology, and so on and so on. So yeah, it's nice if you can get rid very fast of a microservice with a traditional technology and you want to try something out, you're learning a lot, but have in mind that this polyglot environment, this bunch of different microservices, maybe in different technologies, will lead to some stuff that is not so trivial. And this means that you have now a multidimensional, a really, really multidimensional environment talking about attack vectors against your system, if you are talking about vulnerabilities here. Okay, so this is more or less the first thing. I want to cut out now all these different microservices. Now I want just to focus on one single thing. It could be a monolith, could be a microservice. I don't care about this one. But at this point, if you're looking at this tech stack, most people start thinking, okay, now it's not polyglot anymore. So now it's one tech stack. It's one thing I'm using. So far, it's okay, but we have to think about that. We have this application layer. This is where we are writing our code. So I'm writing Java, I'm writing in Go, I'm whatever. And then I'm wrapping it inside, or it must run on top of an operating system. For example, Linux. I'm a Linux expert, yes or no? Mostly, I'm confident with some kind of operating system, but all these different distributions, or maybe it's an Alpine, it's an Debian, it's an whatever, they are slightly different. But okay, I'm able to deal with Linux, so I'm confident with this one. And then it will run in Docker because you want to start virtualizing this stuff, and so on and so on. And then it's going into this containerized Kubernetes universe, and then you have a bunch of lifecycle things that are going on. The most people, what they are forgetting at this point is that you have this DevOps or DevSecOps part that's along the, it's along the whole production steps. It's something that is dealing with every single layers in some way. And if we are talking about this one, then you could see that if you're adding a vulnerability inside your application layer already, it will be existing actively or inactively in all other layers. So it means all vulnerabilities or compliance issues you are adding in some layer will be existing active or inactively, direct or indirectly in all other layers as well. So we should have a view on these different technologies, because you can combine vulnerabilities to different attack vectors. We will cover this one later. But over all this, we have two dimensions I want to highlight. You have one dimension that is more or less domain specific. So this is for the human. A human must decide this makes sense to, I implemented this governmental rule right. There is no mathematical thing that you can validate. It's just, there's a tax law and you have to do it like this. So this is something the machine can't really help with this one. On the other side, we have pure technical things over all layers and inside our DevOps or DevSecOps part that is highly optimized, or it's so technical that the machine can do a wonderful job to help you with everything, with performance, with security, with quality, and so on. So you have to have in mind what part is more a human-based one, what is more a technical one, so domain-specific or a technical one. And then you see that what is a place of a vulnerability can have different aspects. Could be a pure technical vulnerability. It could be a vulnerability or a security risk that's on the domain-specific thing. Oh, I can add something that will lead to some costs or whatever. So we are talking here about technical things. So it means a technical part of vulnerabilities. We are not talking about how to make your software fighting against misleaded calculation rules or whatever. Okay, but in the end of all tech layers, we have, with every new tech layer we're adding, we have just more vulnerabilities per definition, because with every tech layer, we are adding more stuff. So, and we have here already some kind of polyglot system because we're dealing with different technologies. There's one term that's called shift left, and I was able to remember this one. If I'm rotating this picture by 90 degrees and saying, okay, shift left means that I'm not fighting against vulnerabilities inside the operation. I'm not fighting against this during the CI environment. Maybe I'm fighting against known vulnerabilities or compliance issues or whatever, even during my coding time, or even more left during the concept phase. What I'm excluding here explicitly is a whole concept phase, because security by design, you have best practices, but you have not this strong tooling that will divide things that are secure. But if you start coding, we have a huge amount of tools that start helping you with all this stuff. So shift left for me starts in this talk at the part or at the time if you start coding. We have now in one microservice all these different tech layers. Then we have to think about, okay, what is corresponding or what I'm seeing here. So what can I see? So if I'm a Java developer, then I know, okay, I'm managing, for example, my dependencies with Maven. So I have my Maven, I have my definition, I'm adding my dependencies, I'm defining my lifecycle and all this stuff. And then I have some corresponding repositories, because if I start coding or using technology, I'm not doing everything from scratch by myself. I'm using something that's already existing. And this means I'm grabbing something from outside. So I have a corresponding, for example, Maven repository with some specific behaviors. And then if I'm going to the next layer, I have a different kind of repository. I have Debian repositories, for example, or later then Docker repositories, Helm charts, and so on. The most people forgetting one thing, and this is a whole tech layer you're using for the coding part itself. It means your whole DevOps tool chain or the whole DevOps tooling itself should be treated like a dependency, like a binary you're using. It's an external provided created thing that you will get, and you're using it. So it must be immediately part of the security chain we are talking a little bit later, because this is, for example, one thing that happened with the SolarWinds app. I don't know if you know all the details about the SolarWinds hack. I don't want to go into all details of the SolarWinds hack, but what happened, just a few briefly spelled words here, is that SolarWinds itself, it's a US company, they have 300,000 customers. Okay, it's great for them. And then they got attacked. This hacker group was a really good one, because they went before to FireEye. It's a cybersecurity company that helps to protect against cybersecurity attacks. And they had the tool stack, and this was just stolen. With this one, this hacker group broke into the SolarWinds and infrastructure. And what happened? They not compromised the system so that it's unusable. They not used ransomware. They not stole data. All of this stuff they haven't done. They went to the CI pipeline. And in the CI pipeline, what they have done is they tweaked the build or the build chain in a way that with every update they are creating, or with every release they're creating, their own binary was compromised by some external provided binaries by them. And so every fresh created binary out of this pipeline was just a compromised binary. And this one was via automatic updates spread to potential 300,000 customers. And this is amazing. Just think about 300,000 potential targets that will be delivered completely automatically. And this happened. So they infected in a very short amount of time up to, I think, 20,000 customers. And even this is a huge potential. US governments, pharmaceutical industry, automotive, mechanical engineering, whatever. So everything was infected because this management software that SolarWinds is creating is something to manage network infrastructure. So if you have a tool that's managing network infrastructure, you have a few points to think about. First of all, to manage this infrastructure, you need something like administrative rights. So you need some high rights to change something in your infrastructure. And the other thing is, you are at this very critical point inside the company, because here you have all communication structures in your hands with this network infrastructure. And this was exactly what they wanted to have. They wanted to have a multiplicator to a bunch of companies to get in this very, very critical infrastructure part, this communication infrastructure part, networking. And this happened. So what happened after the update? So this was just pushed out to the customers, and the software slept, I think, 1 or 2 weeks. And then it started exploring a little bit the local network and started downloading additional compromised binaries. And this is a really, really bad thing, because even if you're closing the first door of the SolarWinds hack, you don't know how many open windows you have, because every attack was slightly different. Back to the point means here, what we learned from the SolarWinds hack is not even your own tech stack you are running in production must be secured. Your whole production pipeline must be secured. And there, definitely, we are in a polyglot environment, because we have so many different technologies. We have so many different tech stacks. And just as a quick question, do you ever scan your Jenkins against known vulnerabilities? So the most people say no to me. And yeah, so it's a new way, it's a new quality of attack vector. They are not searching for final targets, they are searching for multipliers. They are going against the supply chain. So you as a software developer, you are now on two sides. First of all, you don't want to be this guy that is grabbing some compromised binaries. And on the other side, you don't want to be this one that is pushing compromised binaries out to your customers, because both sides are definitely bad for your business. So what you need is, you need something that is able to understand what is going on in your whole tech stack. You need to know something that's able to handle everything and all this metadata, and then to scan and to give you the full impact graph. Because if you're focusing just on one technology, this is better than nothing. But if you have different things, so different technologies or different tools that are scanning different tech layers, it's very hard for you to build the full impact graph. Okay. If you have now this whole application stack, and everybody will agree, yeah, this is some kind of polyglot. I want to show you just a short example, really just as an example, that maybe inside your application, even if you don't know it, you have a polyglot system with different life cycles. An example of what I'm using here is based on the Vardin framework. Vardin is a framework that will give you to web components a Java corresponding Java site. So it's open source. You can have it for free. I can recommend it if you're a Java person and you want to write web applications, server-side web applications, and you want to have it quite easy, then this is definitely a choice. Give it a try. But on the other side, what's happening inside? So why I'm choosing this one as an example. So the web components itself, there's standard HTML5, CSS, JavaScript. And maybe some Java developers would say, oh, JavaScript and all this, oh, and NPM, I don't know. It's the next technology. And I'm a server-side developer. I don't want to, but you have to create an UI. Okay, so what are you doing? So what this tool is, for example, giving you is just, they have this fully automated communication structure. And then they have a Java corresponding component. So if you have a button on the website, you will have a new button on the Java side. Perfect. And then even you have test components. So JUnit 5 component that you can use to test exactly this Java written new button. So what's going on? So for example, you have now a component library, you want to map it by yourself, and you start playing around with this technology, and you will find out, okay, I can do this maybe by myself. I'm looking at this one and try to give some service. So one in your team is playing around with NPM and likes it, and he wants to provide a convenient solution for his colleagues so that they don't have to deal with NPM. So just an example. What you would need is the web component you want to map. Web component standards or communication properties and all this stuff is well defined. Then you need this kind of communication between web component and server side, and then you have this pure Java side. And what you want to provide, for example, is a Java component with a version so that you can push it to your colleagues and they can just stay inside their IDE and code their stuff. But it's providing exactly this one. This is why I'm choosing this example, because you're not writing this communication layer by yourself and all this stuff. But if you're looking in this API, mapping from external components quite easy. So you're not stuck on this Varding components. You can use SAP UI5 components or whatever. Just must be a pure web component. And if you want to have this one, digging a little bit in the API, by the way, the whole mapping, what you should do, how to implement and all this stuff. I have a dedicated talk on YouTube about web components for Java developers and TDD for Java developers. So you can check out there the full thing. It's a little bit longer video to express how you can code it, test it and all this stuff. But I want to just highlight a few things. For example, if you want to map this one, you will find out you have these 3 annotations and you see, oh yeah, copy paste. I've now instead npm install. I can now use an annotation npm package, and then I'm just copy pasting this coordinates and say, okay, and add a version. Okay, now it's fine. I don't have to deal with npm here. Then if you want to import it at some page, so for example, you want to use this, something like an import statement on the HTML5 side, you have something like an annotation again, this JS module, and then you're addressing exactly, I have a badge, I have a button, I have a checkbox, whatever. Okay, easy mapping, you're copy and pasting this stuff. Then you need the definition of a tag. Okay, they wrote UI5 minus badge is a tag, and you have to declare it on the Java side. It's fine. So you have 3 tags, you're reading a little bit in the documentation, you think, okay, everything is fine. Now I can start combining this one. And in the end, what you will get, you have to map it in a class and so on. It's not part of this talk here today, but in the end, if you're doing all this one, you have a map between 2 technologies, between NPM and the Java world, the Maven world. And the colleagues that are working with this will see something like, hey, cool, I have a package, I have a dependency, a Maven dependency, and I can just use my UI5 badge like a regular Java class. So you would see on this side, new UI5 badge, you have attributes, you can say set tags, color scheme, and so on, and you can add it to your component graph. And you will see something on, wow, fantastic. But what you're losing at this point. So your colleagues, they see this Java code. They will treat it like Java code. They will do all the best practices like you have done in Java code. But in the background, you have NPM and the whole NPM tech stack and the whole NPM lifecycle. And this is definitely different. So should you do some mapping technologies, or should you hide technologies to have a higher convenience? I would say yes, we need it, because we need to improve our speed. We don't need to reinvent everything. So we should use existing things, and then we start integrating these technologies. So talking about open source, while this is great, yeah, so even if you're grabbing external stuff, because you're not reinventing the stuff, you're not an expert for PDF libraries, you're not an expert for web components. So grab this knowledge from outside. If it is open source, it's perfect because you can analyze it. So you have the source code, you can scan it, you can do all this static application security testing. So SAS and DAS is dynamic application security testing. So, and you can shift your security testing even left, because you don't need a running system to scan something. You can do it during the development time. So yeah, but you have 2 things you should think about. If you're using open source, you trust other people, that's not bad, but you have to check it against known vulnerabilities, against this dependency and all transitive dependencies, because here what we have a direct dependency, a Java dependency, but in the end, we have a dependency tree that is even crossing technology borders. We have a dependency tree on the NPM side in the JavaScript world, and then different transitive dependencies as well. So if you're just dealing with the Java side, you will never see it. So this is one thing you should be aware of. And the next thing is that is poison sometimes for your business is a right license at the wrong place inside your production line. So this can cost a lot of money or can even destroy your project. So open source is good, but you have to fight against known vulnerabilities and against compliance issues based on licensing. Oh, this right license at the right time. Okay, there are two things I want to highlight here is you hearing quite often this time to market and make or buy. So time to market is just the management level will say, we have this use case must be as fast as possible into production and go it. So what you're doing, you're defining this use case, you're discussing a little bit, yeah, everything's fine. Then you're implementing it, you're testing it, and then you're shifting it immediately to production. You have an agile environment, that's fine. But sometimes for security reasons, they're doing it different. So we have exactly the same. We have time to market. If there's a vulnerability and we know it and there's a patch, it must be pushed to production as fast as possible. And I see so many organizations that have for use cases that are direct influencing the money, the incomes, turnover. They have this, you define something, you have the freedom to deploy and then do it. But with security stuff, they're doing a different thing. Okay, there's a security issue. You want to change the dependency. You need an approval for this one. You have to register this one or whatever, different things. So this time to market in security issues is exactly the same. It must be as fast as possible. So try to make sure that there's no process blocking this fast deployments if you're talking about changing stuff to avoid vulnerabilities or compliance issues. Make or buy is exactly the same. We don't have the specific knowledge. We are buying a product. We are grabbing an external consultant. But here we are the same. You as a software developer, you have always make or buy this decision because should I write this PDF library by myself or should I add a dependency? No, you should add a dependency if this fits. So you are buying. And here's exactly the same. Buy if you can't and make just what you need. Don't spend time to build or reinvent stuff. And this leads to more and more complex dependency trees. And this is good. But if you are looking at the whole tech stack, what we will see is if you're writing an application here, your source code is a big part. But even if you're counting all lines of code of all dependencies, mostly, not every time, but mostly the lines of code of your dependencies are way higher or way more. The amount of lines of code is way bigger than your own written one. Even if you're writing 100,000 lines of code, your dependency mostly are bigger. And the same with Linux, with operating system. If you have an operating system, you're not writing kernel driver mostly, so you're writing a few configurations, and the rest of the operation system is a dependency. It's a binary that you're grabbing, a bunch of binary, a composition of versions, different binaries. With Docker, it's even worse. It even starts with a from statement, with a dependency. And Kubernetes is the same. You have your Helm charts or some configuration, but you're not writing this stack by yourself. And again, what most people are forgetting, your whole tech stack for DevSecOps is a dependency because you're grabbing your tools. You're not writing your own CI environment. You're using a CI environment. You're using a compiler. So here, looking over the whole tech stack, you will see that in the most cases, the binary, the external grab stuff is by far bigger than 90% compared to what you are writing by yourself. So if you want to fight against polyglot environments, or if you want to fight against vulnerabilities, it makes sense not to focus on your self-written code because this is tiny compared to the rest. It makes sense to focus on binaries, on dependencies, on everything you're buying, not only from your tech stack that's running, even your production environment. And this means focusing on dependencies if you're fighting against whatever kind of vulnerabilities is one of the efficient ways if you start. So this is a quick win. This is it's a low-hanging fruit to start with security because you're covering such a big place. We have two things, compliance issues and vulnerabilities. You have different efforts in beginning with this one. If you're in compliance issues, you need first some kind of lawyer or a person that's able to decide what is a good license for what step in your production line, what's a bad license. This must be defined, and then the machine can just constantly scan all binaries against this license and can say, okay, here is a transitive dependency, and this is again this compliance issue. So this license not allowed in this runtime environment or whatever. With vulnerability, it's a little bit different. You can just say to the machine, scan everything, and then you will get a report. And with this report, you start working on this one. We have we have slightly different behavior with compliance and vulnerabilities, compliance issues and vulnerabilities. If you have compliance issues in your whole tech stack, then it's mostly a single dot, and this single dot is must be replaced, and this is a bad thing. So if you have a stable technology dependency tree, then mostly you have no change inside a project to a different license. Well, Jakarta EE, Eclipse EE, whatever EE, even the owner change. So you have sometimes projects that are switching the license, and this is good that the machine constantly scanning it. And it could be that, for example, the developer of this library is not aware of this topic or don't care or whatever, and he's using a transitive dependency that's not fitting to your dependency tree or your license tree you have. But if you have something with a compliance issue, there's only one way to get rid of it. You have to find a semantic equal implementation. So you have to remove this one and you have to switch in a completely new implementation that's running on a different license that is green for you or white labeled or whatever. There's one thing. Vulnerabilities are a little bit different. Vulnerabilities are in some kind of dependency. And to get rid of a dependency, mostly it's just a different version of the same thing. So if you want to fight against vulnerabilities, you're talking about a different composition of versions of the same components. If you're fighting about compliance issues, you're talking about a different component, composition of components. With vulnerability, you don't have to find semantic equal implementations, but vulnerabilities can be combined over different technology layers to different attack vectors. And this means even if you have a vulnerability in some of these technology layers with a low CVSS value, by the way, if you want to know more about CVSS, what does it mean? I have a talk on my YouTube channel called CVSS Explained, that I'm explaining all these different metrics and how they are calculated and all this stuff. And the CVSS level could be low for one thing, but in combination with other vulnerabilities, it could be a high risk for your business, so for your environment. Yeah, that's it, because now a vulnerability is not bound to one technology. Vulnerability is bound to the context, to the whole composition of all possible attack vectors of all technology layers. And this means you need the full impact graph, definitely. What's a typical lifetime of a vulnerability if you want to find against it? Someone is creating it accidentally or on purpose, doesn't matter. So the vulnerability is somewhere in the field, and it will take some time until it's found. Can we do something against this time range? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Big companies can say, okay, if you find a vulnerability, we will pay money or whatever. But you need some researchers or some security researchers. And most of us are not really qualified to fight against unknown vulnerabilities. And they have a daily job. It's not their job to analyze this millions of lines of code. But at one point, this vulnerability is found, and then we have two passes. We have the pass of a good one and a bad one. If it's a bad one, then the lifetime for us is invisible because he's using it to sell it in the darknet, using it for its own whatever task you want to do. If it is a white one, a good one, then he will provide this information somehow. If it is inside a company, it's sometimes in a way that they are creating a patch, and then in the release notes, you just see, yeah, there was a security issue and this patch is handling it. And it's not really communicated to outside. So I see this one, it's a critical pass because you don't know really what's going on. The good part is if someone is selling it to a vulnerability database with description and all that stuff, but who's getting this information, well, the economy is deciding. So who's paying better? He will sell it because they're searching for it and they want to earn income with it. So they're selling it to this vulnerability database that's just paying more. For us means until this is, or between it's found and public available, we can't really do something with this. We need it until it's consumable by us as a developer. So I need this information in the database. What database should I use? Well, whatever database you're using, you have always just a subset. What we need is a superset of it. And this is what exactly JFrog is doing. We are not deciding this is a good source or this one. We are aggregating everything we are getting from free resources, commercial resources, from partners, and merging this one in a huge vulnerability database. And this is exactly what you need. You need a superset of vulnerability databases so that you have the most part. And over the time, the amount of known vulnerabilities will be bigger than the amount of unknown vulnerabilities. But if this is consumable by you because it's provided, then the time is running, then it's time to market. You have now this need, you know what you have to do, what you have to replace, and then a good CI environment and so on is really what you need. So what is a good safety belt against known vulnerabilities and compliance issues? Well, a perfect test coverage. You need a perfect test coverage because if you have a compliance issue, you're grabbing one thing out, pushing something in, you must validate the functionality is the same. If you have a new composition of versions of the same dependencies, you have to define if everything is doing exactly the same that's done before. So a good test coverage, a strong test coverage is definitely your safety belt because the biggest weapon against known vulnerability is very efficient dependency management. That's the highest impact. I'm a big fan of mutation testing because it's a way stronger test coverage than line coverage or branch coverage. If you want to know more about mutation testing, check out my YouTube channel. I have a talk about mutation testing there and will show you how to deal in Java with some open source tools. Okay, so next thing is if you have now the possibility to consume the vulnerability informations, the next thing is how to map it, how to do it, what is the tooling. So what we are offering is for open source and for private projects, for example, a free tier, so you have free access to this one. I can share this link or maybe in the description of this recorded talk then later. So that you need something where all binaries are going through and something that's able to scan all binaries, because if you're grabbing binaries from different places, then the challenge is that it's very hard to build a full impact graph to get the whole impact of a vulnerability. With Artifactory from JFrog, we have, I think, 25 or 27 different package managers from NuGet, over Maven, over Debian, whatever. So you can use Artifactory as a gateway, as a proxy, as a security gateway, more or less, for your whole CI pipeline, but even for your infrastructure. If you're using Debian in your infrastructure, grab this Debian packages over Artifactory. So it makes you independent against there's refresh rates or there's pull rates from Docker and all this stuff. And on the other side, if you have a place where you're understanding the whole package manager, and this means you not only see this is a dependency, but you're understanding this dependency will have these transitive dependencies, or this jar is in this web archive used in this Docker file, and this Docker file in this Helm chart, then you can build a full impact graph. And this is done by X-Ray. X-Ray can read all these binaries and all this metadata from Artifactory because we have it there, even with build information. Thinking about the topic that's swapping from US now with S-bombs, means that you have to map your environment or your needs. And we have a different strategy. I don't want to go into the details. You can check out my YouTube videos for how to create a policy and rule. But what you have is you can have rules, you can compose policies based on rules, and then you can map this technology independent description to different repository types. And then you have a consent scan. And we have this web UI command line interface, even with a web IDE plugin. And back to the topic with polyglot environments. So you as a software developer, you're familiar with Java and you got this convenience library from your colleague. He has done a great job, perfectly. But now you have dependencies not only to Maven, you have now dependencies to NPM as well. So you must make sure that you understand that you are collecting everything over one entry so that you're really grabbing not only Java over one Artifactory, and this one is grabbing from the outside world. And the next thing is you need something that's immediately giving you the full understanding of this dependency tree. And what's a good place for this? Your IDE. Your IDE is a perfect place to start, because if you're coding the whole day or a few hours and then pushing to the CI environment, then the CI environment would say to you, oh, you have a compliance issue. Oh, there's a vulnerability. You lost a lot of time. This is just losing a lot of money. But it would be perfect if you're inside your IDE and you're just adding a dependency, for example, this dependency from your colleague to your POM And then you see immediately, oh, this dependency is grabbing this npm package as well, and there is a vulnerability. And then you're defining your first definition dependency, and you see already if there is a vulnerability or a compliance issue. And this is exactly done with a free available IDE plugin that you can connect to X-Ray. There's a how to connect it. It's a few clicks and then it's done. But with this, we are shifting again this environment with a full impact graph. So against all these polyglot tag layers, even inside your IDE before anything is running. So you don't need a prototype that's running to scan it. You don't need to create a Docker file to scan it. No, you're adding as a dependency and you see what's going on in your tech stack. And this is really saving a lot of time and a lot of money. Okay, X-Ray can do a lot of other stuff. So we can start webhooks. We have REST interface. You can build active workflows, dynamic workflows, all this stuff. If you want to know more about the possibilities, join my webinars at JFrog. They are really talking about the product and the product features. I don't want to highlight too much here about this one, but then I will show you how it looks, how it operates, or come to my workshop. I will show you how you can work against vulnerabilities then with this tool stack. Okay, so checking the time, I think slowly, I have to come to the end so that we can have a Q&A. You can try it. I can really recommend to use this bit.ly link. Then you will get access to the free tier on cloud. You can have it in Google, Amazon, Azure. Yeah, I think, or if you want, you can do it on-prem. So it's not only cloud, it's on-prem or even hybrid. So if you need balanced architectures also. If you want to see what's coming through this and how to do this, check out my YouTube channel. Then you can check this video. I don't want to show it here right now to you. It's up to you to decide if you want to try it and then do it. Okay, so what we learned so far, just as a summary. We learned that we have a bunch of different technologies. Even if you're an old and experienced developer in one technology means if I'm starting with the next one, I'm a junior again. I'm doing all of this mistakes and all this crap I'm doing again. I have to learn, I have to analyze a compiler, the runtime environment, and so on. But even if I'm not talking about a distributed system organized by Helm charts or whatever, even inside my application, I have for every tech layer corresponding dependencies, technologies, life cycles of this technology. And I have to fight against known vulnerabilities and compliance issues because both is poison for my business. So it must be in your hands that you can decide as fast as possible if this is something that you should work on. At least you need the information so that you are able to decide. So all of these tech layers means that you're grabbing mostly 99% of your project via dependency from outside, and you need the full impact graph to analyze what is really going on your tech layer. You have different possibilities to try it. First of all, you need a single logical point, like Artifactory, a repository manager, so that all binaries are going through this logical point. You need a scanner that's understanding all these different technologies to give you a coherent report of all tech layers independent from the technology. If you want to try it the free tier, and then you can just start with this. It has pipelines as a CI environment, X-Ray for security scanning, and Artifactory as a repository manager. Well, otherwise, if you want to know more about this stuff, check out my YouTube channel. I really would like to see you as my new subscriber. I really would appreciate it because since the pandemic, I'm not traveling to conferences. I'm going to the woods and recording demo stuff. So if you like it, go there, subscribe, turn on the bell would be perfect. And otherwise, connect via LinkedIn, Twitter, if you have any questions. Otherwise, I hope you have a bunch of questions now in the chat so that we can have a Q&A. And with this, let's start with Q&A. Huh?
The bad news is that we don't have questions so far.
Then it was too much.
We have one, which is if the recording of this particular talk will be on YouTube. Yes, it will. If you come back in 1 or 2 weeks' time, all the videos will be on YouTube.
Yeah.
So does any of you have a question for Sven?
Well, don't be shy. Otherwise, there are several questions I'm hearing quite often say something like, okay, security sounds like black magic or whatever. Is this difficult? Well, no, if you're not starting analyzing lines of code against possible anti-patterns with, I don't know, machine learning and whatever, it's not black magic. It's just knowledge from others, and the tooling can help you. So focus really on the dependency. If you start working against non-vulnerabilities, do it as early as possible. And well, sometimes people are asking me, oh, I have a different tool stack. Now I have to deal with security. Will this slow me down? If you're doing it wrong, yes, will slow you down. It's the same with quality. But if everybody in your team is working on one part of the security, for example, the Maven people are working in the Maven stacks, the other people in some other stacks, but you have a general overview to analyze in the whole team from dev to ops, then security is something that you're just doing on the fly. And this is something that reminds me very to performance. You had this development phase and then this performance team that's just destroying everything to tweak it. And then you get this bunch of code back and you say, okay, next release, how to implement a new feature with this optimized piece of code. So what was the best thing? First of all, better algorithms, beating technology tweaking. On the other side, if you start against performance bottlenecks in the beginning and everybody's doing a little step, then it's not a big issue anymore. And the same with security. So don't be afraid. Start as early as possible. Don't be shy. Try it. Trying is better than doing nothing. And yeah, see what the best tool stack for you. Huh?
And a lot of this is automated, right? So it can take up some of your time the first time you do it, but then it's automated. So yeah, the impact is a lot less.
Yeah, you need a strong CI environment that's just doing the boring work, but don't push everything in the CI. So some stuff could be done earlier, because otherwise you're wasting your productive time. Yeah. So this is a trade-off, but mostly the whole automation potential must be grabbed. So how to make a release, how to push it to production, how to give it free, make sure that there is no process blocker like, oh, I need agreement from this person or that person, and he's just, I don't know, sleeping for the next 5 hours. So, and if you have this autonomy and you have the power to decide and to do, then you have the strongest weapons already in your tool set. And then you need supporting tools, because you can't check all dependencies against license issues. It's impossible. It's just too much. Or against, so even extracting the whole dependency tree of regular web is sometimes a huge tree. Yeah, that's more or less everything. So now it's up to you to try it. So that's a good thing. Just try it.
Okay, so we don't have any questions, but we have attendees saying thank you, Sven. So thank you, Sven.
You're welcome.
Thank you again for joining us. Hope to see you in the near future again.
Yeah,
Bye.
would be perfect. Just
Thank
let me
you
know.
very much. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll be in touch. Thank you very much.
Okay.
This is a box. This is our box. Some think in 2 dimensions, but we understand depth. Being a groundbreaker is a mindset. We are a fun, dynamic, creative, and a united tribe. At WIT, you have the pieces to build your own story. Are you a groundbreaker? If the answer is yes, join us.
Olá, eu sou Paulo Sousa, sou CTO na WIT Software. Nós somos uma empresa com 20 anos, começamos na área de telecomunicações móveis, a fazer software para operadores móveis, mas entretanto nestes 20 anos temos feito imensas coisas, desde fintech até saúde, até segurança e televisão, passamos por uma história muito grande. Olha, nós em 2020, nós, tal como o resto do país, sofremos com as alterações devido à pandemia. Sofreram especialmente as famílias das pessoas que trabalham connosco, e nós tivemos que aprender a digerir isso e a trabalhar com isso e reagir da melhor forma. Alguns foram afetados de forma diferente de outros. No entanto, aquilo que nós reparamos foi que muitas das coisas que nós tínhamos vindo a estar a trabalhar e que continuamos a trabalhar durante 2020 começaram a ser cada vez mais utilizadas. Eu disse que nós trabalhamos em software para operadores de telecomunicação, e os operadores de telecomunicação e muito do software que nós fazemos foi absolutamente essencial nesta resposta à pandemia em 2020, especialmente no que diz respeito a comunicações móveis, a comunicações em conferência, e foi muito interessante ver algumas das soluções que nós fazemos a serem usadas no mundo real, a serem usadas e terem grande adoção. Isto exigiu imenso de nós, exigiu imenso das pessoas que trabalham connosco, das suas famílias, mas nós gerimos isso da melhor forma e saímos disto vitoriosos e saímos disto com uma sensação de dever cumprido. Depois deste ano difícil, que foi 2020, veio o ano de 2021, onde tivemos novos desafios, houve a recuperação da economia, surgiram novos projetos, surgiu a necessidade de recrutar pessoas, de as acolher na nossa empresa, e esse foi talvez o maior desafio, aquilo que nos consumiu mais energias. Darmos uma resposta que seja profissional, que seja bastante motivadora ao acolher novas pessoas, ao garantir que elas fazem parte da nossa cultura e garantir que tudo o que nós fazemos é com a melhor qualidade no meio deste processo de expansão. Na WIT nós somos groundbreakers. As pessoas que trabalham connosco gostam de ver desafios e de os superar. Gostam de ver uma dificuldade, trabalhar com os seus colegas e, enquanto equipa, perceber que conseguem entregar soluções. Ao mesmo tempo que nós somos ambiciosos, gostamos de servir os outros. Gostamos de ver uma dificuldade e, ao mesmo tempo, ver a luz ao fundo do túnel. Aplicamos o nosso know-how, aquilo que aprendemos, aquilo que são as tecnologias com que trabalhamos para resolver problemas reais e ver mesmo isso a aplicar-se no dia-a-dia das pessoas. E isso é isso que me motiva a trabalhar com todas as pessoas que estão aqui ao nosso lado, com quem interagimos no dia-a-dia. É esta sensação de superar desafios, de entregar valor e criar coisas novas. E se quiserem pertencer a este clube, podem ir ao nosso site em witsoftware.com. Tem toda a informação sobre o que fazemos. Neste momento estamos a desenvolver imensas aplicações móveis, quer nativo, Android, iOS, cross-platform. Estamos a desenvolver aplicações em back-end. Estamos a fazer imensas coisas com DevOps. E podem fazer parte de toda esta inovação que nós continuamos a criar. Nós fazemos muitas aplicações móveis, estamos muito orientados para isso, especialmente por termos vindo do mundo dos operadores de telecomunicação, de software para telecomunicações. No que diz respeito a aplicações móveis, estamos cada vez mais a utilizar cross-platform, nomeadamente React Native, nomeadamente Flutter, ainda muito Kotlin. Agora, olhando mais para o back-end, em 2021 nós começamos a adotar cada vez mais a implementação, principalmente em novos projetos de serverless, de Node.js, em que, dependendo da utilização, temos que fazer projetos que têm que escalar muito mais rapidamente, tem-nos ajudado. Agora, não especificamente sobre as linguagens e as frameworks, mas sobre a maneira como nós estamos organizados, estamos cada vez a ser mais ágeis. Adotamos metodologias, nomeadamente Scaled Agile, onde aplicamos tecnologias ágeis não só ao desenvolvimento do dia-a-dia, mas a todo o ciclo end-to-end, a toda a organização. Em todos os novos projetos que estamos a aplicar, estamos a incluir ciclos de CI/CD, DevSecOps, em que todo o desenvolvimento é o mais contínuo possível. Todas as soluções que criamos estão cada vez mais depressa em live, cada vez mais depressa a receber analítica, a receber dados de feedback e reagimos cada vez mais próximo a esse feedback. Portanto, tudo isto se coordena para que tudo o que nós fazemos e aquilo que nós temos vindo a fazer nos últimos anos e a culminar agora em 2021 é cada vez mais ágil, cada vez mais rápido e vemos o resultado daquilo que fazemos imediatamente nas mãos das pessoas que usam o nosso software.
And welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Mary, and thank you, Fabio, for being with us today. You will be presenting a talk about how to retrofit your Java app with a reactive flow, right? I'm very excited about this.
Yes.
I want to remember everyone that you can ask questions on YouTube channel, or you can ask them on the Slack channel as well, and we will pass those questions to Mary and Fabio. So I think this is all I have for you now.
Great.
Let's
Thank you.
proceed with the talk. Thank
Enjoy.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye for now. Hello, welcome to our talk. Talk today by myself, Mary Grigleski, and Fabio Tiritico. Today is an interesting emerging topic presentation called Retrofit Your Legacy Java App with a Reactive Flow Pipeline. We'll take a look at how reactive can be applied to transforming an old traditional legacy Java app. And this is our agenda for today. We'll have a quick introduction, and then we'll go into talking a bit too about a bit of history as kind of setting up the stage as to why we have this talk, discussing from the perspective from an enterprise JVM applications point of view. And then we also explore into a bit of the complex problems in today's world that's evolving, that's becoming more and more complicated, needing more and more data. Everything is just come in bulk. We have so much to sort through. So what would be a good approach is what we're proposing here, which is the fourth section is about some solutions that we can be using and it's basically leveraging on the reactive approach. And then Fabio will then take us into an in-depth look into an experiment that we have done, and mostly merits to Fabio, who spent a significant amount of time working through some of the inner things. And so that will be Fabio area. He will spend more time with you on that. And then after that, we will come together and give a conclusion to this whole experiment on the reactive Java kind of experience that we have. So, all right, so let's begin. A quick introduction. I'll just since I'm talking, let me introduce myself. I'm Mary Grigleski. That's my Twitter handle, and I'm a senior developer advocate at IBM in the Java, open source, and cloud space. I'm also by night president of the Chicago Java Users Group, as well as a few other user groups in the Chicago area. So now to you, Fabio.
Yes, hi everybody, and thanks for having us. My name is Fabio Tiritico, and Twitter handle is TicoFab. It's a lot easier to pronounce than my family name. And I am based in Amsterdam, where I work as a software engineer, now currently actually in an engineering manager position. And I am the founder of this community Reactive Amsterdam. So yes, the topics of today's talk are really, really dear to my heart.
Thank you, Fabio. So with that, without further ado, I'm going to start. So why, right? And I've been speaking at a lot of conferences, and so has Fabio with a deeper experience in reactive too. And I'm sure, Fabio too, like myself, we've constantly been asked by our audience as to, well, how can reactive be of use in today's world? So one aspect that we have been exploring into is really looking into enterprise JVM applications. These are applications that are powering the world's huge kind of back-end applications in production, in big financial places, in insurance company, in manufacturing places, you name it, they are there. So their mission is actually very important for the company. They do a lot of things on, for example, very typical ones is like e-commerce systems that essentially you have customers trying to shop for something, catalog, and then you order. To order, as we all know, is not a simple thing. And then, of course, with this order, and with today's world, we are not just paying by cash, and we are also doing credit card, or now even more like, kind of what cashless payment, or what cardless payment, I'm sorry. And so all these things, they are very complicated and require a lot of security and all these things. And as you can see, is really complicated. But the traditional way of doing things is that before hardware has been able to get caught up, when we're having single CPU or having like parallel processing of multiple CPUs, but essentially kind of, like a single thread handling per CPU type of scenario, applications were developed in a very monolithic fashion. So everything too we could be processing is all in the same JVM, if it's taking Java. And they are all like doing things within the JVM, let's say order entry. And if you have an order, you need to talk to send your order over to your credit card, verify all your transaction. They will actually essentially hold up a thread, and you just like have to sit there and wait. And that type of, it's just an example of some of these monolithic applications in their runtime. The effect of how it affects the whole system is just not designed to be very scalable, not very flexible at all. And not only that, on the design side, we run into that problem in runtime. But the thing is too, is that we also rely on a huge operation teams to help us too with the building part, not only building. In the testing phase too, we will be like having, the different development version of your code, or have your QA running a separate version. And then you have certifying all that before you go into production. Then, so overall too, the maintenance of such application is very high. And it's also not very flexible. It almost seems like the world must stop if you need to upgrade any part of your system. And that's kind of like the whole kind of issue with it. And of course, too, the data aspect too, is kind of like hard for it to be kind of like go through different states without being easily able to get updated the state changes between these different parts. So let's go on. And of course, too, not to mention the fact is that there's also the concurrency aspect of processing that present itself a lot of challenges. So those are kind of like some of the traditional enterprise applications that we can kind of think of using a reactive approach to solve. Then we talk about the solutions that we're proposing is to use this reactive approach. Is that in today's world, then of course it's microservices has already been popular in the, since I'd say in the 2010s kind of time frame. And so those are solutions of using this reactive approach. And actually microservices itself too is kind of perfect for letting the reactive or be adopted by the reactive way. They kind of both are kind of work together very well. A reactive system itself is by nature not tightly coupled too. So microservices is like a perfect kind of architectural approach that reactive systems can use. Oh, actually, I should also add too is like also the serverless aspect to it. It deals with the deployment part too, and in the serverless cloud native world too, it's also very suited for this reactive approach. And of course too, with microservices, everything kind of broken out and no longer like, all together, then you can essentially do your upgrading without one part can be down while other parts are still running. So that kind of is very, very conducive for the reactive approach. And of course too, there's also the traditional operations part is no longer the case. We're kind of using modern DevOps and infrastructure to for the deployment, building, continuous integration, and deployment part. And now too, if you think of reactive too, is basically enable concurrency without us, the developers, still having to worry about the mechanics of threading concern, because all of the threadings are now being handled by the libraries, by the reactive framework or libraries or toolkits, so that developers can then focus on actually the business operational side. Now, the thing is with using reactive approach is basically we're proposing is to build and transform some legacy applications. We're identifying parts of it and allowing the data to be flowing through different pipelines. And that's the area that Fabio will be demonstrating for us, is to a case in which we're building using different implementation of a reactive pipeline and different reactive libraries to implement this pipeline. And so I will pass the baton over to Fabio to talk about this particular use case.
Yes, thank you very much, Mary. What we are going to look at is this hypothetical situation where we're talking about some data pipeline and there's going to be some processing happening. The first legacy processor will read, consume data from the first Kafka topic, and then the second processor will do some additional processing on it after it has received the output of the first processor. And finally, the second Kafka topic will be where our process data will end up. And what's important is in this entire pipeline, we are using concepts coming from the reactive streams idea, where reactive streams is a standard that has been part of the JDK since JDK 9, I believe. And one of the most important consequences and benefits of using this standard is back pressure. So what we'll see is that the entire process only does actual something if there is demand from downstream. So in this concrete example, let's say if the legacy processor number 2 doesn't have enough capacity to process all the potential incoming data, the first processor, legacy processor number 1, will be reacting to this situation by simply stop sending data and awaiting for legacy processor to be ready to process more information. And this is crucial in large systems where many pieces interact with one another, as fast producers might boggle down slow consumers. And so in order to avoid this sort of overflowing situation, we have these pipelines that employ back pressure all the way up to the source of the data. And now let's go look at some code and some demo. Here we are. You should be seeing my screen now. And what you are seeing now is, in fact, the GitHub repository with the code for the demo that you're about to see. As you can see, there's these two, legacy processor 1 and legacy processor 2 are our projects. And then there's two other folders. One is about infra, is a simple Docker Compose file that will spin up our Kafka infrastructure. And sources producer is a project that will simply put some random data on Kafka, so the first legacy processor has something to consume. Now let's see this in action. Here we are. There's our infra directory. Let's spin up our infrastructure. This is going to start our entire Kafka backend. Yeah, there it is. Now we have a running Kafka cluster on my local machine. And so let me start the sources provider, which will start push data into our Kafka topic. This is going to be just, let's see, there it is. one record per second containing just that specific timestamp, as you can see. And this guy is just going to keep producing as we go. So let's first look a little bit at the code before we started. What you are seeing now on screen is the implementation, the actual starting point of the first legacy processor. It's in Scala, and it uses a reactive stream implementation called Akka Streams. Akka Streams is based on Akka, a product from Lightbend, an open source product from Lightbend. And the idea of Akka Streams is that implements in the reactive stream specification. So there are a lot of different connectors that we can use in part of Akka Streams. In particular, here we are going to use the connector that allows us to connect to a Kafka topic and consume events from it. See this little snippet here, this is the entire thing, the whole thing that we really need to look at. What this processor is going to do is going to, okay, after instantiating some configuration setting, like which topic we are going to submit to listen to, here we are creating our stream, which starts considering our Kafka topic as a source of items. And then for each item that comes in, we are first simulating some processing. In this case, we are just extracting the string value, and then a little step here to convert the string into bytes. And then we are going to put this data into a RSocket sync. Now, a little introduction to RSocket is necessary here. RSocket is a protocol alternative to HTTP. So at the same level it's an application level protocol, basically built with the reactive stream concepts in mind. So there are solutions that leverage the reactive streams idea into HTTP, making it a back pressure enabled transmission of data across services, but RSocket is born with it. And this is all you need to know really for now. But RSocket is really an interesting project. In fact, RSocket stems from reactive socket. That's what it was called in the beginning. And it's above TCP, so it makes a good candidate for intercommunication between two services. And in this case, this legacy processor one, what we have done is, let's say this process item function method here represents a legacy type of processing. Maybe we are dealing with indeed some legacy logic that we have and we don't want to change, and all we want to do is wrap it inside a stream. And then the data that comes out of it, we are going to offer to this RSocket sync. We are going to look at the implementation of this a little bit later. If we look for a second at the second legacy processor, which you are seeing on my screen, this is a Java application, which again, it will create a Kafka producer in this case, because the output is producing data onto a second Kafka topic. And then this code that you see here is about, let's say, this block here is about creating a RSocket receiver. So once the first legacy processor finds a valid connection to the receiver, it will start pushing data through. And what happens with the data that we receive is right here, is this bit. For each item that we receive from the first legacy processor, we are going to extract its string content and simulate some work. This is again simulation of some legacy processing logic. This processing actually is maybe a little interesting to look at. It's just down here. It will basically make our machine and our thread sleep for a random number of seconds. We'll see later why a random. And after we are done processing, we are going to publish the data onto a second Kafka topic. What's interesting to notice here is that when only at the moment when we return from this method, once the execution of this logic highlighted now has completed, this is going to be the signal to the first legacy processor that we are ready to receive more data. And this syntax here, flux.empty, you are probably familiar with it if you have used the Project Reactor or Spring Boot-esque applications. You are probably familiar with this logic. And this is all I want to say for the moment about this legacy processor. Let's try and give these two guys a spin in this window here. So let me first start. Let me just check that our sources producer is still producing data on Kafka. So let's spin up our first legacy processor. Now, this processor has started and is trying to connect to a RSocket receiver, but at the moment there's none running. So what's interesting already to notice is that because there is no server running, then this entire stream is not consuming anything because this particular component is not asking for anything to consume. So by going all the way back to the source, we are not consuming anything from Kafka. This consumption will start when we trigger the second legacy processor. What we should see, if the demo gods help us, is that the first legacy processor will connect to the listener and start consuming events from Kafka. There it is. So here, what you could see is that when an item is received on the second processor, then there is this random delay. So you see 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and the first processor is only reading messages from Kafka as there is availability from the second processor. And so you see that they really go hand in hand. The entire thing is protected in this sense. We are only consuming data when there is some need for it. And I just want to, this concludes our demo. I just want to spend 1 more minute for those of you familiar with Akka streams. It's an incredibly powerful ecosystem, incredibly rich. There are Kafka connectors, HTTP connectors, or connectors to connect to basically most of your potential technology underneath in a reactive way. But interestingly enough, there isn't an official connector for RSocket. So what I have done, I have created these 2 RSocket sync and sources. Get an inspiration. There is a blog post actually on the Lightman website, which I used as a inspiration and then built on top of that. This code you see here is the RSocket sync that we are using. And the idea is, this is the area where we create the connection to the RSocket receiver. And then what I want you to look at is basically two things. This method here that we have overridden on push lets us write the logic of when we should retrieve items from the stream and when we should get then the next one. So in this case, this grab is the signal to grab an item from upstream, and then only so we are grabbing some payload here. Here, this is the line where we are sending the payload further, and then only when there is a request, we are asking for a new item that will be triggered from above. And the code is online, so you can look at it. This is all for our little demo, and now I would like to share with you a couple of conclusions about this experience from building this pipeline. So the good things and the bad things I found. Well, first of all, I have some experience with reactive streams already, but if you haven't been exposed to them, to this kind of a standard, it really is incredible. It enables you to work with different technologies. Not only on the JVM, you could have a reactive stream implementation in Python, for instance. Why not? And still keep the streaming semantics of back pressure all the way through the pipeline. But something that is not great is that different implementations, as you can see, are not yet very easy to get to work together in the same process. RSocket is a great technology, but unfortunately, documentation is very limited. I asked some things online and I got help from the helpful contributors, but mostly pointing to the examples online, which are certainly useful, but then again, limited, and you have to do a lot of work to figure things out as you go. I also didn't like very much that the Java implementation relies on Project Reactor, because you might simply not want that. You might want to use a different implementation. And if you are in a Spring sort of world, this is perfect. It is absolutely perfect for you. It will just mix seamlessly with Spring Boot. In fact, there's books written about it. But if you don't particularly like Project Reactor, you're still stuck with it. So it's just a dependency. In fact, my conclusion is that, in fact, while not built for this streaming purpose, if you mix HTTP with some underlying streaming semantics, and there are some projects that have done that, like Akka HTTP, well, this solution might be a more efficient and faster way for you to modernize your legacy application. And this is all for me, and maybe we can have share some conclusion together with Mary at this point.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Fabio. It's a great demo and very clearly explains. Thank you. So yeah. And yeah, we're kind of looking at this whole pipeline and we're wondering, yeah, this is like a sample implementation. Could we actually have other implementations? I think as you mentioned about, right, we could actually write maybe the legacy processor too, could be like in Python, in even JavaScript, maybe Node.js.
For sure.
So I think it basically we're trying to illustrate is that with the reactive streams kind of approach, it's actually make your application a lot more modular, so to speak, like modularized. If you're writing microservices, you can actually have the legacy processor as one microservice and the other legacy processor is another one. And so you can see that they all connect with each other through messaging. And in this case, we, as Fabio has illustrated, it will be in RSocket. And you can plug different things in, plug and play. So it's actually a very flexible approach, and that's what we also like about our reactive. And it's because of that capability that kind of enables us to do things more efficiently too.
Indeed.
So, yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Indeed.
So yeah. And then also maybe one last kind of conclusion is that, well, how about like Project Loom that's kind of scheduled now for Java 18, I believe. And
that's right.
So there's still a couple more versions before it will be released. But we wonder, right, with virtual threads, carrier threads too, right? And we wonder how, how it would be. And I've also like heard about people talking about, oh, Project Loom's coming out, Reactive's gonna be dead. But I don't think so, right? I mean, Reactive, so to speak, we're handling the problem domain on a different level, on a more abstract level, but the virtual threads are a bit more of the lower level, dealing with more of the, towards more of the primitive kind of more threading kind of that direction. So then it's more like they both should be complementing each other is what I'm
exactly thinking. I fully agree. I think Project Loom is definitely going to be a very, very powerful addition to the JVM. In my personal opinion, I think is going to be very useful for low level logic. So maybe if you're a library maintainer, or maybe if you're the maintainer of one of these reactive library yourself, this is going to be really, really useful. But for a lot of users, simple users of these libraries, I think we will still prefer to operate at a higher level than going back to creating and spinning up threads ourselves, even if they're virtual. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But yeah, certainly something to definitely keep an eye on.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, it's been a great conversation too in our presentation. Hope everybody enjoys it. And
these are a couple of links to lots of things we've mentioned. The first one is the sample code that I've shown you. Our socket, Quarkus, Docker, lots of technologies that we mentioned. And I believe this is all from us. So thank you very much. These are our contacts and our links.
That's right. Yeah. Thank you all for attending our talk.
Yeah. So goodbye everybody, and till the next time.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you. That was an amazing presentation. Again, good morning, good evening, good night here in Mondego room. So, hello, Mary. Thank you for your presentation.
Octavio, thank you. Yeah, it's really excited to be here. I wish I could be there in person in Portugal.
Yeah.
We'll make that happen next year. Don't worry.
Yes.
I will hold that.
Yes.
And Fabio, how are you today? How do you feel today? Sorry.
Yeah, Ottavio and I, we like to speak Italian. I come from Italy, so we like to speak Italian to each other. Hence the confusion.
Yes,
it's a beautiful language. Yeah, even though I don't understand, it's kind of really beautiful to hear, right? Yeah, it's really nice. So
I don't know if I'm speaking or if I'm singing, because I don't know the difference. Yes.
Yeah, opera. I think of Italian opera. So,
yes.
Yeah.
But see, Portuguese is an amazing language too. I would love to learn that.
Yeah, both was because the Latin language, right? So the difference because Italian's closer, like the plural and stuff like that, and Portuguese is a little bit far. For example, the plural stuff like that.
Yeah.
So in the perspective of Latin, Italian is more closer and clean than any language. But anyway, you talk about language, let's include Java as well, right? So in Kotlin. So that's time to use for your question about. So I'm here, I'm checking the YouTube channel and also the Slack channel. By the way, if you're not following us on Twitter, please follow us on Twitter. with Jnation, and also there is the Slack channel at Mondego where you can file your questions. Okay, so if there's any question, please let us know right now. By the way, are you guys on the Slack channel?
Slack, I don't have that. I think I used to have it.
No.
Yeah, I should be on.
But anyway, please tweet about your slide presentation, if you don't mind, so we can share the slide. That's one of the questions that I received right now.
So
Sure.
we heard while we wait for questions, we heard that this event usually it's in a cathedral or something like that. Where is it?
Yes.
Wow.
The cathedral. It's an amazing one.
I can't wait to be
I'm
back
big fan of
live.
history, and every time that I go to museum, that inspires me a lot. My philosophy is to make future, I need to understand better the past. So that's why I love so much museum, and that's why I love so much Java, because I can make the future with that. Yes, that's amazing place to go to check it out. Maybe next year, besides the church, we can try go to Porto or some city nearby sea.
Yeah.
Where I
Oh my God.
can walk in, do some any kind of speaker trips or something like that, where you can explore more the opportunities around.
But Octavio, so I have a question for you. While we wait question for us, I have a question for you.
Okay.
The last time I
please
was
guys, be worried. Be worried.
It's not very technical. The last time that I was in Portugal, man, pastéis de nata. That's a drug. That's you cannot stop eating. How can you maintain your shape when you live in Portugal?
Oh, right now it is because I'm not able to go to the bakery. That's easy question to answer. So I'm not able to go to anybody else. I'm not able to go to restaurants. So it is, but I'm scared when to return to normal because the cold fish here, I don't know if you have this before, but the cold fish is a special fish in the north where they have amazing dish and amazing several derivation from this cold fish in Portugal. So fried cold fish with oil, cold fish.
Wow.
It's a kind of bread with cold fish inside. So it's like a specialty here around cold fish. That's amazing.
Wow, that's amazing.
You make me want to travel so much.
Me too.
Come on. You already got the first shot, so wait another one, and then you're free to go.
Yes.
You're free to come.
Yes. For everybody in the Slack channel, you can also ask me if you're interested how it is to get the first shot. I can tell you everything about.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay, please answer that. How's the feeling to get the first shot? I'm curious.
Yeah, so last night I didn't feel much, but this morning my arm was hurting. Mary, do you remember? Did your arm hurt?
You know what? I have to admit, I'm a bit squeamish, but I don't go outside much, so I have not gotten my shot, even though I can, but I'm waiting it a little bit to make sure stabilize because of all the reports. Yeah. Once I know I have to travel, then I will go get my shots, but I'm a little bit nervous.
Okay.
Getting it.
Okay.
But yeah. But how is yours? I've heard multiple reaction or different types of reactions to. Some people have it had it easy. Some people just had it really like a reaction, maybe feeling like getting a fever and things like that too. But those are rare.
Yeah, I have heard something about that.
Apparently the second shot.
Oh.
My father had side effects with the second shot, but the first one is okay.
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 By the way, when is gonna be your next shot? Your second and last one?
Needs to be at least 5 weeks time interval between the first shot and the second shot. So for me, it's going to be at the end of July.
Oh, end of July. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, end of July. Yeah, 1 month. So it's not big deal.
Yeah.
1 month, and then
after.
after how long you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Then maybe I can come to Portugal again.
Yes, you can. Maybe December,
Yeah.
something like
Yeah.
that. I really believe in December we will return to have conference. Being honest, physical ones.
Fing-
Yeah, I feel.
Fingers crossed, man. Fingers
Uh,
crossed.
yes, I heard some discussion in US. They want to do something around that in November.
In the US, there are actually
Yes.
already some conferences in like the Midwest. Let's say in Nebraska, Kansas City, those will be in July, August, like the summer timeframe. They already are going to have all in-person conferences. So yeah, I was surprised too. But I cannot travel yet because of company policy. Not until later this year. So that's why I'm not in a hurry to get my shots yet. I just want to wait a little bit. And so, but I would
Do you
love
go? Do you go to the office sometimes in the United States?
yeah, sometimes, well, it depends. Like, like advocacy. A lot of us actually are unless we are with a city team, they call it like geolocation team. Most of the time we're working from home, all of us, because we have
Okay.
people at different cities. So, but unless you are like San Francisco team or New York City team, they all, kind of sit together. But for us, we scattered everywhere. So,
I
but
see.
there are also product teams that we have different location for the product team. So yeah, and they tend to be together too in the same location. So yeah,
Right.
yeah. So,
Okay.
but anyway, yeah, it's a quiet
So
channel today, right? Nobody asked questions.
yes, let me check again. Okay, if there's no further questions, thank you again, Mary. Thank you, Fabio, to be here. That was an amazing, and hopefully see you soon.
Yes, love
Hopefully
to.
physically.
Yeah, thank you, thank you,
Thank you,
And
Octavio. Thank you.
thank you, Octavio.
ciao.
Ciao,
And see you around.
Ciao.
ciao.
A presto.
See you
Bye.
soon.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, bye bye. Yeah, take care.
You know all the places you've been. It's the unknown that drives you. The search for something new, for what's next. We followed the unfamiliar and started unraveling new paths. We are leading the way into the future, and the journey has been amazing. We are on the road of disruption towards success, never settling down. Volkswagen Digital Solutions, exploring new roads.
Volkswagen in 2021, it was one of the most important years for our company. We have been growing in a really fast rhythm. And one of the biggest achievements as a team, it was for sure the confirmation of the really good job and awesome delivery that our team is doing here in Portugal. We have really good professionals delivering top quality projects for the Volkswagen Group. And this confirmation of trust and continuous of growth has been one of our biggest achievements as a team. We already have a big spectrum and variety of projects, from support to development from scratch, and we aim to continue to grow even more. So wish us luck. Profiles that Volkswagen Digital Solutions is hiring. We basically want people with curiosity to learn. Of course, we have some limitations in terms of tech stacks, depending on the team, depending on the tech unit, depending on the department that the person will work for. But basically, we want people that are a match regarding our culture and that is eager to learn and develop itself to go to the next level. So we are quite open, and we have a really fun culture to be with. And we are proud of the people we have, and for sure we know that the people we will hire in the future will match our expectations. For a recruitment process, we basically adapt depending on the department, depending on the team. So you can have a challenge, you can have an activity to do if you are applying for a designer position, for a software development position. And we believe that like this, we can have a more suitable and customized experience for us and for the candidate. Volkswagen Group has been investing in the last couple of years in the digitalization of the company, in the several brands of the group, and not only in Germany, but also outside of Germany. Of course, Portugal was being evaluated, and in the end become one of the place to invest and to grow a team. And it's not only Volkswagen, but Portugal has a really good lifestyle and culture. It's easy to convince managers or engineering managers to move to Portugal to start and ramp up companies. We have a really international mindset. We have skilled people from junior talent to more senior. We have a really diverse IT community. We are economically attractive as a company, of course, and our geography, our location as a country is also really interesting. So all of these characteristics as a whole made us a good place to invest. And since 2019, the year we officially opened the Volkswagen Digital Solutions in Portugal, it has been proving all over the time that it has been a good place to be. Volkswagen Digital Solutions looks really promising. Like I said, our partners have been really happy with the work we have been developing in Portugal. When I say partners, Volkswagen Group. And we already have 26 teams developing projects in Portugal. And we had the confirmation recently, we even came out on the news about it, that this investment will continue to grow. We already have a really big challenge of growing 100 people in 2021. So looks promising, looks really challenging, but we are up to the challenge and we want this. So I'm sure we're going to double the number of projects in the next few years, and it will be fun.
You can write the best code in the world. You can run the most complex systems. But things get really complicated when you have dozens of different technologies and hundreds of processes. Fortunately, it's JFrog to the rescue. Firstly, you need universal tools that can integrate seamlessly with all the build technologies in your CI/CD stack and all major cloud platforms, so you can start speeding up software releases without delay. Second, you need to automate every part of your DevOps pipeline, end to end. This will eliminate repetitive, manual steps while letting you enjoy much faster feedback loops so you can get higher quality releases to customers faster. Next, you need a proven way of catching potential vulnerabilities and license compliance issues, wherever they may be hiding in the DevOps cycle, so you can stay out of the latest security disaster headlines. And of course, you need the flexibility of a cloud on-prem hybrid solution that offers high availability, disaster recovery, and is easily scalable and enterprise grade, from code right through to production. The good news is that you don't have to look very far to find this. JFrog offers you an end-to-end DevOps platform for creating, managing, and distributing trusted software releases fast to anywhere in the world. It's why 5 million developers already count on our universal DevOps tools to do their job better, faster, and more securely. So wherever you are in your DevOps journey, let JFrog smooth the ride, automating your software delivery process. Learn more or get started right away by visiting us at jfrog.com.
Okay. You are here in Mondego room at Jnation this year. So good morning, good evening, good night. Where are you watching right now? So the whole point is we are really happy to be here to hold this conference online, where you can see people around the whole globe. But that's not about me, right? So let's talk about advanced test partners with Tankus. So he's cool, even the name, right?
Oh, dude, don't
Tankus.
don't talk to my wife. She says I'm the most uncool person she's ever seen, and she still married me. So
You geek, I'll face in the words. Board game is nice. What kind of board game do you enjoy?
Gloomhaven.
Oh, nice.
I got them little boxes right
Whoa,
here.
I can see. Okay, I need to visit you as soon as possible because I enjoy this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Comic books, and yes, programming. And today he will talk about advanced testing partners. So Tom, that's your stage is yours.
All right,
And
cool.
have a nice show.
Okay, thank you, Otavio. So I already got my introduction, so I'm just going to skip through these slides. So hi, everyone. I'm Tom Coles. It's unfortunately pronounced Coles and not Cools because, as I said, even my wife thinks I'm the most uncool person on the planet. So she calls me Derpy, which is not that good a thing. It's funny, but it's not that good. This is my website where the slides will be afterwards. And I work for a company, a consultancy company in the Netherlands and in Belgium. I am from the Belgian department. I've been working there for 8 years. Next to my work at InfoSupport, I'm also a coach at codingcoach.io. If you don't know it, it's a platform where they bring people who donate time, like me, coaches. They bring those people together with people that are looking for a coach. Like I'm a Java coach on the platform, and I've had the chance to coach people from Zambia, from Ghana, and it's a really nice experience. So if you were a Java developer and you have some spare time on your hands, definitely check it out and be a mentor and a coach on the platform. Next to that, I also co-founded the Antwerp Java user group recently. We're going into our summer holidays, but we hope to be back after the holidays again. So what I want to go through with you today is is this. It's a beautiful day. You can see the sun is shining. It's a really relaxing morning. You wake up fully relaxed. You slept well. Your room temperature was just perfect. No mosquitoes. You can feel it's just an awesome day. But then you wake up and you realize, oh yeah, I'm on call today. Oh no. Your manager immediately comes in. What's going on? Monitoring is red, flashing red like some horrible movie. More calls arrive at the help desk. Help us, help us. And then you realize that a bug caused some data corruption issue. So it turns from a magnificent, beautiful day very quickly into a bad day. Now, let's be honest, broken systems, bad, really bad. And I'm using bad. I had another word in there before, but I'm reducing my swearing. So broken systems, bad. So what can we do to actually avoid these broken systems? Well, we add more tests. So tests are kind of our safeguards to make sure that, well, no, not to make sure. I need to be very specific about this. Tests give us more certainty, not absolute certainty, that whatever we deploy into production will actually work. So the more tests you write, you might argue the better, but that's not always the case. Because honestly, we've been focusing a lot on the test pyramid, and I teach at university sometimes, and this is really presented as the be-all, end-all way of writing tests. And when people look at this pyramid and they think, oh yeah, so we have a lot of unit tests, and then a few service tests, and then fewer UI tests, and they really start to hyper-focus on the bottom part, unit tests, because they're fast, and a test set needs to be fast. Well, maybe this trade-off that we have here between they're faster, but they're more isolated, that's kind of expanding a bit. It's becoming a more difficult problem to solve, especially as the way we build systems is changing a bit. So tests can give you more certainty that something will work in production, but only if they're written in a good way. And unfortunately, I have a few examples of things that aren't written in such a good way. Because even if you have tests, it doesn't mean that because you know how to write the tests and you use these different test tools, that you apply them in a way that's actually valuable to your project. So the first thing I've seen in quite some teams is, oh yeah, but to make sure that we have enough tests and that they cover enough, we're going to just enforce 80% code coverage or more. Especially if a manager says this, it's a tricky situation. So I want to show you a simple program, well, a simple test, aptly named testing for coverage. So you can already imagine it's up to no good. And this is a simple Pojo object. Well, it's actually a GPA object, but it's relatively simple. It has getters and so on. Nothing too big. And here you see a test that tests the getters. Hey, we have code coverage. Well, if you think about it, what does this code coverage actually mean? It means nothing because these are simple getters. There's no business logic executing here. So people spend time to write these kinds of tests often, but what's the value in it? And that's something that I really want to talk to you today about. What is the value of the tests we write? Because this gives us a lot of coverage. You know what also gives us a lot of coverage is the following test. I've actually seen something similar in the production code at some point. I couldn't copy that one for obvious NDA reasons, but I've seen this in production. Our manager told us to get X% of code coverage, so we just wrote tests. And one team even called it the cheap code coverage test. And what does that look like? Well, it just calls all the methods. And if you're if you want to make yourself really popular, you put a try catch around it. And hey, if you run all these tests now and you run them for coverage, you will see that when this thing actually starts up, you will see that, hey, my class is well tested. I have enough code coverage, so that's a good thing. But as it turns out, it's actually not testing the things that are valuable about the class, because there are a few extra methods. And yeah, they're tested, but as you can see here, there's no assertions. It just calls it. So you have a lot of code coverage, but the code coverage doesn't mean anything. Now, one of the things that you could do to improve your tests that way well, not that way, to avoid that people can do things like this, is to introduce a concept called mutation testing. And mutation testing is a concept whereby you actually change your production code and then you run your tests again. And if none of your tests fail, that means that your tests actually aren't good enough because none of the tests actually caught it. Now, there's a framework in Java that allows you to actually run mutation tests. So you don't have to change your production code manually or something. You have a framework that will check your production code and start changing around little things. So I'm going to run this one. It's called PyTest for Java. If you're not running Java, by the way, this is a little bit of an advertisement, so I'm sorry, but we were so excited at InfoSupport about mutation testing that we actually started creating our own mutation testing framework for JavaScript, C#, and maybe most importantly for the developers in this conference, Scala. So what are these mutations that we are talking about? So for example, you have different operators, so that are ways that you can change your code. And for example, this arithmetic operator will change in your code a plus to a minus. And then if none of your tests fail, that means that that specific piece of code actually wasn't covered correctly. So it was covered with tests. So your test coverage says, hey, we covered this. But when you start changing your code a little bit, you actually notice that your tests aren't failing. So your tests aren't actually testing something valuable. So this ren, I'll make it a little bit bigger because this says a couple of things. So it's my line coverage is not that good because this is an example project. It generated 119 different mutations. So it changed a plus into a minus. It put a false into true. It removed any kind of logic and just returned true if the method expects a Boolean return value. So it created 119 of those mutants and only 23 were killed. So killed means that they make a test fail. Now, what does this look like in a bit of a better format? Let me just, that's the new IDE. They changed the location of this thing. So it generates reports. That's maybe a bit too big. And if I go to my Velo station, you can see the 85% is there. So that's the line coverage. But when you check the mutation coverage, it's actually really highlighting that my tests aren't that good. So I have good code coverage, well, line coverage, but if you look at the mutation coverage, you actually notice that it's not that good at all. The good thing is about PyTest and also about the Striker framework I talked to you about is that it actually notifies you what kind of things are wrong about your code. So for example, let's look at this one. So what happened here is you can look at the comment, well, the pop-up that's coming, and it says it replaced the return value with an empty string because it's expecting a string, and none of the tests failed. So that mutation survived. So that actually highlights which pieces of your code are decently tested, even if they have code coverage, because even if they have code coverage, it could be that the code isn't covered in the way that you would actually want it to. And it has a lot of these. And one of the more interesting ones is that it actually complains that I've never tested the equals method. And this is a weird one because I've hardly ever seen anyone test their equals method directly. So this begs the question, should you test your equals method? Well, it's used for a lot of things, just like hash code is used for a hash map and such. So maybe you should test it. So that leads us actually to another piece of software that might help you actually achieve that. So we use mutation testing to discover which pieces of our code are tested but aren't tested in a good way, or even pieces of our code that aren't tested at all, so they should be taken care of a bit better. Now, for the equals and hash code, there's actually a framework as well called the equals verifier. I don't know if anyone has, oh yeah, it's not interactive. I don't know if anyone has heard of this. Listening to crowd, no answer. Okay, then I'm assuming that you haven't heard of it yet. Where you can say, hey, I want to verify the equals method for a certain class. Now I had this one disabled, and the reason because this actually fails. So this will verify the equals method for my class Velo station. That's the class I was showing before. And you can see that it's giving an error. And let me just zoom in here a bit. Equals verifier found a problem with the equals significant fields. ID is marked with @ID. So, but the equals doesn't use it. Oh, so sorry. So the equals shouldn't use it, but it does. So there's two ways to approach GPA equals method, because it's actually a GPA entity. So either you use a surrogate key, which means that you want the equals to actually work on the ID field, or you want to let it work on anything but the ID field. So if you don't like a warning, you can always disable it by suppressing the warning. There. Now, if I run my beautiful test again, well, I got a short drink because it's really warm in here. It's actually saying, hey, the equals method should not use lon, which is a field inside the class, because you're saying you want to use a surrogate key, but it is used in the equals method. So what we should do here, you actually learn a lot about how an equals should be implemented just by running this library for once. So it says this field is used in the equals, while I'm saying that this is a surrogate key. So the way I solve this is, yeah, I'm using a lombok, so I'm actually not that sorry to use lombok. I can actually say, hey, I only want the equals to work on the ID field. So now it will generate an equals only on the ID field. And if I run this test now, it actually passes. So now my equals method is implemented correctly. So this equals verifier, I know the developer and I've committed on it a couple of times. Jan is actually really nearly obsessive about implementing equals correctly. And the great thing is, whenever, if you apply this in your code and you get an error message, it actually explains every error message and why that's an issue for your equals method. So that's a really good one to look into. Now those are really local changes. The mutation testing is to see the unit tests that I have, how can I improve them? And the equals verifier is to test, yeah, your equals and hash code methods. But, oh yeah, mutation testing. The slides will be afterwards for reference. Not a big deal. Then you see these kind of things. These are unit tests, but what we often see is people start mocking everything. And if you mock something, you're not mocking it. It's gonna mock you when it breaks in production. So what you see are classes like this. I actually have one here. So this is a typical, hey, I have a resource that calls a repository. I mock the repository, so I create a fake object for it. I say, hey, this repository is going to give back a list. I set it up, my mock, my object. When I get my stations, I want those same stations that I put in the mock again. So basically, you're not really testing anything. You're testing your mock, because if you look at this implementation, it's the repository that you mocked away. So you've basically created like a tube, and you put a ping pong ball in one side, and then you check if the same ping pong ball came out the other side. And that's just not a valuable test. That's actually a shame, and it takes effort. People actually, people put a lot of effort into writing this. Look at all these lines you need for a test that actually isn't that valuable. So for the rest of the presentation, I want to look at some frameworks and tools that can actually improve those kind of tests and to mock less. The reason why we have to mock less is one of the reasons is because we're moving more and more into a microservice environment, where actually the real issues often don't happen anymore within the same runnable unit, but the issues more often happen in the communication between components. Because when you build people rage against monoliths, but when you have a monolith, at least it's one unit that you maybe can compile, or at least you can do more tests up front. So the way we're building code is actually just changing. So maybe we should look into ways to adopt and not mock everything away. So I actually should show you the application we're building first. So this is a full view. Come on, Plant2ML, work with me. Yes. So we're building a really simple service. In our control, we are going to have a database, which is not inside Spring. We have a Spring Boot service, which will be called through a REST API. and then that Spring Boot service calls another API. So we have both a database integration and an API integration. So we can't do all this in our tests because then they're very fragile. Either the database needs to be available on every machine you want to run the tests, or the service needs to be available every time you run the tests, and that just is fragile. So we need to find a way to replicate these things as close as possible without really depending on them being there. So let's start with the database part. And the first thing a lot of developers do is, oh yeah, we'll just use H2. So for those of you who wouldn't know it, H2 is just an in-memory database. It looks like I have too many files. It looks like this. So you have the Spring Boot application. It has an in-memory database. So we no longer have a dependency on this extra database. We're really focusing on the databases for now. And it will create the tables automatically. So you don't actually have to worry about your database being ready because it will be in the same process basically as your Spring Boot. That actually gives us an advantage because now we can have the same tests that we had before, but instead of using mocks, we were actually first inserting all those entities into our database, and then we're verifying if we can get them out again. So we're testing a bit more. Instead of mocking everything and working only in Java, like our own libraries, we are now also testing the GPA code, so the mapping between our Java objects and a database. Oh, and it's already passed. So it actually starts up pretty fast, and there is a way to actually go check the console and see that everything works, but we're not really going to do that now. So the benefit of this is basically you have quicker tests. Yeah, well, not quicker tests, you still have quick tests, but they test more. They test your GPA logic and so on. And it creates the DLS automatically. So it creates your database tables and structure automatically. That last point is actually also a downside because that doesn't mean that it assumes that your database in production will have the same structure. And there can be some differences, and that's where it can go wrong. Plus, it's not a real database. It's still an in-memory database. It works pretty well with GPA and such, but it's still not the real thing. So if you want special Postgres commands or something, that's just not going to work. So what's something that we can improve? So it's always a balance between how more accurate our tests become, usually how slower they become. So we're trying to balance here. And I think each of you, when you go back to your team, should try to figure out what's actually the right balance for your team. So what's actually next is to use Liquibase. And Liquibase, for those of you who don't know it, is actually a way to run database scripts when your application is starting. Well, that's how it works in Spring. It's a database migration and database schema management tool. So how does our picture look now? So we still have Spring Boot. We still have our in-memory database, so the H2 remains. But we now have Liquibase, which will create the tables on startup. So how do we define what it needs to start up? Well, we have a change log here with different migrations. And we have a definition of how Liquibase should add these, how Liquibase should, I have to phrase that correctly. This defines what changes Liquibase needs to execute, and Liquibase will translate these kind of files into actual queries on the database you're talking to. So it has some preconditions just so you can skip certain changes. But now you have a change set, you have an order, and then you have changes. In this case, I'm going to create the Velo station table. So the table that that was backed by the JPA entity we discussed before. It has some constraints. And I added a constraint here for the name. Because in the previous example, without Liquibase, it's actually a bit more difficult to have all constraints in one place where they will be able to be used by both your tests in H2 and the real database. Because if you deploy this to the real database, let's say it's a MariaDB database, Liquibase will still use these files to execute them against the MariaDB database. So it will still create those tables, but it can add constraints. So constraints are now an option to be added in our tests. So that actually leads us to something pretty interesting, because I added a constraint that if I didn't supply a name now, so basically this test is just the same as the previous one. Let that just run for a second. So it takes a bit longer now. So that's the trade-off. Slower tests, more accuracy. But what it is saying now is could not execute statements, blah, blah, blah. Constraint violation could not execute statement. And why couldn't it execute? Null, not allowed for column name. So that's exactly what the constraint was that we added in our table. So this you can't easily do in a convenient way with H2 itself, especially not if you want to run it on the real production database as well. So what does it actually look like? Because we can go, if I debug this one, oh, I put it on a thread. Give it a second to boot up. You can actually see in the change log, oh, it's jumping all over the place. You can actually see in the change in the logging that it's executing certain files and who wrote the file, so that's always convenient to blame someone. Let me just have a look-see at the database, and this one should work. There we go. So this is what Liquibase does. It has created this fail station table where the constraint is now available. That's great. And it's created these tables to basically manage which of their migration scripts have already run. So these are internal tables that Liquibase uses to manage which scripts have a run and which haven't a run and so on. So that's Liquibase. So the extra layer we get here, let me just stop this one. The extra layer we get here is that your tests are still relatively quick because it's still using the in-memory database, but your database setup is the same as in production. Well, it uses the same migration tool. So you can use constraints, you can use foreign keys and so on. So the downside is that you saw that the startup is already a bit slower. So that's because the database needs to be constructed. So Liquibase needs to have a chance to run. So that's, again, the trade-off. We go a bit slower, but it's more correct. For me and the teams that I've worked with, this usually is the sweet spot for faster integration tests, because it has some constraints that are enabled now, but it's still the faster H2 database. Now, when I say this is the sweet spot, that was until like a year or a year and a half ago, because then something became really popular, and that's test containers. So what is test containers? If you know about Docker, which you probably should know by now, well, wouldn't it be nice if someone could create a framework or whatever that starts a specific Docker container like this with the database that you actually use in production. So you start it up, so it's not inside the Spring Boot, but it's inside your control. So if for a test, they could spin up a quick Docker container, and then afterwards it would just kill it. And that's exactly what test containers can give us. So in our example, we're still going to use Liquibase to provision the database, but we are going to use a real PostgreSQL database now. So that's this one. What does that look like? Well, I'm using JUnit 5 is important to mention because the annotations and how you set this up is a little bit different. So I have a PostgreSQL container. This is a special module within test containers with a specific image name, so you can even change the version up a little bit. I give the database a name, the user password, and then I need to tell Spring, because Spring needs to know where is this Docker container, because this Docker container will basically start on a random port that's available. Luckily, this class that test container provides gives you a convenient method to return the GDBC URL and the password and the user. So that's actually quite convenient. The rest of the test is still the same. So if we start this one, you'll see that we once again will have the trade-off. We'll go a bit slower because now it actually, not only does it need to start Spring and run Liquibase, it also needs to start a Docker container for this. So if we're lucky, you can see the cute little Docker whale is here. So it's even logging a few of the things that your Docker is doing in the background. So this actually starts, well, it creates a container for an image. It actually starts it up, blah, blah, blah. Runs my tests, executes the Liquibase again. The change set is here. Runs the tests, so this one, and then it closes down test containers again. So this is, for our teams now, really the way to go for testing. Yes, it's a little bit slower, but you are testing against the real database now. So you get very accurate performance. Well, it's still on your machine, but it's the best you're going to have on your machine, given everything. Docker doesn't add that much of a performance issue. The database setup will be the same as in production, basically. So you're using the same database, you're using your Liquibase to provision it automatically. So this is probably the closest you're going to get besides downloading dumps from production and provisioning it that way. So trade-offs. And I think these are well worth it. They're the slower startup time again, because as I said, Spring, Liquibase, Docker. It's worth it. But it also requires additional data to be, additional software to be installed. So the software actually isn't that much of an issue because I think most developer machines have Docker in some way or another, but that's something to keep in mind. Yeah, that's it for databases, basically. So we've managed to improve our database connection in our flow a bit. So we can now test with a lot of certainty that it actually will work. So now let's look into the API, because we also had this. Let me just get back here, this API here. So now we've tested this we're going to do with test containers. This one, that can be a bit more tricky. So let's look into how we can actually avoid mocking this REST client or whatever you're used to. And let's just see how we can test this as well as we can. So the first thing we can do is use test containers. Hey, big surprise. So what you can do, let me just scroll down a bit. If you have it, is you can just create your own test container. So if you know a bit about Docker, you know that if you have a resource file, like here, you have a Docker file and a JSON next to it with like stub data, then you can actually create a really simple, let me just zoom in a bit. You can create a really simple Docker container that will return you some stub answers. So you can actually, with this test container framework, you can also make a generic container. Then you can do basically whatever that you can do with Docker. And you say, hey, I want to use it from the class path and just take everything in the directory being the available test container. So then it will actually build a container for this and deploy it. Then you use the IP and the port to actually connect to it in Spring. So that's the URL that you're registering with Spring. Let me just quickly run it because I need to drink because it's really warm in here. There, I don't know if it's clear in the logs, but here it's saying, well, your typical Docker commands like, hey, I'm copying this file to the container. I'm downloading, I'm running the endpoint command. So you can really see that it's building up everything here. I'm not going to go through it too much. So what we have here is we have our API, our service, and now we've Dockerized the external service that we want to use. Now, if you have, if you're integrating with a team that also uses Docker and they have a really simple application, then it could technically be possible that you just get their Docker container and use that, but that's not always possible, unfortunately. So if you have the capability to do that anyway, it's pretty accurate for testing. And if you use, this is a big if you use the Docker container that another team is making, so the other application, then it's easy to maintain changes of the API because you're basically running the other API inside the test container. That's not always the case. So the big downside of this one is availability of the API in a Docker container. Maybe it's not even there. So if you don't have it Dockerized somehow, then you can't actually use it. And that's also a problem if the other application that you're trying to boot up has transitive dependency. So if that application also depends on a database, then it ends up in an entire big ball of messy Docker containers that you would have to start up. And then it's probably better to look for another solution. Maybe something like WireMock. So WireMock is a testing tool that allows you, I think it's this one. Oh, I'll just show this. So instead of having the real API, you're going to have a wire mock. I know I said that we were going to remove mocks, which is why this framework is named a bit unfortunate. But the main argument that we have here is we really want to test the REST client going to another service and that your mapping works. So the JSON and Java mapping, so going from Java to JSON for the post or the requests, and when the response comes back, that it can transform that JSON back into a Java class. So that's what we want to test, and that's something we can still achieve with WireMock. So what does WireMock look like? Let me just focus on this one. You get an object. How you set it up is a bit different, so I'm not going to focus on that too much, depending on your test setup. So you can basically say, hey, I want to stop when I get a get on the root of my API. I just want to get an empty list. So that's the one to retrieve the stations. So then I just want to verify, hey, is this list empty? So what happens here is it will start a WireMock server on a either on the same machine or on a different machine, depends on your setup. I think I set it up that it's actually on the same machine, but on a different port. So it starts up and your test succeeds. So I now called a WireMock server because I first set it up to give back an empty array. Now that's a simple one. When it gets a bit more complex, you don't want to put a lot of big JSON in here. So what you can do is say, hey, I have a file somewhere in my resources, which by convention is __ file. And I have my data in there. And just when you call this, just give me the payload data back. So just read this JSON and return that. I have a simple test, has size 2. That's because this guy actually has 2 JSON entries here. So you can run this and yeah, it'll just spin up a new service and so on. So you can even do a bit more fancy stuff like having delays in there. So you can test for a little bit of resilience, but I'm not going to go too deep into that because this, you can already feel like this is a management hell, keeping these JSON files up to date. And what if the API changes and it's a bit of a mess? So one of the things you can do instead of like copy pasting a ton of files is it actually comes with a recorder. So here I'm saying, remove my mappings, start recording. This is the real API, by the way, where you can get all the data of all the rental bikes in Antwerp. It's not protected, so you can use it for free. I've been using it and they haven't found me yet. So you start recording, you call the method, so it actually proxies through. Then you will stop recording, and then it will fill those recordings. So let me just, no, I'm not going to run it. It actually puts those recordings into these mapping files. And these are just WireMock files that contain the definition of what a certain request response should be. So this is at some point in time the actual answer. As you can see, you don't want to copy paste this manually for eternity. So it can record this, and then you can use those recordings in your tests. And it does that automatically because it anything that's in your resources mappings folder, it picks up without you actually having to do anything. So here I don't set up anything in WireMock, and I can still retrieve the stations. So we have WireMock, so that's a bit easier to configure. You have recording functionality, and it has options for some simple network issues. But you still have an issue because you can record, but the synchronization, I don't know if you saw it, but the recorder here, I disabled the tests because it's a manual one, because you don't want to call, we set that in our tests, we don't want to depend on the real API. So you can't actually put this in your test set without disabling it, because then it's talking to the real API again. So you actually need to disable it and do this manually, unless if you want your tests to fail if the other API is not available. And it often doesn't include all the request details, because if you look at this test, this one will not have any of the headers, authentication, or things that the real API might have. So it's not as complete as you might want it. That brings us to the last topic of today, and that's test by contract. So there's this new concept called contract testing, where it's actually quite cool, and I've having a lot of fun with it in our teams recently, where you, instead of writing a lot of tests yourself, you define a contract. And the contract is really between someone who's going to use your API and you as the API producer, or maybe someone else as the producer and you as the consumer. So you design a contract. What does a contract look like? You can make it in Groovy. There's a few different formats, and this specific one is the Spring Cloud Contract Framework. I'll have all references on my website so you can investigate it a bit further later. So what does this say? Hey, we'll make a contract, and I'm saying, I'm giving it a name just for readability and tests and such. When I do a GET request to /Velo and then a number to get the details of a certain station, for example, this one, then I want as a response a JSON as an application, as the content type. And in my body, I want these fields, and they need to follow these parameters. Now, if you write such, and let me just show you the Java example. It's not, I'll leave it up to you what you find more readable, but honestly, being a bit more of a Groovy fan here. The great thing about this is you agree to this contract with two parties, a consumer and a producer. Now, you actually both need different things, because as soon as you have the contract, the producer wants to start building his API, but the consumer actually also wants to consume the API that's not written yet. So you have a bit of a problem, but we can solve that. From the producer side, we can automatically generate tests for this contract to validate if the API complies to the contract. So let me just pick that up here. There is a nice Spring Cloud contract plugin for, no, it's this one, to actually convert these clauses or Groovy files into tests for the producer. So then the producer can run these tests to verify if his or her API actually complies with the contract that you've agreed. It actually says, hey, I found these contracts. It created this file, and this is a test that's generated based on the contract. And actually, I must admit, when I first saw it, it looks pretty good for an automatically generated test. So it tests, I actually have 3 contracts here. So let me just go to this one. This was the more complete one. And this one will run against your application. So if you need to set up things, the great thing about this framework is you can actually make sure that it extends one of your clauses. So this is a clause that I wrote. So that's basically to start up Spring, set up some things, whatever I want. And it created a clause that extends this clause. So that gives you a lot of flexibility of what you actually need to set up and run these tests. How do you do that? Well, it's pretty simple. Just some Maven where you Maven file where you say, hey, by the way, I have a few base classes that I want to use, that I want you to use to generate those test files. By the way, here they are. And then it will use those. So that one is in here, and I have a base folder. So that's for the producer side. So that's pretty cool. You have tests that generated, but from the consumer perspective, I want to start working as quickly as possible. And maybe you saw it already, but you can also generate stubs from that application. Sorry, from that contract. So then it actually generates a jar file with stubs, and this just contains basically the wire mock files. So these are just wire mock files, and then when you want to start using it, either you run the jar, or you have this nice annotation in the Spring ecosystem, let's say, where it will find a jar file inside your Maven repository. So either your local M2 Maven repository, or it can also be a remote Maven repository, Artifactory, whatever. And this is saying, hey, get me those stubs, so this jar file, and run it as a WireMock server on this port. So I have a really simple test here. That's just, hey, connect to this thing, and let's go. And normally, if everything goes correctly, you can see that it resolved. Well, you can't really see it because it's pretty small. It actually resolved the artifact. That works. It's actually seeing which things are mapped here. So ping, health, and here is the one that's mapped. It starts up a WireMock server, so the thing we saw before, and then it just runs your tests. So by writing these contracts, it's really powerful because you get both the tests for the producer, and on your consumer side, you get your stubs. So awesome. So contract testing, it actually encourages upfront design, because you first make the contract and make sure that you collaborate with the parties that are involved. It can generate both the tests and the stubs, which is awesome, because once you have the contract, you generate everything and you can just start building until green. And there's a few different ways to collaborate. So either you can have the consumer give you, as a producer, the contracts. There's a lot of different ways to work together here, but I'm not going into too much detail for this session. It's a bit of a complex setup, and actually both producers and consumers need to agree to work like this. But once you get everyone in agreeal, or even if you have a front-end team that wants to work faster and you do it that way, to have a contract between your front-end team and your back-end team, these are good use cases where you could use contract testing. So if you want to learn more about contract testing, because I went a bit fast, tomorrow at the Bucharest Software Craftsmanship Group, that's the one hosted by Victor and Thea, there is actually a full session on contract testing. So if you're more interested in how this could work, then be sure to check that out. So to conclude my session, you're on call today. Everything just goes horribly wrong. You don't want those days. You want to avoid those days. So be careful when you think back about the testing pyramid. Yes, unit tests have their use, but the way it's written like this, they seem overpowered. Like you have to write too many of them. Always be careful and check. It's not because this pyramid works for some teams that maybe because you have a very integrated system, maybe it's better for your team to have more integration, a bit slower tests, but tests that are really accurate. So what I really want to ask you to do today, well, not today because it's already late, but maybe tomorrow, is just have a look back, go home, sleep, and when you get back to the office tomorrow, is look at your test and just see where you can improve them based on costs and benefits. Not just we need unit tests for everything, we need coverage, but are the time that we spent writing these tests, are they actually valuable enough to validate that time? And make sure that you're able to sleep at night, because that's what most of these tests are about. Just feeling confident in what you've written and that it's as accurate as possible given the trade-offs that you have to take. Now, my session is almost over, but actually there's two very related sessions right up, and you probably have to choose one because they're at the same time. So if you want to learn more about those test containers I talked about, Jonathan Villa is talking about them and how he used them at a project. So if you want to learn more about test containers, go to that session, I'd say. Then I talked a lot about avoiding the fact that they wake you up as a developer because something went wrong. But Tom Garnon actually will talk to you about the things you need that if something goes wrong and it couldn't be avoided by tests, how you can make sure that you get back to sleep as soon as possible again, because sleep is precious. So these are two sessions, choose wisely. So that's all I had for today. I would like to thank you very much for joining. The slides and everything will be available at this link. I'll tweet it out, so if you follow me on Twitter, you will find it. And then I'd like to thank you for being here. And I'm going to get an ice cold drink because I'm actually melting inside.
Anyway, my internet's back. I'm back. So thank you, Tom Cruise, for your presentation. And there's a couple questions here. So
Sure.
the first one is, how do you handle main tests with database?
Sorry.
Do you empty the database before each test?
We usually do, yeah. So do I have an example for this quickly? No, we actually have a test rule that clears the database before each test. So it just truncates all the tables that can be truncated and adds test data if needed for each test. And we've noticed that that's actually adequately fast enough. If that would slow us down too much, then I would definitely investigate a better way to do it. But for now, just truncating the tables that we can truncate and just adding a few test records is the fastest way we are able to work.
Okay, let's check another question here. So how about testing against the API contract testing?
Testing again, I don't think I fully understand the question. How about testing against the API contract testing?
It's like a recursive testing. Test the test. Who gonna test the testers?
The mutation tests I already showed at the beginning, but that that doesn't work that well. But with contract tests, I think.
Okay, so thank you, Tom, for your presentation. That was amazing. And guys, see you in the next and last session today. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
O Grupo Bosch é um fornecedor global de tecnologia e serviços. Nós temos atualmente cerca de 395 mil colaboradores em todo o mundo, sendo que são cerca de 73 mil em investigação e desenvolvimento. Nós fomos fundados há mais de 130 anos e, atualmente, aquilo que nós oferecemos aos nossos colaboradores é a oportunidade de moldar o futuro com inovações que vão tanto melhorar a qualidade de vida das pessoas como proteger o ambiente. E onde é que nós trabalhamos? Basicamente, são em 4 áreas de negócio: soluções de mobilidade, tecnologia industrial, bens de consumo e tecnologias de edifícios. E de referir também que em 2020 nós fomos a primeira empresa industrial em todo o mundo a atingir a neutralidade climática, o que para nós foi um grande achievement. Foi um ano atípico para todos, e para a Bosch, assim como para outras empresas também. E cá em Portugal, nós acabamos por ter um resultado que foi melhor do que o esperado na altura da pandemia. Nós tivemos uma faturação de 1,6 mil milhões de euros, 10% abaixo do ano anterior, mas ainda assim melhor do que nós achávamos que ia correr. Como nós estamos cá muito dependentes do mercado automóvel, e o mercado automóvel está a sofrer com a escassez de chips, comprometeu um bocadinho, mas só para saber, só para ter uma noção, nós tivemos recorde de vendas numa das nossas unidades cá em Portugal, mesmo em ano de pandemia, por isso correu bastante bem, considerando o contexto. A maior novidade foi uma integração de 2 conceitos, que é o conceito da internet das coisas com a inteligência artificial. Nós queremos combinar os dois para melhorar continuamente os nossos produtos e serviços, e chamamos isso do AIoT. Como diz o nosso CEO, é conectar as coisas que vai conduzir ao conhecimento sobre como as coisas são utilizadas. E isso, de alguma forma, vai nos permitir melhorar continuamente os nossos produtos. Nós, por exemplo, o ano passado tivemos um grande aumento das vendas na área dos bens de consumo, dos produtos para o lar, seja nas ferramentas elétricas, seja nos eletrodomésticos, e porque eles estão a ser habilitados para conectividade, ou seja, temos essa ligação com o AIoT, nós prevemos que vai haver uma duplicação das vendas esse ano ainda. E mesmo no campo da videovigilância, que é uma área que nós trabalhamos cá em Portugal, a análise de vídeo, por exemplo, com base em redes neurais, traz novas possibilidades para a Bosch. Esse aqui é só um exemplo do que nós estamos a fazer, mas a Bosch está a integrar em detectores de incêndio, por exemplo, novas câmeras e essas câmeras podem ser conectadas com dispositivos de inteligência artificial. Outro exemplo é um detector de tráfego, que inicialmente seria capaz de detectar e localizar só os veículos, mas que neste momento faz com precisão essa detecção em situações de tráfego intenso, mesmo em condições de iluminação mais complicada, por exemplo, durante a noite. Por isso, a utilização da inteligência artificial combinada com a internet das coisas é que é a nossa grande novidade, é a nossa grande aposta para os próximos anos. Nós pretendemos que 2022 seja um ano de regresso àquilo que era a nossa normalidade em termos de faturação, mas vai ser um ano de continuidade em termos de recrutamento em Portugal. Nós temos apostado muito fortemente na área da investigação e desenvolvimento, seja com parcerias de inovação, que nós estamos a reforçar com as principais universidades, alguma das principais universidades de Portugal, Aveiro, Minho e Porto. Estamos a reforçar, temos novos projetos com eles no âmbito das cidades e casas de inteligências e também no âmbito da mobilidade. E se hoje nós já chegamos aos 1.000 colaboradores dentro da área de investigação e desenvolvimento, nós, até o final do ano 2021, pretendemos chegar aos 1.100 e para o próximo ano continuar a recrutar nessa área, tanto para as localizações de Aveiro, como Braga, como também para Ovar. Ou seja, seria um ano de continuidade em termos do trabalho que já está a ser feito cá em Portugal, de consolidação através da investigação e desenvolvimento, de reforço das parcerias de inovação e de regresso à normalidade dentro da nossa expectativa de faturação. Por isso, eu diria que 2022 vai ser um ano positivo para a Bosch em Portugal. Tem que se apaixone pelo nosso propósito, porque a Bosch é uma empresa peculiar, porque é detida por uma fundação beneficente. Então, tudo aquilo que nós fazemos é realmente com o propósito de ajudar a melhorar a vida das pessoas e de trazer uma proteção adicional para o meio ambiente. Quem se apaixona por esse propósito, se apaixona pelas tecnologias que estamos a desenvolver, por exemplo, essas de monitorização, como eu disse, ou então da condução autônoma, ou tantas outras áreas nas quais nós estamos a trabalhar, certamente é uma pessoa que vai se enquadrar bem nas nossas vagas e nas nossas equipas. A Bosch, apesar de ter quase 6 mil pessoas em Portugal, é uma família, é uma grande família. E nós nos preocupamos com os colaboradores, queremos que eles se apaixonem pelos projetos, queremos que eles estejam bem e tenham esse equilíbrio do pessoal com o profissional. Se é isso que as pessoas estão à procura, de certeza que vão estar bem conosco. E podem visitar a nossa página de carreiras, o bosch.pt, e procurar as nossas vagas e serão muito bem-vindos na nossa empresa.
Hi, welcome to Jnation. I'm so excited that I get to show you Vue and TypeScript today. This is going to be so much fun. Here's the part where I tell you I am definitely going to post the slides on my site tonight. I've been that person chasing the speaker as well. And yeah, I never got the slides, which is why they are online right now. You can head over to robrich.org. Let's do that. Let's head to robrich.org. We'll click on presentations here at the top. And here is Vue.js and TypeScript working together like peanut butter and jelly. The slides are online and the code is online right now. It's up on GitHub. You can get at it right now. While we're here on robrich.org, let's click on About Me and learn a little bit more about what I've done recently. I'm a Cyril developer advocate. I'm a Microsoft MVP and a friend of Redgate. AZ Give Camp is really fun. AZ Give Camp brings volunteer developers together with charities to build free software. We start Friday after work. Sunday afternoon, we deliver completed software to the charities. Sleep is optional, caffeine provided. If you're in Phoenix, come join us for the next AZ Give Camp. Or if you'd like a Give Camp here in Portugal or wherever you're connecting from, reach out to me on email or Twitter and let's get a Give Camp in your neighborhood too. Some of the other things that I've done, I worked on Gulp as a core contributor in version 2 and version 3. And I replied to a .NET Rocks podcast episode. They read my comment on the air and they sent me a mug. Woohoo! So there's my claim to fame, my coveted .NET Rocks mug. So let's dig into Vue and TypeScript. We talked about this guy. We're going to talk a little bit about Vue and TypeScript. Now, this is definitely not a one-on-one talk for either Vue or TypeScript, but let's level set a little bit and talk about what is Vue. Vue is a SPA framework like Angular or React. It focuses on developer productivity and easy learning, really minimizing the concept count so that you can get up to speed fast and you can start to level up with the concepts that you need. Now, taking a step back, we can take a look at React, Vue, and Angular together. They all have component-based approach. They all have a virtual DOM. They all have a CLI to easily scaffold a project. They all use Babel and Webpack to transpile and bundle your code. They all output to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript when you're done. And they all have a rich ecosystem of plugins. Now, what's really elegant here, whether you choose React, Vue, or Angular, there's no wrong choice. You can build the software that you need using the tools that you enjoy. Now, if you better align with the preferences or with React or Angular or Vue or Svelte or others, then that's the perfect choice for you. Each of these SPA frameworks will give you the power to build thick clients in the browser. So where they differ? Well, they each have different opinions about how you choose to develop these web components that will run as a thick client in the browser. With React, you use JSX that combines JavaScript and HTML together. Now, this may seem a little bit unusual, but it allows you to do separation of concerns on concepts, on business needs, rather than on technologies. By comparison, Angular leverages TypeScript to make IDEs light up really well. So you have excellent tooling and support inside of your designer. By comparison, Vue has single file components where each of the technologies will excel in their own rights. CSS will look like CSS, HTML will look like HTML, and JavaScript or TypeScript looks exactly like you would expect. So my completely biased opinion, Angular, it's kind of built for tooling. So there's a lot of places inside of Angular that are weird just so that it looks right in the tools. Facebook, Facebook is built for, React is built for Facebook size problems. It also has a great slant towards functional things. So if you're at home in Haskell or other functional languages, you'll probably be at home in React. By comparison, Vue, I feel like it's built for developers with a low concept count, with an easy on-ramp. It's a really cool way to get started with single-page applications. As you grab these slides from robrich.org, you can click on each of these blue links to learn more about these particular topics. So here is a detailed comparison of all of the frameworks where you can dig in more to the difference between Vue, Angular, and React. So let's start by creating a Vue app. Now I've spun up a console here and I said, Vue, create a new app. Now, when I get this, I'm asked to pick whether I want Vue version 2 or 3, or I can manually select features. Let's do that. So I'll choose a Vue version. I'll choose Babel support. I'll enable TypeScript. I'll enable progressive web app. I can enable Vue router. I can enable Vuex, the Flux store associated with Vue. I can enable CSS preprocessors like Sass or Less, a linter and a formatter, unit testing using Mocha or Jest, and end-to-end testing using Cypress or another library. Once I've made those choices, now it'll start to interview me to identify those specific needs that I need. I'll choose Vue 2 in this case because it's most compatible. Do I want to use class style components? I do not. Yes, I want to use Babel along. And so you can see how it's going to interview us and build up a website that will have all of the features that we specifically need. The last question that it asks, do we want to save this as a template where we can just pick it from the list at the beginning, like we did in the Vue 2 or Vue 3 question? So once we've got this website up in place, we have this website that starts here. Main.js will give us the details that we need to start up our website. Or in this case, because I chose TypeScript, main.ts will get us our basic website. Now that we've got our basic website, we can flip over to, actually here, we will say npm run serve, and it will do all of the compilation that it needs to, and ultimately start our application, in this case on localhost 8080. So here's our website. Now with the default website, because we choose Vue router, we get two different pages. Notice how it changes the URL here, not just the hash. That's the option that we chose. Now we've got these two pages. They're both in TypeScript. Now let's dig in and take a look at what we can do here. We've got Vue set up. Vue is a really elegant mechanism for enabling developers to dig into creating single page applications. Let's look as well at TypeScript. Why would I choose TypeScript? TypeScript is great at identifying, did I call it correctly? Here's some code that I found in a sample project. I call some critical function. And here in this critical function, I'm going to pass in a customer and an invoice and a date. Why do I need to pass in true as an object? What does true mean? And what is false? What is 6? Are these 2 commas in the correct spot? Was this a typo, or did I really mean to pass undefined in here? I don't know. And that's what TypeScript is meant to solve. It gives us syntax highlighting inside of our editor so that we can know if we called it correctly. One way that we've compensated for this in the past is to pass in an object. So here's an object, and now with this object, I have named parameters. This config value now is all of the configuration details that I need: the date, the invoice, the customer. I know what each of these arguments are now, and I don't need to put those arguments in the correct order. But did I catch all the arguments? Did I pass in each one? Is this config object the right shape? Have I passed in enough configuration details? I still don't know. And thus TypeScript. Here's another great example. In jQuery, I said $.foo, I selected foo, and then it did .ajax. Should I do Ajax on a DOM element, or should I do it just on the $sign? I don't know. And that's where TypeScript will help us. It will help us find those common syntax errors and help us fix it really quickly. Now, the cool thing about TypeScript is it is a superset of JavaScript. If you have JavaScript, it is valid TypeScript. It adds optional type hints at design time so that you can get this extra syntax highlighting if you choose to enable it. At the end of the day, though, it doesn't validate or restrict the behavior. The content that's running in the browser is JavaScript. Now, we might have a source map back to the original TypeScript that created it, but what's running and debugging in the browser is JavaScript. So as we cast things into, for example, a TypeScript interface, we're not removing properties like we would in Java. Rather, we just validate at design time that we think these properties will probably exist on this interface, and we can get red squiggles if they don't. TypeScript is free and open source, and you can download it from NPM. So why would I choose TypeScript? TypeScript, like Babel, allows me to use new features before they're publicly available in browsers. And like Babel, it will transpile this content down into the version that is compatible with the browser. So for example, the nullish coalescing operator, the 2 question marks, came to TypeScript before it came to browsers. Optional chaining with the question mark dot, that came to TypeScript as well before it came to browsers. Now, the beauty is both of these features are in all evergreen browsers now, and so we don't need TypeScript to rewrite these into other things. We can just use this in place. TypeScript is great for being able to let us use new features in addition to helping us find bugs. TypeScript will validate that the types match, but TypeScript doesn't validate your business logic. Now, if you want to validate your business logic, you'll need unit tests to do that. So if you believe that TypeScript is your one and only unit test, if it compiles, it builds, you should probably avoid TypeScript. It's going to be a crutch. So how do I get started with TypeScript? Well, the first step is to get the TypeScript compiler in place, the TSC, and a lot of the SPA templates will automatically put that in place. So if I'm using Create React App or the Vue CLI or the Angular CLI, I'll already have the TypeScript compiler and the TS config in place. At that point, I can just rename my file. So I'm going to rename it from .js to .ts, and now it's a TypeScript file. The TypeScript compiler will look at this file and validate whatever it can. I don't need to change any logic if I don't want to. But once I have this TypeScript file, I can choose to optionally add these type hints. So here's a name, and I've made it a string type. I'm also going to return a string from this function. So now I know that name will be a string because I've chosen to enforce it that way. Well, technically, I'm not enforcing it. Rather, This is a hint. So if somebody passes in an object, my code will continue to work. At runtime, it runs JavaScript, not TypeScript. But in my IDE, I can get a red squiggle. I don't think you meant to pass an object in here. It's expecting a string. That's perfect. Now let's level up again and take a look at how we might include other things in TypeScript. So I start with this JavaScript file, or maybe it's a TypeScript file, and I just have const x, a is b, and c is d. Is that right? I don't know. Let's add some optional type hints to be able to explain this a little bit better and help us infer inside of our design environment if we've called it correctly. So I'm going to create inside a different file this interface, this customer info interface. Now here in the customer info interface, I can define A as a string, C as a number, O as a string. And notice this question mark here. I'm specifically saying this is optional. So if you only have an A and a C, it's still okay. Already we have more information. We know that this is about a customer. Now I'm going to choose to import this file from my types.ts file. Now I have the customer info. Now this is only at design time. At compile time, this customer info reference will get completely removed. We're not increasing the bundle size. But now I'm saying const x is of type customer info. I've said it should have this shape. It should have A as a string, C as a number, O optionally as a string. So if I have extra properties, or if I don't have enough properties, then it will give me red squiggles to help me understand that those aren't quite correct. So in this case, I get the red squiggles by the C variable. It expects this to be a number, and in this case, I passed in a string. I love it when TypeScript helps me find those typos as I'm coding. TypeScript. Now, TypeScript will give us the types that it can figure out by itself, and that's wonderful. But whenever you can, annotate your methods, both the input parameters and the return types, each of the variables that you declare, annotate those with the types, because now you've made your intent very clear. The cool part about making your intent very clear is that when someone comes behind you to maintain this code, then they'll understand it as well. I'm usually that person. I'm following on behind the code that I wrote shortly after I forgot what I did. So creating clues, creating these breadcrumbs for me is really powerful. So we've got Vue and we've got TypeScript. Vue is a really elegant mechanism for getting started with single page applications really quickly. And TypeScript will help me find typos in my code. What happens when we put them together? Well, let's do that. Here in the code, each of these folders, step 0, step 1, step 2, will represent a step that we look at as we go through. Now, each of those then will allow us to level up in our TypeScript content. As you grab this code, grab it from robrich.org, you can npm install in each directory, or in my case, I'm going to copy the content into a demo directory so that we can get started there. So here's that demo directory, and I'm just going to keep filling this demo directory with the latest copy. Now that I've got that in place, here's the website that we've got booted up. Now, we are running JavaScript in the browser. Looking at the sources, we can see that here is JavaScript, but we've got it wired up through TypeScript, and so we have some source maps, which is really helpful. In this case, we don't have any errors in our content, but we've got some ESLint fails. I kind of like to have semicolons at the end of my lines. I grant that JavaScript can auto-insert those, but I just want to be a little bit more explicit. So let's go into step 1, where we fix all of our ESLint fails, and now we have all of the semicolons in place. Perfect. Now this Vue app is great. Main.ts will get us started, and we'll wire up both the router and the store, the router to handle URLs, and the Flux store. Well, the router then explains, the router will wire up, or here's the router. The router will wire up various URLs. So if the path is /, it'll go with the home component. If the path is about, it'll go to the about component. In the home component, I just have the normal pieces. Now we get to see the Vue's single file components. here's a template. Now this is HTML, where HTML excels. Here's our JavaScript. In this case, we've said lang equals TS, and now it's TypeScript. So here's the TypeScript. We'll import our component, we'll export our class, and everything works great. Inside of our component, we're referencing this hello world component, and we're passing in a parameter to that component. Now we get to see the single file components really well as well. Here's all of the content that we have in our hello world component, and we are defining our component this way so that TypeScript can inspect that configuration. We also have CSS here. We've chosen to add scoped so that this CSS is only scoped to this component and down. It will start to rewrite these classes with randomly generated names so that as we use them here inside of our items, then these styles won't leak into other spots. Okay, so we've got our system. It's working out pretty well. And I want to add Vuetify. Now, Vuetify is a library that was built and works great with Vue, but it wasn't designed with TypeScript in mind. So let's add Vuetify, and that will get our content into place. Let's go grab step 2. Oh, not step 2. Step 2, Vuetify. There we go. And we'll copy that into the demo folder. Now that we've got our demo file in place, and I may be racing the compiler here as it grabs the Vuetify content, we can take a look at the pieces that we have. Now, Vuetify has overridden our home component. Actually, I may have done bad things here. Let's see. Nope, it looks like we're good. Vuetify has overridden our home component to add some additional content, our app.vue, and now we're using vapp and vappbar to be able to pull in those Bootstrap themes. Now, the cool part about this is that we've got our site. I am racing the compiler in this case. The bummer part, though, is, well, TypeScript knows nothing about Vuetify. Now, our site still works. The JavaScript still works, but we're getting errors in our TypeScript compiler. Here's that error. I don't know what Vuetify is. Okay, so let's head off to the web. Let's Google how do we get Vuetify set in place. And it looks like if we add Vuetify/types, and in the type section we add Vuetify, then we'll be able to power it into place. Okay, let's do that. Let's add these pieces. And now with these pieces here in place in the TS config, now we have Vuetify working as expected. So here's an additional reference of Vuetify. We also have this reference of Vuetify. And now here in our main.ts, then TypeScript understands what is Vuetify. Now that was kind of an unusual circumstance, but now here inside of our app, we've got it compiling correctly. And if we refresh, oh, actually, I do need to restart the compiler here because we did change our TS config. Now, once I build this, it will go through and validate all of the pieces, pull in all of the Vuetify libraries, and inspect all of those details. Now, if we're using something like Vite, then we won't do all the TypeScript validation here. We'll just launch the browser really fast. Vite is really fun. But here with just a regular Vue app, then we'll go build all of our modules. I love how it counts up both sides as it discovers more modules that it needs to include. And eventually we'll get Vuetify in place. This is awesome. Go, 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 go. Almost there, almost there. We're close. Vuetify is coming into place. Okay. 841 out of 842. There we go. Now our server is ready to go, and let's push refresh, and we can see what Vuetify has given us. We have all of these Bootstrap themes. That's perfect. Now, I did put the Vue logo here on the About page just so we can see it. but that Bootstrap theme is looking nice. Okay, so let's build some components. I want to build a hello world component. So let's go grab some components. And here in our app, I will build this counter component. Now, a counter component is really fun, where we just output the current count. We'll use our curly braces, our handlebars syntax. Here we can talk about how to push buttons. So this view button that we got from Viewtify, so it'll be styled nicely. When we click it, thus the @ for click, we will call the add method. When we click this one, we'll call the subtract method, and that will adjust our count. Here in our object, in our view component, we can set our count. It's currently set at 0. And now we can add content. So we'll add a count here and we'll subtract a count here. And if we refresh our page, here's our playground page, we can see that that component works just fine. Now this is our component, this box right here, but I've chosen to publish the event to others. So here I'm emitting this event so that our host page can listen for it. Now here's our host page, and we're going to import that counter component. We will list it as our component so the compiler knows how to find it. And here we will listen for this count changed event. Now when this count changed event happens, we will go grab this. Here's our count changed event. We expect a count to come in, and we will set our count. Now in this case, I made a mistake. I told it that the count property was a string. I have a string here, I have a string here, but as we can see inside of our counter component, this is a number. What runs in the browser is JavaScript. So it works just fine. Now, the interesting thing here is that TypeScript wasn't able to infer these properties between components. In Vue 3, this gets better, but this might be one place where TypeScript really doesn't help you in a great way. You'll probably want to lean on unit tests to validate your integrations between components. So we built a great component, and we can see the single page components where we have our template, our HTML, we have our script with our TypeScript, and we have our CSS, in this case, scoped to this component. Let's add some more components. I'm going to add a bunch of components, grabbing things from, for example, Font Awesome and a bunch of other places. Let's refresh this page. I bet we're racing the compiler here. Here we go. So here's some Font Awesome components. We've got this navigator component. Let's take a look at each of those components. Here in our playground page, we just import each of those components and then set them in place in our page. So the icon playground component, we're just grabbing vIcon from Viewtify. And the navigator component, we're testing that we can navigate both just by specifying a URL. And also we can navigate programmatically by calling $router.push. And we can. Let's link this way, come back to our playground, and link this way. Perfect. Now, what's really cool is that TypeScript understands that Vue is going to have a $router property on it. So TypeScript is completely fine with this. It understands how Vue works. Both Vuex and Vue router, all of these are just built in the places that we need them. They're built in based on this shims. So we have some shims that allow us to do some interesting things. So we've got our components and everything is going well. Cruising through the Viewtify website, I enjoyed this component. Here's a form component. I like this. I can fill in some content. If it's required, it will highlight that. And once I fill it in, then it will allow me to select this validate button. And that will submit the form. I like it. Let's switch over to the code. Here's our HTML. Here's our JavaScript that we need. Now, Viewtify was created without TypeScript in mind. So as we go grab this content, we'll see that, well, it works, but it's weird. Okay, so here's our form component. We've got the HTML in place, and We've got the functions for validation in place, and we've got our component, and we can come back in here and refresh our page. And here's our form. It works. If I'm not specifying the data, then it's invalid. If I do specify it, then eventually, once I've checked all of the things, my form is valid, and I can choose to submit it. But here in TypeScript, well, we're getting some errors on this, the .validate method. TypeScript doesn't know what this .refs.form is, and so it doesn't know that it has a validate method on it. How can we solve this? Well, let's create a computed property. I'm going to create a computed here, and we'll give it a comma here. Let's say this is form. And how do I do form? I'm going to return this $refs.form as HTML form control. Now I know specifically that this is an HTML form control. And so if I say $.form, then it has a specific validate property on it. I don't think it's HTML form element. There we go. Now we know that it has a validate property on it. So let's switch all three of these methods over to it. And now we get TypeScript to be happy. Now in this case, we've chosen this as property. This says, hey, TypeScript, I know that I'm right. Don't validate it, take my word for it. That's kind of a brute force approach, but we can understand why this will be a great solution in this case. Let's actually take it a little bit further though, and look at how we might abstract this out a little bit farther. So here in step 7, we have this form, and we're saying it is of type vForm. I'm going to return, I'm casting it as vForm and returning it so that we get all of these pieces. Scrolling up a little bit, we can see where we import vForm from types. Okay, we've built this types file over here that will just say, hey, a vForm is an HTML form element, and it's a component, and it has these 3 methods that behave in this way. In this case, validate returns a Boolean, reset returns nothing, and reset validation returns nothing. Now that I've very specifically defined how I want this type to work, I can cast my ref into this property. And now TypeScript specifically knows what this form can do. Now with this computed member, I was able to take that thing that was, well, kind of unknown and turn it into something that is very well known. Really nice. Okay, so we've got the type declaration in place. Now, one thing that I noticed here in this is that when I refresh the page, it always starts with 0. I would like it to start with a random number. So let's pop open Lodash and let's look for random. And here in the random function, we can see that random will take in a lower and an upper and automatically build a thing. Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to come into my counter component and I'm going to import random from Lodash. And I will call random. Let's say random 0 and 100. Now, we know nothing about this Lodash library. Okay, let's use a different technique, a new technique. Let's create a new file and let's create a lodash.d.ts file. Now, this is a type declaration file. Unlike here, where we're just defining an interface, we're going to define how this module works. Okay, so let's say declare module Lodash. And in this Lodash module, we can say export function random. And this will take in a min, which is a number, and a max, which is also a number. And it will return a number. This type declaration file, we could think of this kind of like a C header file, defines what this Lodash library can do. Now, Lodash was built with JavaScript without TypeScript in mind. And so now that we have this in place, if we restart Visual Studio or VS Code, then we can get that type declaration to take effect. So let's pop open this again, restarting that VS Code, the TypeScript compiler. And now we'll get to see that it understands what Lodash is. We no longer have the red squiggle. And since we've defined this random function, we now understand how random works. So if I put in foo, it's like, hey, that's not a number. Yeah, once the TypeScript compiler pops up and finds it. That's not a number, we'll get the red squiggles. Let's set this back to 100, a number, and we've got it. Now, that was kind of intense to be able to create this Lodash module. And we only created it for one function. But there's a lot of functions here in Lodash. If we take a look at this content, there's, well, a lot of functions. And we didn't account for the fact that it has this floating one that is optional and upper is optional. It'd take a lot to build up all of the details of this library. Let's flip over to Definitely Typed, where the community has come together to be able to document the TypeScript type declarations for a lot of open source libraries. You can see that there's 6,500 TypeScript libraries to find here. Each of these is the TypeScript declaration file for that library. Now, a library could choose to create TypeScript declaration files on its own as well. That's completely fine. Or they can publish them here. Each of these packages is published to NPM in the types namespace. So I'll do a search for at types/Lodash, and I'll land on this page right here. And I can say npm install --save. In this case, I will do --save-dev at type/Lodash. Here's our next technique. We'll go grab the type declarations from the community to pull in all of those type declarations for our library. Now, the cool thing about this type declaration file is it will now include all of the pieces that we need. And we notice here in our counter component, we didn't reference it. The TypeScript compiler will automatically discover all of the .d.ts files and include those type declarations. Now, if we want a specific type, we can do this where we create a type. But the cool part about type declaration files is they'll just take effect. That's cool. So we've got this type declaration file, and let's actually, I think we've, that will pull in one. Let's pull in the type declaration file. Oh, step 8. I live coded that one instead. Let's also pull in 9, where we've got the Lodash type declaration file. And we can see now this Lodash type declaration file has those pieces. Now, if I chose, I could say npm install save dev at types/Lodash, and I would get all of the type declarations from Definitely Typed. Now, in this case, I didn't do that so that I could show you a type declaration file. But once I did that, then I could delete this lodash.d.ts file. Okay, so I'm building this site. I really like how this is working. And now when I refresh, I get a random number and it still works. It does all of the things. I did notice that when I first refreshed, it didn't publish that event straight away. Sounds like here in my component, I need to do a method on mounted to be able to fire that event as well. I'll leave that to the reader. Okay, so I like how this site is turning out so far. I would like to do a parallax effect. So let's head out to view awesome. If you search for awesome and your library, you'll probably land on a GitHub repo, not that unlike this. Here's a curated list of really awesome components. Now we can take a look through resources, projects, and then components where we're looking at the component types. Wow, there's a lot of them. Once we get into the components themselves, then we can see each of these libraries and we can look at really interesting things. Well, I'm after parallax. So let's go into the parallax section. And I chose View Parallax JS. Now, here in the View Parallax JS library, we've got this library, and it was definitely not built with TypeScript in mind. So how are these types working? Well, let's take a look at the source code. Here's the View Parallax JS library. And okay, I've got this prototype, and I've got remove, add. What is EL and what is binding? Apparently, it's referencing this window object. I'm not quite sure how this is working. Ooh, export default. Maybe this will help me identify the plugins that I need. Okay, so I've got this install. It takes in, that looks like a Vue instance, and then OS, is that operating system or options? Okay, so it's kind of looking through those options maybe. So I'm going to pull in this parallax library. And now with this parallax library in place, we can flip back to our code and we can see that, well, once again, Vue knows nothing, or TypeScript knows nothing about how parallax works. Creating a type declaration could be possible, but I really want some help. Okay, let's head over to the Stack Overflow article that talks about generating type declaration files. We can use the TypeScript compiler, TSC. We can pass in the -- declaration argument, and we can reference any TypeScript file. Okay, let's head out into that parallax library. Here we are. And let's take a look at this view parallax es.js. I believe that's the file that we're referencing. Let's go double check. View parallax-js.js. Okay, so I want to turn this into a TypeScript declaration file. Well, first thing, I will need to copy it into a .ts file. TypeScript compiles TypeScript files. And so now that I have this as a TypeScript file, I can say tsc -- declaration, and I can give it this TypeScript file. Okay, I've now built this TypeScript declaration file, and it's probably not great, but we can take a look at it. We've got a lot of errors there, but that'll definitely get us started. Let's open up this folder inside of VS Code, and we can take a look at the TypeScript declaration file that it built for us. Here's that .d.ts file. It's got some any's and voids, but we can get started. That will help us get started with our type declaration file. Now, it may not be perfect, but it will get us on our way. I'm going to delete this file, and I'm going to delete this file just so that it doesn't, the TypeScript compiler doesn't get confused. And let's go pull in the file that I was able to craft here. So this one is step 11. And with step 11, ooh, my machine's having fun compiling that one. With step 11, let me actually close this Vue instance just in case. I now have this view parallax.d.ts. So I was able to look at both the type declaration that it generated together with other plugins and kind of build up this mechanism where I've got this view parallax options and I've got this plugin object of type there. And so now if I pop open main.ts, I can see that view parallax.js comes in just fine. I can say view.use that, and it works great. Now, I'm probably racing the compiler here. Let's go double check. Yep, I got lots of errors, but I bet that all solved itself. So let's come back in here to our app. And if I come here to the home page, we now see the parallax effect. This one is moving a lot faster than this one. That's perfect. Now it looks like I have some column issues where I want this one to be over here, but that's totally fine. We have this parallax effect working well, and we were able to get it to work correctly inside TypeScript here with this type declaration file. So let's take a look at each of the techniques that we looked at in ways to make JavaScript libraries work inside of TypeScript. Now, this isn't the order that we discovered it in, but this is probably the order that you want to use them in. First, use libraries built in TypeScript. Now, you're probably picking your library for the features it has, not for the language it was built in. So all else being equal, if it's written in TypeScript, that's great, but you'll probably want to choose the library you want. Okay, next up, as you install your library, install types/your library. It may exist, it may not, but if it exists, you've got the type declarations either from the author or from the community, and you're good to go. Next, you can create a handcrafted type declaration file. We built this for Lodash, where we built the random function. If you handcraft your type declaration file, you may choose to contribute it back to Definitely Typed as well. Next, if the type declaration file is overly complex or you're having difficulty discovering it, then move your JS file to a TS file and use tsc-declaration to auto-generate a type declaration file. It probably won't be perfect, but it'll probably be pretty close, and that'll get you started. Next, you can use as. Now, we used as to say, hey, TypeScript, I know better. Use this sparingly, and even more sparingly, any. Any is a unique type inside of TypeScript where it says, hey, I don't know what it's doing. Just let it be okay. TypeScript will ignore all of the things on anything declared as type any and just let you do whatever you need to. This is great if you have a particularly difficult library that it just doesn't function correctly and you can't figure out the declaration. Now, the hard part about any, though, is you basically told TypeScript to ignore this. TypeScript isn't helping anymore. So there's a way that you can flag any's with an ESLint rule and not allow them in your code base. Another technique is you can create a @tsignore comment. Now, this comment will just tell TypeScript the next line is okay, and you don't need to re-enable it. And this can be a great way to get past that problematic file or declaration. Now, the hard part is you've told TypeScript specifically to ignore this line. It won't check it. So you can also create an ESLint rule to ignore these tsignore comments, or to not allow tsignore comments. So we've created a bunch of mechanisms where we can include JavaScript libraries in TypeScript. When to use Vue and TypeScript together? If you have a large or long-lived code base, having these additional checks will be helpful in reducing risk if you want to mercilessly refactor. It's great for communicating between developers because you're able to express your intent much more expressively than with just plain JavaScript. You can say, I expect you to pass in a string, rather than just anything. It's a good default go-to for a first syntax check, but you definitely want to avoid TypeScript if you presume that that's going to be the only check. If you depend on lots of components that weren't written in TypeScript, then you may spend a lot of time creating these type declaration files. It may be easier just to flip to regular JavaScript where type declaration files aren't necessary. Now, you lose the benefit of type checking, but you don't need to create these declaration files. Vue 3 is written in TypeScript, so the Vue community is moving towards TypeScript in many places. So this is probably not as big a concern the more modern you get. For quick doodles, or if you're not using the CLI to generate your Vue project, then you can't use TypeScript. You don't have a compiler there. So quick doodles are probably best just in JavaScript. If you believe that TypeScript is your only unit test, then TypeScript is definitely not for you. You still need a good suite of both unit and integration tests to validate that your system is working correctly. TypeScript will validate that you don't have syntax errors. It will not validate logic errors. Use unit tests for that. Chris Fritz is on the Vue team and has some thoughts on this as well. grab these slides from robrich.org and click through to learn his thoughts. He created the Vue Enterprise boilerplate, and spoiler, it's not in TypeScript. This has been a lot of fun being able to show you how Vue and TypeScript can work really well together to build thick client single-page applications. If you're watching this live, you can ask me questions here in chat. If you're watching this as a pre-recorded thing later, then hit me up on Twitter. And you can, as always, grab the slides and code live right now at robrich.org. This has been so much fun getting to show you Vue and TypeScript. For those of you who are here live, what are your questions? What are your thoughts? What TypeScript methodologies do you use to pull in problematic JavaScript libraries?
Oh, nice. That was an amazing presentation, Rob. Hello, Rob. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm fine as well. I'm just trying to fix my issue with my internet, but anything else, it looks great. So first, thank you for your time. There's a terrible time to internet. I guess a lot of people are watching you because my internet connection is not good enough. So there are two questions that we have a couple minutes to answer. So the first one is
definitely.
about you'd be the umbrella name for all tests presented. They neither fall into unit tests nor end-to-end tests.
I can't hear you very well. Can you ask me again?
Yes. So you'd be the umbrella name for all the tests presented. They neither fall into unit tests nor end-to-end tests.
Right. Yeah, testing is quite an expansive system. And I love that the Vue CLI will scaffold both. I think in this case, I didn't do the tests, but we saw at the beginning how in the CLI, we can pick both unit tests and end-to-end tests. And then once you pick one, in the unit test category, it will let you pick between Mocha and Chai or Jest. And in the end-to-end test, it will allow you to pick Cypress or Nightwatch. And the cool part then is you can dial out each of those pieces. What's really cool is both in Mocha and Chai or in Jest and in Cypress, you can use TypeScript there as well. Now, you will need a TS config that terminates in that folder, but it's really beautiful in that you can create a nested TS config where rather than specifying all of these options, you can just say, I'll create a new one. Let's create a new folder, tests. And here I can add a new folder, unit. And then inside of here, I'll create a new file, tsconfig.json. And this tsconfig can be really simple. It can just say extends ... tsconfig.json. Now, the beauty here is that you've just rigged up your unit tests to compile in TypeScript as well. And then you can override it with the additional type declarations that you need, pulling in the Jest libraries or the Cypress libraries. But now you've got your testing being set up in TypeScript as well. Now here in package.json, we're using the Vue CLI to run the TypeScript compiler. But inside your tests, you may need to run TSC specifically to go grab the TypeScript compile. What I love, though, about the Vue CLI is that it's able to run the TypeScript compiler based on your configuration, and it auto-discovers that piece. So if you use the Vue CLI to set up your project, then it will have these entries in to automatically rebuild your tests in TypeScript and then run them in the ways that they need to as well. Unit testing with TypeScript is really cool.
Yes. So thank you, Rob. Unfortunately, we need to end here because we have the keynote. And hopefully see you around. See you soon in health and physically.
That sounds great. I'm looking forward to the keynote. I'll see you there.
See you there. Bye.
After that, 9:45, but we were here before that. And all these sessions. It's 12 hours, almost nonstop.
Yeah,
Here.
but last year was worst, right?
Yeah, which was much worse. But because it was only 3 tracks, we could spread the work, the load a bit better. I think being here almost nonstop, it's a lot harsher.
Okay, so Otavio, I saw Otavio joining, but he left.
He might have connection issues.
I think he is having issues with his network right now.
Okay. Let's see if Daniel can join us. Oh, so Maria is back. Did you brought your son?
No, he just wanted me to know that you will eat his soup tomorrow, not today. And he just wants to check YouTube, nothing else.
Okay.
He can check one of our past sessions.
Yeah,
For sure.
I told him, just say hi to the gentleman here. He just said, no, I want to check YouTube.
Okay, I think Daniel is coming, so we're gonna do like the final wrap up. Maybe I can just start and then we'll have Daniel, and Guy is also joining, which is great.
Yep.
So if you haven't noticed, me and Maria are in the same room and I can hear my echo. So Maria, please, you have to turn your mic off when I'm speaking.
Okay.
Then I'll do the same when you speak. Yes, okay, so let's wrap up. Let me grab the last bit of energy that I have. I was trying to wait for the rest of the crew, but they'll joining really quick. Thank you so much for everyone on the attendee side that watched the sessions. I know that it was a long day. I know that sometimes it's hard to take some time off. I hope that some of the companies gave you some time to pick up the sessions. It was also a long day to keep on with us until the very last minute. So you'll be will be terrific, and thank you so much for bearing with us for the entire duration. No worries, all as you're probably being asking around, and everyone already mentioned that, but just to make it clear again, all the sessions are going to be available in the next couple of weeks as single sessions, so you can just catch up with a particular session that you haven't been able to watch. If you want to see them actually earlier, well, the full stream's still going to be available for the next couple of weeks still. So the only pain point is you have to search on the stream for what you're looking for. But I mean, that's not going to be really an issue. Second of all, of course, we want to thank our sponsors. None of these will be possible without the sponsors. And I hope that you have taken some time off to talk to them and see what they have to offer. The only reason why we're able to do this free for you is because the sponsors are actually taking a lot of the burden of us having to expense the conference. So having the conference, having the sponsors to be able to do this for us is actually a blessing, and we're very happy to have them with us. And especially, we started Jnation in 2018 as a physical conference. So this is our 4th year, and we are having these sponsors that have been with us for forever, since the first year. So they trusted us even when we haven't done anything before, and they still keep trusting us. So a good shout for all of them. So thank you so much to all the sponsors we have. So LibraDoot, Critical Software, Wheat Software, Present Technologies, Mercedes, Volkswagen, or TBLX, Self-Focus, Bosch, Tamana. So a couple of new ones that we have over there as well, which is really great. Mindera also being with us since the very start. X Geeks, which being with us, Red Hat as well, Talkdesk, Cleva, Deconion, and JFrog. I think I haven't forgot anyone. I tried to make all of them by memory. So, and finally, really good shout out to the entire team that made also this possible. If you don't know, Jnation has been done as a non-profit organization. So all of us are doing this with all volunteer work and volunteer time. So we don't get anything out of it other than trying to help the community. As you probably heard, I'm not sure if you heard when I did the initial announcement, part of the money that we got from the sponsors is going to institutions to help kids that don't have any homes or having a hard time. So we also try to help into that department. So that's also thanks to all of our viewers and thanks to our sponsors. But in the end, that's pretty much it. So to introduce all of our, I mean, probably heard all of them introduce themselves, but I want to give a really, really big shout out to Bruno. Hey, Bruno.
Hey, hello. I'm very happy today. So it has been a tough day, but it's also has been a fun one. We had great sessions. We have no problems with them. We were able to well, no one missed, so all the speakers showed up, and the conference I think went really well on that regard, and I'm very happy for that.
Great. So the next one is Daniel.
Hey guys, really great to have you on board again. As I told on pretty much all of the sessions, I just hope next year we can see each other live and not just on little squares on a meeting platform. So thank you all for joining us, and kudos to you guys for staying there with us until now.
Yeah. So the next one is Samuel.
Hi everyone. I think everyone has already said. Thank you very much for joining us today, and I hope we meet again next year physically.
Yes, and then next is Maria.
So it's always a pleasure to join the team, to be part of this team, mostly on the background, on social media, on my job function here. But it's always a pleasure to see the outcome of it, and hopefully next year we'll be joining again physically. So thank you.
Yeah, and we're missing Octavio and Philippe, also two persons on the team. Unfortunately, they couldn't join. But a great shout out to them as well, because these will not be possible without both the help of Philippe and Otavio. Yes, so final shout out for all the speakers. This will not be possible without you providing the content as well, that you are the stars. We still have a couple of speakers with us, so it's Guy and Jonathan, so you can still say hi. Of course, all of the rest of them have to leave.
I want to see the Viking hat before leaving.
So I guess people will really enjoy Guy's presentation, and he's here with us. At least the beard, he's over there.
I've got the Viking hat. The problem is it doesn't fit over my headphones.
Yeah.
There we go. That's the golden closure right there.
You need to find a Viking helmet with headphones already in them.
Yeah. I'm like a Viking Princess Leia.
Yeah, wonderful. And I know there is one person that I still want to thank. Ricardo, please, if you can come out online. You know, I know you're there, so please show up.
Said
there
he
is.
Gonna do that.
Yeah, Ricardo. Yeah, so Ricardo is being, he was the person in charge with his team on doing all the streaming, all the crazy stuff that we ask him about. Yeah, please put this video on. I'll put that video off. and he has like a huge amount of work to manage all the streaming sessions, all the Zoom rooms. So it's been a terrific job that he and his team have done. So thank you so much, Ricardo, for
No, thank you. I was
for
a pleasure,
doing this with
as usual.
us. And yes, I mean, I think I'm out of thanks. So I'm pretty much gonna hand up here. So thank you much. Thank you again for everyone that made this year possible. And stay tuned because we'll be doing some announcements pretty soon for next year, hopefully. So
Let's
thank you
do
so much.
a physical event next year, shall we?
Yeah, that's the idea.
But
the idea.
please let it be on site.
Okay. Bye bye, everyone.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
guys. Bye, lads.
Thank you.